When I say the name Fred Rogers, a specific image floods your mind. You see a red cardigan being zipped up. You see sneakers being tied. You see a gentle smile, and you hear a soft piano melody that makes you feel safe. For 50 years, that name has been synonymous with kindness. It represents a man who taught generations of American children that they were special and that they were loved. It is perhaps the most trusted name in the history of television. But in 1957, in the deep, mist-covered hollows of West Virginia, that name did not mean safety. It did not mean comfort. And it certainly didn't mean it was a beautiful day in the neighborhood. In Fayette County, when people whispered the name Fred Rogers, they didn't smile. They locked their doors. They checked the shotgun behind the frame. Because the Fred Rogers of this story wasn't interested in being your neighbor. He was interested in hunting you. This is not the story of a children's show host. This is the story of a man who walked the same earth at the same time, carrying the same name, but living in a completely different moral universe. While one Fred Rogers was building a land of make-believe, the other was building a very real house of horrors. A place so disturbing that the locals, tough, hardened coal miners and mountain men who had seen everything, couldn't bring themselves to call him a man at all. They called him the Beast Man. To understand how this happened, we have to strip away our modern comforts. We have to go back to a time before smartphones, before DNA profiling, and before the term serial killer even existed. We are going to 1950s Appalachia. Picture a world of steep green mountains that act like walls, cutting you off from the rest of civilization. It is a place of breathtaking beauty, but also of profound isolation. In the 50s, the interstate highway system hadn't yet sliced through these hills. Roads were dirt and gravel. Houses were miles apart, hidden behind thick curtains of oak and pine. If you screamed in a city, someone might hear you. If you screamed here, the sound would just travel up the valley and dissolve into the fog. In this world, survival depended on trust. You had to trust your neighbor because he was the only one who could pull your truck out of the mud or help you fix your barn roof. Strangers were viewed with suspicion, but a neighbor? A neighbor was sacred. And that is exactly what Fred Rogers counted on. He wasn't a drifter. He wasn't a shadow in the alley. He was a member of the community. He was the polite man who waved at you from his porch. He was the man who might offer an elderly woman a ride to the grocery store or help a widow with her taxes. He understood the social fabric of the American South perfectly. He knew that if you wore a suit, spoke softly, and smiled at the right time, you became invisible. We often think of monsters as chaotic, messy creatures. We imagine them lurking in the dark, frantic and wild. But the most dangerous predators in history are the ones who have learned to mimic human behavior. They are the chameleons. They stand in line with us at the bank. They sit in the pew behind us at church. They look like us. Fred Rogers was the ultimate chameleon. He crafted a persona of a successful, charming businessman. He projected an image of stability that attracted exactly the kind of people he was looking for. The lonely, the vulnerable, the people who were just looking for a connection in a world that felt like it was moving too fast. But beneath that carefully ironed suit was a mind that didn't process human emotion like yours or mine. Where you see a person, he saw an object. Where you feel empathy, he felt opportunity. And where you see a home, he saw a hunting ground. To truly grasp the scale of what happened, you need to understand the stage upon which this tragedy played out. West Virginia is often called the Mountain State, but that name doesn't quite do it justice. These aren't just mountains. They are ancient, eroded walls that create a labyrinth of valleys, ridges, and hollows, or as the locals say, hollers. In the 1950s, a holler was more than just a geographical feature. It was a world unto itself. You could live your entire life in one valley and barely know the people 3 ridges over. The communities here were tight-knit, bound by blood and the coal dust that covered everything. But they were also intensely private. The unwritten rule of the mountains was simple. You mind your business, and I'll mind mine. Imagine driving down a road that isn't on any map. The canopy of trees overhead is so thick, it blocks out the midday sun. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. There are no streetlights, no cell towers, no surveillance cameras, just miles and miles of winding gravel tracks that often dead-end at a solitary house. It was the perfect environment for a predator. In a modern city, you are constantly being watched. Witnesses, cameras, digital footprints. But here, a man could disappear. Or worse, he could make someone else disappear. The police presence in these rural counties was minimal. A sheriff might have 3 or 4 deputies covering an area of 500 square miles. They didn't have the manpower to patrol every back road. They relied on reports. They relied on people noticing that something was wrong. But what happens when the person who goes missing has no one to notice? This isolation created a unique kind of vulnerability. We often think of the 1950s as the golden age of American community, where doors were left unlocked and everyone knew everyone. That was true in the suburbs of New York or Chicago. But in the remote corners of Appalachia, isolation was a double-edged sword. It offered freedom, yes, but it also offered silence. In these hills, if you scream, the only thing that answers back is the echo, and sometimes not even that. The geography acted as an accomplice. If you wanted to hide something in a city, you had to be clever. If you wanted to hide something here, you just had to walk 100 yards into the woods. The forest floor, with its deep layers of foliage and shifting soil, could swallow a secret in an afternoon. Into this landscape walked Fred Rogers. He wasn't a mountain man by birth, but he understood the utility of the terrain. He saw the hollers not as a place of beauty, but as a place of concealment. He realized that the privacy the locals cherished so much could be weaponized against them. He chose his location carefully. A house that was respectable enough to invite guests into, but isolated enough that no one could hear what happened after the door closed. A place where the nearest neighbor was just far enough away to see the lights on, but too far away to hear a cry for help. The house he eventually occupied became a fortress of solitude. To the casual observer driving past, it was just another quiet home in a quiet state. A place where a man might retire to read books and listen to the radio. But the geography allowed him to control his environment completely. He controlled who came in. He controlled who went out. And most importantly, he controlled the narrative. If you were casting a movie about a serial killer in the 1950s, you would probably look for someone with a sharp, sinister face, someone with cold eyes and a nervous twitch. You would want the audience to know, the moment he stepped on screen, that this was the bad guy. Fred Rogers would never have been cast in that role. In person, Rogers was disarmingly ordinary. He was a heavy-set man, soft around the middle, with a face that seemed permanently etched with a grandfatherly concern. He wore thick-rimmed glasses that gave him an air of intelligence and harmlessness. He didn't look like a predator. He looked like the guy who taught Sunday school or the accountant who handled the church finances. He dressed the part, too. In a region where denim overalls and coal-stained work boots were the uniform of the day, Rogers was always impeccable. He wore suits. He wore ties. His shirts were starched. He smelled of cheap but pleasant cologne and tobacco. To the people of West Virginia, this attire signaled one thing: respectability. He presented himself as a man of means, a retired civil engineer or perhaps a businessman looking for a quiet place to settle down after a life of hard work. He spoke with a confidence that suggested he knew things others didn't. When he walked into the local general store, the conversation didn't stop in fear. It stopped in deference. But this persona was a complete fabrication. It was a costume. The real Fred Rogers was a career criminal, but not a violent one, at least, not initially. He was a grifter, a con artist. He had spent years drifting through the cracks of American society, learning the art of the lie. He knew that people see what they want to see. If you act like you belong, people assume you do. If you act like you have money, people assume you are rich. He had learned a crucial lesson early in his life of crime. Violence attracts attention, but persuasion is invisible. If you rob a bank, the police come looking. But if you talk someone into giving you their life savings, they might be too embarrassed to ever report it. Rogers was a master of reading human needs. He could look at a person and see exactly what was missing from their life. For the men in the community, he offered camaraderie and stories of the outside world. For the women, he offered something far more dangerous: hope. He wasn't a young man. By the time he arrived in West Virginia, he was in his late 50s. This age was his greatest camouflage. We are conditioned to view the elderly as harmless. We hold doors open for them. We trust them with our children. We assume that the fire of aggression burns out with age. Rogers used this bias like a skeleton key. Who would suspect the chubby, bespectacled old man of doing anything worse than cheating at cards? And he realized that in the vast, lonely expanse of America, he didn't need to hunt with a gun. He found a weapon that was far more effective, silent, and reached much further than any bullet. He picked up a pen. In the era before dating apps and instant messaging, the search for love was a slow, deliberate process. For millions of Americans in the 1950s, especially those who were widowed, divorced, or simply left behind by the post-war baby boom, loneliness was a quiet epidemic. To cure this, many turned to Lonely Hearts Clubs. These were magazines and newspapers dedicated to connecting singles across the country. You would send in a photo and a short biography, pay a small fee, and your profile would be printed alongside hundreds of others. It was the Tinder of the atomic age, but infinitely slower, and as it turned out, infinitely more dangerous. For Fred Rogers, these magazines were not a path to romance. They were a catalogue. He didn't just browse them, he studied them. He looked for specific keywords: widow, savings, homeowner, no children. He was filtering for vulnerability. He was looking for women who had assets but no protectors, women who were desperate enough to travel to a stranger and isolated enough that no one would immediately come looking for them. Once he identified a target, the seduction began. But it didn't happen in person. It happened on paper. Rogers was a prolific writer. His letters were masterpieces of manipulation. He didn't come on too strong. He didn't sound desperate. He sounded like a kindred spirit. He would write about his own loneliness, a lie, his comfortable retirement, a lie, and his desire for a companion to share his golden years, the biggest lie of all. He spun a fantasy that was irresistible to a woman sitting alone in a small apartment in Ohio or Pennsylvania. He described the beautiful West Virginia hills. He described his large, empty house that just needed a woman's touch to make it a home. He painted a picture of a peaceful, secure future. For a woman struggling with financial insecurity or the fear of dying alone, these letters were a lifeline. Rogers was offering them an escape hatch. But behind the poetic language was a cold, mathematical calculation. Rogers was essentially running a business. The commodity was human life, and the profit margin was whatever was in their bank account. The trap snapped shut when he popped the question. Not necessarily marriage right away, but a visit. "Come see the house," he would write. "Bring your things. If you like it, we can build a life together." He often advised them to sell their property before coming. "Why keep that old house?" he would suggest gently. "Bring the cash. We can put it into a joint account. We'll start fresh. It sounds obvious to us now. The red flags are blinding, but you have to put yourself in their shoes." These were women who had been invisible for years. Suddenly, a charming, successful man is paying them attention. He wants them. He is offering them a fairy tale ending. The desire to believe is a powerful drug. And so, they came. They packed their suitcases. They withdrew their life savings. They boarded trains and buses. They thought they were traveling toward a new beginning. In reality, they were delivering themselves and their money directly to the butcher's door. Let's follow one of these stories to see how the trap actually worked. Imagine a woman named Celia. She's in her late 50s. She's a widow. Her children have grown up and moved away. Her house feels too big, too quiet. The silence in the evening is deafening. Then she meets Fred Rogers on paper. For 3 months they exchange letters. His handwriting is neat, his tone respectful. By the 4th month, Celia is in love. Not necessarily with the man, but with the idea of him. With the idea of being needed again. He suggests she come for a visit. Just to see, he says. No pressure. But he adds a practical note. If you do decide to stay, it would be a shame to have to go all the way back to sell your things. Why not liquidate now? Bring the cash. Banks are so impersonal, and out here in the country, cash is king. She sells her furniture. She closes her bank account. She sews the cash into the lining of her coat or hides it deep in her purse, feeling a thrill of excitement she hasn't felt in decades. She takes a Greyhound bus. The landscape changes from the flat plains or the crowded city streets to the rolling green hills of Appalachia. The roads get narrower. The towns get smaller. When she arrives at the station, he is there waiting. He looks exactly like his picture. He is smiling. He takes her heavy suitcase, the one containing everything she owns in the world. He opens the car door for her. "Welcome home," he says. The drive to the house is long. They leave the main road, then the paved road, then the gravel road. The trees close in. The nearest house was passed miles ago. A flicker of doubt might cross her mind now. It's very isolated. It's very quiet. When they pull up to the house, it looks normal. A 2-story structure, maybe a bit weathered but solid. She steps inside. She expects a warm embrace, a cup of tea, a celebration of their new life. And for the first few days, that's exactly what she gets. This was the most cruel part of Roger's game. He didn't strike immediately. He played the role of the gracious host. He cooked for them. He walked with them in the woods. He let them feel safe. He was waiting. He was waiting for the check to clear. He was waiting for her to write that final letter to her family saying, "I've arrived safely. I'm so happy. I'll write again soon." That letter was crucial. It bought him time. It assured the outside world that everything was fine. Once that letter was in the mailbox, the atmosphere in the house would shift. Subtle at first. A cold look. A snapped command. The charming suitor began to dissolve, revealing the controller underneath. Celia might have noticed he was locking the doors from the inside. She might have noticed he was spending a lot of time in the basement, hammering, building something. But the dream house was rapidly becoming a cage, and the man she thought was her savior was about to become her jailer. The transition from guest to prisoner didn't happen with a bang. There were no bars on the windows, at least not visible ones. The prison Fred Rogers built was psychological first, physical second. Imagine the confusion. You are in a strange house, miles from civilization, with a man you thought you loved. When his behavior changes, your first instinct isn't to run, it's to fix it. You think, did I do something wrong? You try harder to please him. This is the cycle of abuse compressed into a terrifyingly short timeline. Rogers knew that a confused victim is a paralyzed victim. He would start by cutting the lines of communication. The phone is acting up, he'd say. Or, let's just enjoy our privacy for a while. Inside the house, the walls began to close in. The isolation of the holler, once romantic, became oppressive. Rogers would begin to extract information. Where exactly is the rest of the money? Are there any other bank accounts? Who else knows you are here? He did this casually, over dinner, but his eyes were hard. He was taking inventory. He needed to be sure that when she disappeared, no one would have a reason to come looking immediately. We have evidence that some victims lived in the house for weeks before the end came. Weeks of walking on eggshells. Weeks of sleeping in a bed that felt increasingly like a coffin. One can only imagine the moment of realization. The moment when the nice old man mask slipped completely. Maybe she found something she wasn't supposed to see, a piece of jewelry that didn't belong to her, a dress in a size she didn't wear. Or maybe she just saw it in his eyes, the look of a predator who is done playing with his food. She wrote to her sister that she had found paradise. She didn't know she was digging her own grave in the backyard, because that is what was happening. While she was inside, worrying about his mood, Rogers was outside, preparing the disposal site. He was methodical. He dug holes. He prepared chemicals. He sharpened tools. The terror of this situation is the helplessness. Even if she wanted to run, where would she go? She is in the middle of the Appalachian wilderness. She has no car. She likely has no money, as she has already given it to him for safekeeping. And Rogers was always watching. But the end was inevitable. Rogers ran his house like a conveyor belt. He couldn't have the old victim cluttering up the space when he was already writing letters to the next one. He needed the room. He needed the bed empty. The murder itself wasn't a crime of passion. It wasn't a heated argument that got out of hand. It was a chore. It was the final item on a checklist. Get the money, secure the deed, kill the woman, clean the house, repeat. And the most chilling part? While this horror movie was playing out inside the walls, life outside went on as normal. The mailman delivered the post. The sun rose and set over the mountains, and Fred Rogers, the monster of the holler, continued to wave at his neighbors. We often comfort ourselves with the idea that evil is obvious. We want to believe that if a man was butchering people in his basement, he would walk around with a dark cloud over his head. But Fred Rogers destroyed that comfort. He wasn't the outcast. He was the pillar. While he was actively murdering women and disposing of their bodies, he was also attending the local church every Sunday. He sang the hymns. He put money in the collection plate, money that, in all likelihood, he had just peeled from the cold fingers of a dead woman. He was a member of the community in good standing. Neighbors described him as soft-spoken and gentle. One neighbor recounted how Rogers would stop by to discuss gardening tips. Another remembered him bringing over a pie. Imagine that, eating a slice of pie baked by hands that had just dismembered a human body. This is the uncanny valley of real life. It's the dissonance that makes your skin crawl. How can a man compartmentalize his mind so completely? How can he switch from beast to neighbor in the span of a door opening? He was particularly good with children. He would wave to them as they played. He gave them candy. To the kids in the holler, he was just Mr. Rogers up the hill. The parents trusted him. In a tight-knit community, that trust is currency. And Rogers was rich. He used this social camouflage to deflect suspicion. If someone saw smoke rising from his property at odd hours, they didn't think, he's burning evidence. They thought, Fred is clearing brush. If they saw him digging, they didn't think, he's digging a grave. They thought, Fred is putting in a new septic line. There is a story of a local man who actually helped Rogers move some heavy trunks. The man joked, "What do you have in here, Fred? Bodies?" Rogers just laughed, a warm, throaty chuckle. "Just old books and papers," he said. "Heavy memories." The neighbor laughed too. They shared a moment of connection over the heavy trunk. A trunk that, we now know, likely contained the dismembered remains of a Lonely Hearts victim. That neighbor lived with that memory for the rest of his life. The realization that he had literally helped the monster hide his crimes, that he had looked the devil in the eye and shared a joke with him. He was so confident in his mask that he became arrogant. He believed he was smarter than everyone in the holler. He believed that these simple mountain folk would never catch on to a sophisticated man like him. He thought he was invincible. He thought he could keep this conveyor belt of death running forever. But arrogance is a blinder. When you look down on people, you stop noticing that they are watching you. You stop being careful. And even the most meticulous spider eventually trips on his own web. The perfect crime is a myth. You can be careful. You can be smart. But you cannot control the universe. Chaos always introduces a variable you didn't account for. For Fred Rogers, the variable was greed. He was getting faster. The gaps between victims were shortening. He was becoming addicted not just to the money, but to the process. And when you speed up, you get sloppy. It wasn't a fingerprint that gave him away. It wasn't a witness who saw a murder. It was something much more mundane. It was a taxi driver. Rogers had been bringing women to the house, but he had to get them there somehow. Usually he picked them up. But as he got busier, or perhaps lazier, he started using local taxi services to transport victims from the train station to his isolated home. In a big city, a taxi driver sees 1,000 faces a day. They don't remember you. In rural West Virginia, a taxi driver remembers everyone, especially a stranger, especially a woman dressed in city clothes, carrying all her luggage, looking for the Rogers place. People started to talk. "Hey, did you see that lady go up to Fred's house last week? Whatever happened to her? I haven't seen her since." But the real breaking point came from outside the holler. Rogers had killed a woman and, as usual, forged a letter to her family to buy time. But he made a mistake. He didn't know the family dynamic well enough. The tone was wrong. The handwriting was slightly off. Or perhaps the victim had a specific nickname for her sister that Rogers didn't use. The sister didn't buy it. She didn't just shrug and move on. She got on a train. She came to West Virginia looking for answers. She went to the police. At first, the local sheriff was skeptical. "Fred Rogers? The nice old man on the hill? You must be mistaken, ma'am." But she was persistent. She had the letters. She had the dates. She demanded they look into it. Reluctantly, the police decided to pay a visit. Just a welfare check. Just to ask a few questions and clear everything up. Rogers thought he had cleaned up everything, but he forgot one small, insignificant piece of paper. A receipt, a train ticket stub. We don't know for sure what the initial trigger was, but we know that when the pressure applied, cracks appeared in his story. He told the police the woman had visited but left weeks ago. She went back to her husband. He lied smoothly. She took a bus to Chicago, but the police checked the bus station. No one had seen her. They checked the train station. No ticket was purchased. The net was tightening. The discrepancies were piling up. The nice old man act was starting to look less like charm and more like a deflection. And then, a deputy noticed something. Maybe it was the fresh earth in the garden that didn't match the season. Maybe it was the smell of something burning that wasn't wood. Or maybe it was just the way Rogers stood in his doorway, blocking the view inside, his knuckles white as he gripped the frame. The investigation shifted from a missing person search to a homicide inquiry. The sleepy police force of Fayette County was about to wake up to a nightmare. There is a specific kind of tension that hangs in the air when the law comes for a man who thinks he is above it. It's a psychological chess match. When the Fayette County Sheriff's Department finally decided to move on Fred Rogers, they didn't kick down the door with guns drawn. Not yet. This was 1957. You needed more than a hunch. You needed probable cause. And Rogers, ever the chameleon, was determined not to give them an inch. The sheriff arrived with a warrant to search the premises, but Rogers met him on the porch. He was indignant. He played the victim perfectly. "This is harassment," he claimed. "I am a respectable citizen. How dare you accuse me of harming those lovely ladies?" He used his age as a shield. He pretended to be frail, confused, hurt by the accusations. He invited the officers in, offering them coffee, trying to charm them one last time. "Look around," he said, sweeping his hand across the living room. "Do you see anything sinister here?" And at first glance, they didn't. The living room was tidy. There were doilies on the tables. There was a Bible on the stand. It looked like the home of a lonely, fastidious bachelor. But the officers were no longer buying the act. They noticed that the floorboards in one room seemed newer than the others. They noticed a trunk that was padlocked. They noticed that for a man who claimed his guests had left, there were an awful lot of women's clothes still hanging in the closets. "Why did she leave her winter coat, Fred?" an officer asked. "It's November." "Why would she leave without her coat?" Rogers stuttered. She was in a hurry. She said she'd buy a new one." The mask began to crack. The smooth, confident voice became shrill. The grandfatherly demeanor dissolved into defensiveness. He wasn't the master of the house anymore. He was a cornered animal. The sheriff gave the order. "Tear it apart, boys." Rogers watched in silence as the illusion of his life was dismantled. They pulled books off the shelves, they opened drawers, they looked under the rugs, and then they found the basement door. Basements in Appalachia are common. They are used for storing canned goods, coal and tools. But when the deputy put his hand on the latch of this particular door, he hesitated. There was a smell seeping through the cracks. It wasn't the smell of coal. It wasn't the smell of potatoes. It was a sweet, cloying, metallic scent that triggers a primal alarm in the human brain. The officer looked at Rogers. Rogers wasn't smiling anymore. His face had gone blank. His eyes were dead. He knew the game was over. The officer turned the handle. The door creaked open, revealing a set of wooden stairs descending into the darkness. "Flashlight," the officer requested, his voice tight. A beam of light cut through the gloom, dancing over dust motes. It traveled down the stairs, hitting the concrete floor below. The descent into the basement was a descent into the mind of Fred Rogers. The air grew colder with every step. The smell became overpowering, a mix of damp earth, chemical cleaners, and that undeniable scent of decay. The silence was absolute, save for the heavy breathing of the officers and the creak of the wooden stairs. When the flashlight beam finally swept the room, the first thing they noticed was the organization. This wasn't a chaotic dungeon. It was a workshop. Tools were hung neatly on pegboards. Hammers, saws, knives, all arranged by size. Jars of nails and screws were labeled. It looked like the workspace of a meticulous craftsman. But then, the light fell on the details that didn't fit. On a workbench, amidst the tools, sat a woman's purse. Next to it, a pair of glasses. Further down, a single pearl earring. These were not the artifacts of a carpenter, these were trophies. The officers moved deeper into the room. In the corner, there was a pile of what looked like refuse, covered by a tarp. One officer stepped forward and lifted the corner of the heavy canvas. He dropped it immediately and stumbled back, gagging. It wasn't refuse, it was clothing. Bloody, torn clothing. Dresses that had once been worn to church. Coats that had been bought for a new life in the country. Now, they were just rags soaked in the evidence of a massacre. But where were the bodies? The search continued. They found a crawl space, a low, narrow tunnel dug into the earth beneath the foundation. The soil here was loose, disturbed. "Get a shovel," the sheriff ordered. His voice was barely a whisper. They didn't have to dig deep. A few inches of dirt were scraped away, and the beam of the flashlight caught something white. It wasn't a stone. It was bone. As they uncovered more, the scale of the atrocity became clear. This wasn't just one victim. The earth beneath the house was a mass grave. Rogers had been living, sleeping, and eating directly above the remains of the women he had seduced. The floorboards that the officers had walked on upstairs, they were the ceiling of a tomb. But the most disturbing discovery was yet to come. It wasn't in the dirt. It was in a bucket near the furnace. The officer looked inside. He froze. "Dear God," he whispered. Inside were not just remains, but parts. Prepared parts. Rogers hadn't just killed these women. He had dismantled them. He had treated them like livestock. He had tried to burn what he could and bury what he couldn't. The nickname the Beast Man didn't come from a newspaper headline. It came from the mouths of these hardened police officers who, in that moment, realized they weren't dealing with a human being. They were dealing with something feral. The officer opened the basement door to let in fresh air, but the smell wouldn't leave. It seemed to have soaked into their uniforms, into their skin. Upstairs, Fred Rogers sat in a chair, handcuffed. He could hear the sounds from below, the digging, the gasps, the retching. He didn't look ashamed. He didn't look terrified. He just looked annoyed, like a man whose project had been interrupted, like a man who was calculating how much this inconvenience was going to cost him. The moniker, the Beast Man, suggests something wild, something out of folklore like a werewolf or a yeti. But the reality was far worse because it was real. When the coroner arrived, the task before him was grim. The remains found in the crawl space and the buckets were not intact. They had been subjected to a level of violence that shocked even the medical professionals. Rogers hadn't just murdered these women, he had erased them. The investigation revealed that he used a sledgehammer, a simple, brutal tool found in almost every shed in America. In Rogers' hands, it was an instrument of annihilation. He used it to stun, to kill, and then to facilitate the disposal. The police found jars, not jars of preserves or moonshine, but jars containing souvenirs, trophies harvested from the bodies. It was this specific detail, the keeping of parts, that turned the stomach of the public. It suggested that Rogers didn't just kill for money. He killed because he enjoyed the ownership. He wanted to possess these women entirely, even after death. He had reduced human beings to puzzle pieces. The newspapers couldn't print the full details. It was too gruesome for the 1950s sensibilities. They used euphemisms like dismembered and mutilated, but the whispers in town filled in the blanks. The locals said he fed parts to the hogs. They said he burned parts in the wood stove that heated the living room. Whether these rumors were all true or exaggerated by fear, the core truth remained. Fred Rogers had turned his home into an abattoir. The police found evidence of at least 2 distinct victims in the house immediately, Celia G. and Alvy S. But there were signs of more. Jewelry that didn't match either woman. A wedding ring with an inscription that couldn't be traced. When the bodies were brought out, they were carried in bags. Not stretchers. Bags. The sight of those small, heavy sacks being carried out of the nice old man's house broke something in the community's psyche. People who had shaken his hand felt dirty. People who had eaten at his table felt sick. The betrayal was absolute. The Beast Man wasn't a legend anymore. He was the man in the back of the squad car, watching the proceedings with cold, dead eyes. The interrogation of Fred Rogers was not a shouting match. There was no slamming of tables, no sweating under a bright light. It was a conversation, and that was the most terrifying part. Rogers sat in the chair, his hands folded in his lap. He looked like a disappointed schoolteacher. When the detectives laid out the evidence, the bodies, the hammer, the letters, he didn't break down. He didn't cry. He didn't beg for forgiveness. He just sighed. "Well," he said, as if discussing a minor accounting error, "it seems you've made quite a mess of my house." The detectives were stunned. They were showing him photos of the carnage he had created, and he was worried about his floorboards. "Did you kill them, Fred?" the sheriff asked. Rogers looked at him, his eyes devoid of any spark of humanity. "They were problems," he said. "I solved them." He described the murders the way you would describe changing a flat tire. Annoying, but necessary. He spoke of the women not as people, but as obstacles. "She got too clingy," he said of one. "She wouldn't stop talking about her money," he said of another. In his mind, he was the victim. He was the one who had been inconvenienced. These women had come into his life, disrupted his peace, and forced him to take drastic measures. He admitted to the killings with a chilling calmness. He explained how he hit them, how he cut them. He even critiqued his own technique, mentioning that the saw he used was dull and he should have sharpened it. The detectives listened in horror. They realized they weren't talking to a man who had snapped in a moment of passion. They were talking to a man who had no conscience. He was a sociopath in the purest definition of the word. He understood that what he did was illegal, but he didn't feel that it was wrong. "I gave them a nice few weeks," he justified. "They were happy, happier than they'd been in years. I did them a favor." This twisted logic is common among psychopaths. They rewrite reality to make themselves the hero, or at least the rational actor. Rogers genuinely believed that the few weeks of false romance he provided were fair payment for their lives and their fortunes. The transcript of that interrogation is a document of pure evil. It reveals a mind that is completely alien to us, a mind where empathy does not exist, where love is a tool, and where murder is just a transaction. As the detectives left the room, they felt drained. They had looked into the abyss, and the abyss had smiled back. In 1957, there was no 24-hour news cycle, no Twitter, no TikTok. But news of a crime this grotesque traveled faster than any fiber optic cable could carry it. It traveled by word of mouth, by telephone wire, and by the ink-stained pages of the morning paper. Fayette County, usually a quiet blip on the map, became the center of the universe. Reporters from New York, Chicago, and Richmond descended on the small town. They camped out on the courthouse lawn. They hounded the locals for quotes. They turned the tragedy into a spectacle. The headlines were sensational. Bluebeard of the Hills, the lovelorn killer, the beast man caught. Inside the courtroom, the atmosphere was electric. The gallery was packed. When Fred Rogers walked in, a hush fell over the room. He didn't look like a monster. He looked like Fred. He was wearing a suit. He was clean-shaven. He nodded politely to his lawyer. This visual disconnect was the hardest thing for the public to process. They wanted a villain with fangs. They got a grandfather. The trial was swift. The evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution laid out the timeline, the letters, the arrival of the victims, the withdrawals from the banks, the blood in the basement. They brought out the hammer. They brought out the saw. The jury, composed of local men, listened with stone faces. They knew this man. Some of them had probably bought him a coffee. The betrayal felt personal. Rogers took the stand? No. His lawyers knew better. They knew that if he opened his mouth, his arrogance would hang him faster than any rope. They tried to plead insanity. They argued that no sane man could do such things. But the prosecution countered with Rogers' own meticulousness. A crazy man doesn't hide bodies so carefully. A crazy man doesn't forge letters to throw off the police. A crazy man doesn't balance his checkbook with the stolen money. This was calculated evil. The most chilling moment of the trial came when the prosecution read the letters Rogers had sent to his victims. The words of love, of hope, of future happiness. And then they showed the photos of what he did to the women who believed those words. The verdict was never in doubt. Guilty, on all counts. When the judge asked if he had anything to say, Rogers stood up. He didn't apologize. He didn't ask for mercy. He simply said, "I did what I had to do." He was sentenced to life in prison. In West Virginia at the time, there was no death penalty for his specific charges due to a legal technicality of the era, or perhaps the jury just wanted him to rot. He would die in a cage, just as he had made his victims die in his house. The gavel banged. The crowd erupted. But as Rogers was led away, he didn't look defeated. He looked bored. The circus was over, and he was ready to go back to his cell and read his books. But the question remained, what made him? Was he born a monster, or did the world make him one? After the gavel fell and the cameras left, the psychologists arrived. They wanted to understand the machinery of Fred Rogers' mind. How does a human being reach a point where dismembering another person becomes a mundane chore? Rogers fits the profile of what criminologists call a comfort killer or a hedonistic killer. But unlike those who kill for sexual thrill, Rogers' primary motivation was profit, mixed with a pathological need for control. He viewed people as resources. In his worldview, a human being was no different than a coal seam or a timber forest. You extract the value and you discard the waste. The value in this case was their savings. The waste was their bodies. Experts looked for a reason: trauma, abuse, a childhood injury. They dug into his past. Rogers had a history of petty crime, of fraud, of deceit. He had always been a grifter. But grifting is a long way from butchery. What changed? Some theorize that age played a role. As he got older, he lost the patience for the long con. He didn't want to spend years swindling someone. He wanted the money now. Murder became a shortcut. It was the most efficient way to close the deal. Others point to the isolation of the Holler. In the absence of societal observation, his darkest impulses were allowed to grow unchecked. Without neighbors to judge him, without the constant reinforcement of social norms, his morality eroded. He created his own kingdom where he was the king, the judge, and the executioner. But there is a more disturbing possibility. The possibility that there was no reason. We desperately want to find a cause for evil because it makes us feel safer. If we can say he was abused or he had a brain tumor, we can tell ourselves that we are different, that we are safe. But sometimes you look into the abyss and the abyss just shrugs. Rogers showed no signs of psychosis. He wasn't hearing voices. He wasn't hallucinating. He knew exactly what he was doing. He just didn't care. He lacked the fundamental hardware of empathy. To him, other people were just NPCs, non-player characters in a video game where he was the only real person. In prison, Rogers was a model inmate. He was polite. He followed the rules. He never caused trouble. This further proves that his violence was pragmatic, not impulsive. He was violent when it served his purpose. When violence no longer served him, he turned it off like a light switch. He died in prison a year later, in 1958. His heart gave out. A mundane end for a monster. He took his secrets to the grave. We will never know exactly how many women answered his ads. We will never know how many lie in unmarked graves in the West Virginia hills. But he left behind a legacy, a scar on the landscape, and a warning that the most dangerous monsters aren't the ones hiding under the bed. They are the ones inviting you to sit on the porch. Today, if you drive through Fayette County, you might miss the location of the Rogers house entirely. The original structure is gone, reclaimed by the earth or demolished to wipe away the memory. The woods have grown back, covering the scars in the soil. The birds sing, and the wind rustles through the trees, just as it did in 1957. But the name remains. It is one of the strangest coincidences in American history. Two men, same name, roughly the same era. One became the symbol of ultimate goodness, a man who wore a cardigan and taught us that we are special. The other became the symbol of ultimate darkness, a man who wore a mask of sanity and taught us that we are vulnerable. Fred McFeely Rogers, the TV host, launched his show nationally in 1968. By then, the Fred Rogers of West Virginia was long dead. But for the people of Appalachia who lived through the terror, seeing that name on a television screen must have sent a shiver down their spines. It serves as a grim reminder of the duality of human nature. We are capable of profound kindness, of building neighborhoods where everyone is welcome. And we are capable of profound cruelty, of building traps where no one leaves. The story of the Beast Man is not just a true crime tale. It is a piece of American folklore now. It is a warning whispered to young women in the mountains. Be careful who you trust. Be careful of the stranger with a smile. Be careful of the house that sits too far back from the road. We live in a world that is more connected than ever. We have safety apps, background checks, and digital footprints. We like to think that a predator like Rogers couldn't exist today, that he would be caught instantly. But loneliness hasn't gone away. If anything, it has changed shape. The Lonely Hearts columns have been replaced by dating sites and chat rooms. The methods are new, but the vulnerability is the same. There are still people looking for connection, and there are still wolves looking for sheep. So, the next time you hear the name Fred Rogers, by all means, think of the trolley, the puppets, and the land of make-believe. Let that warmth fill you. We need it. But maybe, just for a second, let your mind drift to a misty holler in 1957. Remember the other Fred. Remember Celia. Remember Alvy. Remember the women who packed their bags for a new life. and found only silence. There are two Fred Rogers in American history. One taught us how to love our neighbor, the other showed us why we should fear them. And in the end, the most important lesson might be to know the difference. Imagine the scene. A lone cabin in the backwoods of North Carolina, burning against the blackness of a moonless night. Inside, amidst the smoke and embers, an entire family has been slaughtered. The father, the mother, 4 small children, all gone. But when the neighbors finally pull a body from the flames, they discover the impossible. The mother, Polly Weston, is still breathing, but a fire of pure vengeance is keeping her alive just long enough to whisper 2 names. The newspapers called it the Weston House Massacre. But those who lived in these mountains knew the official version was just the tip of the iceberg. It was a story of a fatal glance, a blood oath, and a question that still hangs in the air today. What truly brought the wrath of the Adair brothers down upon that little family? Today, we will sift through the ashes of that cabin, separate the facts from the folklore, and find out what really happened on that fateful night. To understand the tragedy, you first have to understand the world it destroyed. This was Rutherford County, North Carolina, in 1871. The scars of the Civil War were still raw and weeping across the South. In these hills and hollows, the official law was a distant whisper, easily drowned out by the crack of a rifle or the sizzle of a moonshine still. It was a land of breathtaking beauty and brutal hardship, a place where good men tried to carve out a life while monsters roamed the shadows. In this world lived Silas Weston. He was not a hero of legend or a man of great wealth. He was a man of the earth. His hands were calloused from the plow, his face weathered by the sun, but his heart was full. His treasure wasn't gold. It was the sound of his wife Polly singing in their small cabin and the laughter of his 4 children playing in the yard. Their life was a simple one, governed by the seasons and the sweat of their brow. They were humble people, asking for nothing more than what they could earn from the soil, a small island of warmth and light in a cold, uncertain time. But this land was also home to a different kind of man, men like Grover and Columbus Adair. They were not men of the earth, they were predators of the forest. Where Silas saw a field to plant, they saw a place to bury a body. They were the dark reflection of the Appalachian spirit, fiercely independent, but twisted into something malevolent by greed and a thirst for power. Their names were spoken in hushed tones, a local plague that everyone knew about, but no one dared to cure. They were the kings of the backwoods, their throne built on fear. Grover was the mind of the operation, cold and sharp as a winter wind. He planned the robberies, managed the illegal whiskey trade, and passed judgment on anyone who crossed them. Columbus was his brother's fury made flesh, a brute of a man, quick to anger and terrifying in his rage. Together, they were a perfect engine of destruction. They didn't just break the law, they considered themselves to be the law in the dark corners of the county where the sheriff's authority couldn't reach. These two worlds, the simple sunlit life of the Westons and the violent shadowy empire of the Adairs, existed side by side, separated by only a few miles of woods and a moral chasm as wide as the ocean. They were two forces of nature bound to collide. For Silas Weston, a man who lived by honesty and hard work, was unknowingly walking a path that led directly into the heart of the Adair's darkness. And he was about to learn that in this fractured land, a single glance could be a death sentence for an entire family. The spark that ignited this hellfire wasn't a land dispute or a family feud. It was something far simpler and far more terrifying, a man taking a wrong turn on his way home. Silas Weston, weary from a day's work, took a little used path through the woods, a shortcut he thought might get him back to his family a few minutes sooner. But that path led him straight into the heart of the Adair's world. There, in a secluded clearing, he saw them, Grover, Columbus and their accomplice Martin Bernard unloading barrels of illegal whiskey from a wagon. It was the lifeblood of their criminal enterprise, laid bare under the dappled sunlight. For a long, terrible moment, no one moved. The world shrunk to the space between them. It wasn't just a glance, it was a conversation without words. In Silas's eyes, the brothers saw a flash of recognition, followed by the cold bloom of fear. And in the Adair's eyes, Silas saw something far worse than anger. He saw a calm, dead-eyed calculation. He had stumbled behind the curtain and seen the monsters for who they were. He was a witness. In that silent clearing, a judgment was passed and a death sentence was signed. Silas did the only thing a man in his position could do. He gave a slight, nervous nod, turned his back, and walked away, every nerve in his body screaming. He didn't run. He knew that would be a confession of his fear. He just walked, forcing himself to keep a steady pace, feeling the weight of their stare on his back like a physical blow. His only thought was of Polly and the children. He had to get back to the warmth of his cabin, back to the life that suddenly felt so fragile, as if it were made of glass. But the Adair brothers weren't the kind to let a problem walk away. For them, a witness was like a seed of disease that had to be burned out before it could sprout. As soon as Silas was out of sight, a look passed between Grover and Columbus. No words were needed. Grover, the strategist, saw a loose thread that could unravel their entire operation. Columbus, the brute, saw an offense that had to be answered with overwhelming force. This wasn't a matter of if they would act, but how and when. The hunt began immediately. It wasn't loud or dramatic. It was quiet, patient, and methodical. They followed his tracks. They learned the location of his small farm. They watched his cabin from the tree line, observing the simple, happy life within. They were no longer just criminals. They were wolves circling a homestead, waiting for the sun to set. For the Adairs, this wasn't about silencing a man anymore. It was about making a statement, a brutal lesson written in blood for anyone else who might dare to look upon their secrets. Night fell on the western homestead like a shroud. Inside the small cabin, a family slept, warmed by the embers in the hearth, dreaming simple dreams. That peace was shattered in an instant by the sound of splintering wood as the cabin door was kicked from its hinges. The cold, dark air that rushed in carried with it the stench of whiskey and raw violence. Two hulking shadows filled the doorway, their forms monstrous against the faint moonlight. Silas Weston was on his feet before he was fully awake, a father's instinct his only weapon. He moved to stand between the invaders and his family, a final, desperate act of defiance. There was a brief, furious struggle, a man's desperate cry, cut short by a sickening, heavy thud. When the screaming started, Silas was no longer standing. He had fallen face down onto the dirt floor of the home he had built with his own two hands. Polly's world became a whirlwind of terror. She tried to gather her children, to shield their small bodies with her own, but the shadows were on her in a heartbeat. She didn't see the blades as much as she felt them, a series of sharp, blinding impacts that stole her breath. One of the men stood over her, and a final crushing weight descended upon her head. The world dissolved into a crimson blur. Through a haze of pain and fading consciousness, the sounds became her entire reality. The sounds would be seared into her memory forever. The terrified cries of her children calling for their mother, for their father who would never answer. She fought to stay awake, fought to get up, but her body wouldn't obey. And then, one by one, the small voices were extinguished, fading into a silence that was more terrifying than any scream had ever been. The work was done. The two brothers moved through the cabin with a calm, businesslike efficiency. They were no longer raging beasts, but methodical executioners cleaning up a job. One of them nudged a small, carved wooden horse with the toe of his boot, a silent witness to the night's horrors before turning away. There was no remorse in their movements, only purpose. They began to splash a pungent liquid over the walls, the floors, and the still forms that lay upon them. The sharp scent of kerosene filled the air, a promise of purification by fire. A match was struck, its tiny flame a flicker of pure evil in the gloom. It was tossed onto the saturated floorboards, and with a hungry roar, the cabin began to burn. The Adair brothers stepped back out into the night, confident that the inferno would consume their crime, leaving nothing behind but ash, silence, and the ghosts of a family that had dared to look them in the eye. For hours, the western cabin was a silent pyre, its orange glow a lone, malevolent eye in the vast darkness. It was that glow that first alerted the neighbors. They came running, buckets in hand, their hearts pounding with a dreadful premonition. But as they drew closer, the heat and the roar of the flames pushed them back. There was nothing to be saved. All they could do was watch helplessly as the home of their friends and the family within it were consumed. When dawn broke, it revealed a scene of utter desolation. A smoking, blackened square on the earth was all that remained. Men with grim faces and heavy hearts began the terrible work of sifting through the debris. They found Silas first, then, one by one, his children. Grief hung thick in the air, a choking smoke that burned worse than the fire. They worked in a stunned silence, their minds unable to process the scale of such evil. And then, one of the men let out a choked cry. Among the wreckage, they found Polly Weston. She was a ruin of a human being, her body a testament to the savagery she had endured. They assumed she was dead, another victim to be mourned. But as they moved to cover her, a faint, rattling breath escaped her lips. It was impossible. No one could survive such wounds, such a fire. But Polly Weston was not just anyone. She was a mother whose children had been stolen from her, and something inside her, a core of pure, unyielding maternal rage, refused to let go. The sheriff arrived to find a crowd standing in horrified reverence around the barely living woman. He knelt beside her, his own throat tightening at the sight. He leaned in close, putting his ear to her bloody lips, expecting a final garbled prayer. But what he heard was not a prayer. It was a verdict. In a voice that was little more than a whisper of air and blood, she gave him the names. The Adair brothers, Groven, and Columbus. That whisper was all it took. The names shot through Rutherford County like a bolt of lightning, igniting a fury that the Civil War itself hadn't managed to kindle. This wasn't a crime against one family. It was an assault on humanity itself. The shock of the massacre gave way to a wave of cold, hard rage. These weren't just murderers. They were a cancer that had been allowed to fester in the dark hollows for too long. Now, it was time to cut it out. Within hours, the county transformed. Farmers left their plows rusting in the fields and took up their hunting rifles. Veterans who had fought at Gettysburg and Antietam formed posses, their old military discipline snapping back into place. A formal reward was offered, but for these men, it wasn't about money. It was a debt of blood, and the entire community was rising as one to collect it. The Adair brothers, who had been the hunters just the night before, were now the most sought-after prey in the state of North Carolina. The manhunt was brutally efficient. The Adair brothers, who had moved through these woods like vengeful spirits, were found to be nothing more than flesh and blood. They were cornered, captured, and dragged back to town to face the community they had terrorized. Stripped of their weapons and their freedom, they were no longer kings of the hollows, but caged beasts, their eyes burning with a hateful, impotent rage as they were thrown into the county jail. Their accomplice, Martin Bernard, was captured alongside them, his face a mask of pure terror. The trial was less a legal proceeding and more a public ritual. On July 21, 1871, the town square was a sea of grim-faced humanity. Thousands of people had come from all over the region, not out of morbid curiosity, but out of a need to witness the final act. The courtroom was packed to the rafters, the air thick with the smell of sweat and a thirst for retribution. Armed men stood guard, less to prevent the prisoners from escaping and more to prevent the crowd from storming the courthouse and dispensing their own brand of justice. The prosecution's case was simple and devastating. They didn't need complex legal arguments or a mountain of circumstantial evidence. They had something far more powerful. They had Polly Weston. She was helped to the witness stand, a spectral figure wrapped in bandages, her body frail, but her gaze as hard and unyielding as mountain granite. When she was asked to identify the men who attacked her family, a hush fell over the room. She slowly raised a trembling hand and pointed a finger, first at Grover, then at Columbus. Her voice, though weak, was clear and steady, and every word fell upon the jury like a hammer blow. Throughout the testimony, the brothers reacted true to their nature. Columbus seethed in his chair, his knuckles white, glaring at the jury as if he could intimidate them into submission. Grover sat with a cold, defiant stillness, a faint, contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. There was no remorse in their eyes, no flicker of regret, only a profound arrogance, an unshakable belief that the world was theirs to break. They seemed offended not by the accusation of murder, but by the sheer audacity of these simple farmers daring to hold them accountable. The jury barely needed to deliberate. The evidence wasn't just what they had heard, it was the living, breathing proof of the Adair's evil sitting right there on the witness stand. They filed out and returned in what seemed like minutes. The foreman stood, his face set like stone, and delivered the verdict that everyone in that room already knew was coming. Guilty. The sentence followed swiftly. Death by hanging. A great cathartic roar erupted from the crowd both inside and outside the courthouse. It wasn't a cheer of celebration, but a deep, primal sound of relief, of a fever finally breaking. Justice had been served. But looking at the sea of faces, filled with a righteous and terrible satisfaction, one had to ask, was this the justice of men, carefully weighed on the scales of the law? Or was this the justice of the mountains, ancient and unforgiving? The law had provided the rope, but it was the community's fury that had tied the knot. The hangman's noose silenced the Adair brothers, but it couldn't silence their story. In fact, their deaths were just the beginning. The tale of the Western Massacre immediately began to grow roots, sinking deep into the soil of local legend, and some of those roots can still be traced today. The first and most baffling loose end was the third man, Martin Bernard. While awaiting his own execution, his wife came for a final visit. In an act of incredible daring, they swapped clothes. Bernard, hiding his face behind a woman's veil, walked calmly out of the jail while his wife remained in the cell. He was never seen again, vanishing into the mists of history and leaving a question mark that hangs over the story to this day. Bernard's mysterious escape gave birth to another enduring legend, the Adair treasure. Like so many outlaws of that era, the brothers were said to have buried their ill-gotten gains somewhere in the rugged hills of Rutherford County. Many believed Bernard didn't just flee for his life, he fled to reclaim a fortune in stolen gold and cash. To this day, there are those who comb the forests and search the old caves, guided by faded maps and local rumors, still hunting for the blood money of the Adair brothers. But the most powerful echoes of that night are not of treasure, but of tragedy. The patch of land where the western cabin once stood is considered hollow ground, a place forever scarred by grief. Locals will tell you that the woods there are unnaturally quiet, as if the birds themselves refuse to sing. They say that on still, moonless nights, you can sometimes hear the faint sound of a child crying on the wind. Some have even claimed to see a ghostly figure of a woman, forever wandering the trees where her home once stood, eternally searching for the children she lost. The land remembers the villains as well. For decades, the tree on which the brothers were hanged, or the ground where the gallows stood, was a place of superstition and dread. It was said to be cursed, that the violent, unrepentant souls of Grover and Columbus Adair were bound to the instrument of their own demise. No one dared cut the tree down, fearing that to do so would unleash their evil back into the world. It stood for years as a dark monument, a silent reminder that while justice can be served, some evils leave a stain that can never be washed away. These places, these stories, are the true legacy of that night, not written in history books, but etched into the memory of the mountains themselves. So we come back to the question that hung in the smoke of that burning cabin. What truly happened on that fateful night? The simple answer is that Silas Weston saw something he was not meant to see. But the deeper truth is that for men like Grover and Columbus Adair, his innocence was his crime. They didn't just kill a witness, they sought to annihilate a world that was the complete opposite of their own, a world of family, honesty, and light. There is, of course, a darker whisper, a rumor with no proof, that Silas was a former partner who tried to walk away. We may never know for certain, but in the end, it doesn't change the outcome, only adds another layer of tragic shadow to the tale. This story, etched into the history of Appalachia, is not simply a tale of monstrous cruelty, it is a testament to an almost superhuman will. Polly Weston, broken and left for dead, became the instrument of a justice more powerful than any lawman's badge. Her survival, fueled by a mother's rage, is what transformed a hidden crime into a public reckoning. This is the enduring lesson of the blood brothers of Adair, that while evil can be absolute, the strength of the human spirit, the will to live, to fight, and to see justice done for the ones we love can sometimes be even stronger. The Adair brothers are long gone, their bodies turned to dust. The treasure, if it ever existed, likely remains lost to the earth. But the story endures, passed down from one generation to the next, a chilling campfire tale with roots buried deep in the hard soil of truth. It serves as a brutal reminder of the darkness that men are capable of, and the incredible, impossible strength that can rise from the ashes of tragedy. The official records are closed, the graves have settled, but in the hills of North Carolina, the story is never truly over.
Put yourself on the corner of Princeton Avenue. It is a humid morning in August. The year is 1913. The air smells of coal dust and unpaved earth. Usually, the loudest thing you hear in these mountains is the distant whistle of a steam locomotive or the clatter of horses' hooves on the hard-packed clay. But today, the sound is different. It starts as a low growl, a mechanical coughing that vibrates in your chest. Then, a roar. It is a sound that doesn't belong here. It is the sound of the future tearing through the past. Heads turn, men in bowler hats stop mid-sentence, and then, cutting through that mechanical roar, comes a sound everyone knows. The sharp, cracking snap of a revolver. Once, twice. Then a volley that echoes off the brick facades of the new downtown buildings. A black metal shape tears around the corner. It isn't a horse, it is a machine. It moves with a speed that seems unnatural, kicking up a storm of brown dust that blinds the onlookers. Men are hanging off the running boards. In their hands, they aren't holding reins. They are holding cold, blue steel. This didn't happen in Chicago. It didn't happen in New York City. This happened in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. What you just visualized is not a scene from a movie. It is the moment the Wild West died and the era of the gangster was born. Most people think of 1913 as ancient history, a time of sepia photos and stiff collars. But on that August morning, the residents of Bluefield, West Virginia, witnessed a crime so advanced, so militaristic, that local law enforcement didn't even have the vocabulary to describe it. They were looking for bandits on horseback. Instead, they got a paramilitary unit in a high-speed automobile. These men didn't just rob a bank, they declared war on the 20th century. They cut the communication lines to the outside world. They used military-grade diversion tactics. And they drove a getaway vehicle through terrain that most people wouldn't dare cross on a mule. The money they took would be worth millions today. But the money isn't the story. The story is about how a quiet coal town became the stage for one of the most desperate, high-octane chases in American history. A chase that pitted the raw, brute force of the industrial age against the cunning of old-school mountain detectives. So forget the romantic images of outlaws you've seen in westerns. This wasn't romance, this was a collision. And when the dust finally settled on that mountain road, nothing in this town would ever be the same again. To understand why this happened here, you have to scrub away the rust of the last 100 years. You have to look past the empty storefronts and the quiet streets of modern Appalachia. In 1913, Bluefield, West Virginia, was not a sleepy mountain town. It was a supernova. They called it the Magic City. And it wasn't because of magicians or carnival tricks. It was because the city seemed to rise from the wilderness overnight, fueled by the one thing the world needed more than anything else: coal. The Pocahontas coal field lay just beneath the feet of these residents. It was the highest quality coal on Earth. It powered the battleships of the U.S. Navy. It fueled the steel mills of Pittsburgh. It kept the lights on in Manhattan. And all that black rock turned into rivers of green money that flowed right into Bluefield. Imagine walking down Bland Street in 1913. You wouldn't see stereotypical hillbillies in overalls. You would see men in tailored Italian suits trying to keep the mud off their polished leather shoes. You would see grand hotels with crystal chandeliers. You would hear the constant, rhythmic shunting of train cars, thousands of them, carrying the lifeblood of the Industrial Revolution. At this specific moment in time, Bluefield had more millionaires per capita than almost any other city in America. Think about that. More than New York. More than San Francisco. It was an island of extreme wealth in a sea of jagged mountains. And where did all those millionaires keep their money? In the banks, specifically the First National Bank of Bluefield. This wasn't a wooden shack with a safe in the back. It was a temple of commerce. Thick stone walls, high ceilings, brass teller cages. It was designed to look invincible. A place where a coal baron could drop a bag of gold coins and feel the heavy, reassuring thud on the marble counter. But there was something else inside that bank. Something specific. See, in 1913, credit cards didn't exist. Direct deposit was science fiction. Miners were paid in cash. Scrip was common, yes, but for the big purchases, for the real economy, you needed physical currency. Every week, trains arrived from the Federal Reserve, offloading canvas sacks heavy with silver dollars and crisp banknotes. This cash was destined for the payrolls of tens of thousands of miners working in the hollows surrounding the city. This brings us to a staggering fact. On any given Friday, the vaults in downtown Bluefield often held more liquid cash than the entire state treasury of West Virginia. It was a stockpile, a dragon's hoard sitting there, waiting to be distributed. The bank managers felt safe. They had the mountains as a natural wall. They had the local police. They had the sheer audacity of their own reputation. Who would be crazy enough to rob the bank in a town run by coal operators who practically owned the law? It seemed impossible. It seemed suicide. But wealth has a magnetic pull. It draws in investors, it draws in workers, and if you pile it high enough, it draws in predators. While the bankers were counting their deposits and the coal barons were lighting cigars, a group of men were looking at Bluefield on a map. They didn't see a magic city. They didn't see a miracle of industry. They saw a piggy bank, and they had brought a hammer. When you picture a bank robber from the early 1900s, who do you see? A dusty cowboy with a bandana over his face? A desperate drifter who had too much whiskey and not enough sense? Erase that image. The men who came to Bluefield were not cowboys. They were not desperate. They were something far more dangerous. They were professionals. In the history of American crime, there is a distinct shift that happens right around this time. The old outlaw, the romantic figure riding across the plains, was dying out. He was being replaced by a new breed, the career criminal. These men didn't rob banks because they had a grudge against the sheriff. They robbed banks because it was their job. They clocked in, they did the work, and if everything went right, they clocked out rich. We know they weren't locals. In a town like Bluefield, where everyone knew everyone's grandfather, a local crew would have been recognized before they even walked through the door. These men were ghosts. They slipped into the city unnoticed, likely by train, weeks before the event. Imagine them sitting in a diner across from the bank, drinking coffee, watching. They weren't looking at the scenery. They were counting steps. How many seconds does it take for the guard to turn his back? What time does the teller unlock the front gate? When is the street busiest? When is it empty? This was surveillance. It was data collection. They noticed the rhythms of the city. They saw that the police force, while tough, was reactive. The police waited for trouble to happen. This new breed of criminal relied on the element of surprise to be gone before the reaction could even start. They were cold. They were calculating. And they were heavily armed. We aren't talking about rusty six-shooters found in a barn. They carried high-caliber automatic pistols and sawed-off shotguns, weapons designed for close-quarters combat, weapons designed to clear a room in 2 seconds flat. But their most dangerous weapon wasn't a gun. It was their ambition. Most thieves in 1913 would be happy with a registered drawer full of cash, a few $100s, maybe 1,000. These men were looking at the vault of the First National Bank and doing the math on a score that would equal a lifetime of wages. They knew the risks. They knew that West Virginia justice was often delivered at the end of a rope, not a gavel. But they also knew that the world was changing. The old laws couldn't keep up with the new speed of life. They had the plan, they had the firepower, they had the target. But to pull off the impossible, to rob the richest bank in the mountains and vanish into thin air, they needed an escape vehicle that defied the laws of nature. A horse has limits. It gets tired, it gets spooked, it can be tracked. So, they decided to trust their lives to a machine. To understand how insane this plan was, you have to understand cars in 1913. Today, if you rob a bank, a car is the default choice. It's reliable, it's fast. But in 1913, a car was a temperamental, exploding collection of metal and rubber that hated you. Most people in Bluefield still got around on horses or mules. The roads weren't highways. They were wagon trails, deep ruts carved into the clay, filled with rocks the size of watermelons. When it rained, they turned into swamps. When it was dry, they were dust bowls. Taking a car into the Appalachian Mountains wasn't transportation. It was an extreme sport. Yet, the gang chose this. Why? Speed. Raw, terrifying speed. A good horse can gallop at 30 miles per hour, but only for a short burst. After a few miles, it needs to rest. A 1913 touring car, like a Studebaker or a Ford Model T, could sustain 30, maybe 40 miles per hour indefinitely, as long as the engine didn't overheat and the tires didn't blow. Imagine the vehicle they secured. It was a beast of open-air steel. No seatbelts, no airbags, just a bench seat, a steering wheel the size of a pizza, and an engine that sounded like a tractor fight. The robbers likely modified it. They would strip off any unnecessary weight. Fenders? Gone. Extra seats? Gone. They needed every ounce of horsepower to climb those steep mountain grades. But the real advantage was psychological. Police on horseback were used to chasing other horses. They knew the rhythm of a gallop. They knew how to cut off a rider. But how do you chase a machine that doesn't get tired? How do you catch something that roars uphill faster than your horse can trot? It was a technological, asymmetrical warfare. It would be like a criminal today using a jetpack while the police are stuck in traffic. But there was a catch, a massive one. Cars in 1913 were loud, extremely loud. You couldn't sneak up on anyone. Starting the engine involved hand-cranking a lever on the front, risking a broken wrist if it kicked back. It was a violent, noisy process, so the plan had a fatal flaw. Once that engine started, the clock wasn't just ticking, it was screaming. Every person within a 5-block radius would look up. They needed a way to buy time. They needed to make sure that even if the town heard them, even if the town saw them, no one could call for help. They had the muscle, they had the speed. Now, they needed to blind the city. Information travels fast, even in 1913. If the robbers hit the bank and sped off, the bank manager only had to run to the nearest telephone or telegraph office. Within 30 seconds, a message would be tapping out over the copper wires. Robbery in Bluefield, headed south. The sheriff in the next town over, maybe 10 miles away, would get the message before the robbers even got halfway there. He would simply drag a log across the road, gather a posse, and wait with shotguns leveled at the first car that appeared. The robbers knew this. They knew that in a race between a car and a telegram, the telegram wins every single time. So the night before the attack, or perhaps in the early dawn hours, a shadow moved through the outskirts of town. This wasn't the work of a thug. This was the work of a saboteur. They located the main trunk lines. These were thick bundles of wire strung high up on wooden poles, humming with the invisible chatter of the city. These wires were the nervous system of the region. They connected Bluefield to the police, to the railroad dispatchers, to the rest of civilization. Someone climbed that pole. Imagine the friction of wood against leather boots, the slight sway of the pole in the wind, the isolation of being 30 feet in the air in the pre-dawn darkness. He pulled out a pair of heavy-duty wire cutters. With one snip of the pliers, Bluefield was cut off from the rest of the world. It sounds simple, but the implication is terrifying. It turned the city into a cage. If things went wrong, if the bank turned into a slaughterhouse, no one was coming to help. The National Guard wouldn't know. The state police wouldn't know. It was a tactic straight out of a military playbook: divide and conquer, isolate the battlefield. And here's the micro hook. While the residents of Bluefield were waking up, brewing their coffee and reading the morning paper, they didn't realize they were already trapped. The invisible walls had gone up while they slept. The saboteur climbed down. He pocketed the cutters. He vanished back into the shadows to join the others. The trap was set. The car was prepped. The wires were dead. The sun began to climb higher over the mountains. The bank employees arrived, unlocking the heavy front doors, blissfully unaware that they were walking into a scene that had been choreographed for weeks. The robbers checked their weapons one last time. They adjusted their coats. They stepped out onto the sidewalk. It was time to go to work. The First National Bank of Bluefield opens its doors. The lobby smells of floor wax and old paper. Dust motes dance in the shafts of sunlight cutting through the high windows. It's quiet, a respectful quiet. The only sounds are the scratching of fountain pens and the soft murmur of tellers speaking to customers. Then, the doors open again. 3 men enter. They don't run. Running attracts attention. They walk with purpose. Their footsteps on the marble floor echo a little too loudly. They are wearing long coats, which is strange for a humid August morning. A teller looks up. Maybe he intends to offer a polite greeting. Maybe he just notices that these men are moving in a formation that feels wrong. The leader steps to the center of the room. He doesn't go to the counter. He stops. He looks around. He scans the balcony. He scans the exits. For a split second, time seems to freeze. You know that feeling when the air pressure drops right before a thunderstorm? That's the feeling in the room. The primitive part of the human brain screams that a predator has entered the cave. Then, the coats sweep back. The metal comes out. Hands up. Don't move. The shout shatters the respectful silence. It's guttural, violent. It bounces off the stone walls, making it sound like there are 10 men instead of 3. The reaction is confusion, denial. People don't immediately scream. They freeze. They stare. Is this a joke? Is this a drill? The leader fires a shot into the ceiling. Crack! Plaster dust rains down like snow. Now, the denial is gone. Now, there is only terror. Customers drop to the floor. Tellers back away from their cages, hands trembling in the air. The smell of floor wax is replaced by the sharp, acrid scent of gunpowder. One robber moves to the door, flipping the sign to closed and pulling the shade. The outside world disappears. Inside, the rules of society have just been suspended. The other 2 move toward the cages. They move with the efficiency of machines. No wasted motion. One covers the crowd, his gun sweeping back and forth like a metronome. The other vaults over the counter. He isn't looking for loose change. He is looking for the head cashier. He knows exactly who holds the keys. Open it, he commands. The cashier, a man who has likely never held a gun in his life, stares down the barrel of a black steel pistol. His heart is hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He fumbles for the keys on his belt. His fingers feel numb, useless. Open it now, or you're a dead man. The robber's voice is calm. That's the scariest part. He isn't screaming. He is simply stating a fact. The key slides into the lock of the inner gate. The metal tumblers click. They are in. Inside the cage, the world shrinks. It's just the robber, the terrified clerks, and the money. This isn't like the movies where stacks of cash are neatly bundled on a table. This is a working bank. There is loose currency in the drawers. There are bags of silver coins that weigh as much as a bowling ball. There are bonds, certificates, private ledgers. The robber ignores the paper. He ignores the silver. He goes straight for the large canvas sacks. He knows what they look like. He knows the markings of the Federal Reserve. He grabs a sack. It's heavy, satisfyingly heavy. He throws it to his partner, then another, then another. In 1913, the average coal miner made about $2 a day. In seconds, these men are tossing around the equivalent of 10 lifetimes of labor. But outside the cage, the control is slipping. You can't hold a room full of people hostage forever. Fear turns into panic. Panic turns into unpredictability. A woman on the floor starts to sob. A man near the door shifts his weight, thinking about making a run for it. The robber guarding the lobby senses the shift. He racks the slide of his shotgun, a metallic clack-clack that freezes everyone in place. "Stay down!" He kicks a desk. Papers fly everywhere. He needs to keep them terrified. He needs to keep them paralyzed. Back in the vault, the greedy phase begins. They have the main sacks, but now they start sweeping the drawers. They are stuffing their pockets, their shirts. They are grabbing handfuls of bills. It's sloppy, but it's human nature. When you are standing in a river of gold, you try to drink as much as you can. "Time!" the lookout shouts. They have been inside for maybe 3 minutes. It feels like 3 hours. But the plan has a strict timeline. Every second they stay is a second the police get closer. Every second increases the chance that someone on the street noticed the close sign at the wrong time. The bagman heaves the loot over his shoulder. He looks like Santa Claus from hell. They begin to back out. They don't turn their backs on the hostages. They move in reverse, guns still trained on the trembling crowd. "Nobody moves for 5 minutes, the leader warns. "Anyone comes out that door, we shoot the first person we see." It's a bluff, or maybe it isn't. No one wants to find out. They reach the front door. The leader reaches for the handle. And that is when the silence of the street outside is broken, not by a siren, but by a voice. A pedestrian, maybe a shopkeeper from next door, has walked up to the glass, cupping his hands to peer inside, wondering why the bank is closed on a Tuesday morning. He sees the guns. He sees the masks. His eyes go wide. He turns around and screams at the top of his lungs. "Robbery! They're robbing the bank!" The element of surprise is gone. The alarm has been raised, and the robbers are still inside. The plan has fractured. The silent exit is impossible. Now, it's a breakout. The leader kicks the door open. The glass shatters. They burst out onto Princeton Avenue, not as ghosts, but as targets. The street is no longer quiet. People are running. Shopkeepers are coming out of their stores. And unlike modern bystanders who might pull out a phone to record, citizens in 1913 West Virginia pulled out weapons. This was coal country. People were armed. A shot rings out from a second-story window, then another from the hardware store across the street. The robbers are taking fire. But they were ready for this. One of the men reaches into his coat. He doesn't pull out a gun. He pulls out a device that looks like an oversized firecracker. He lights the fuse and tosses it into the middle of the street. Boom! It's not dynamite, it's a smoke bomb. A thick, acrid cloud erupts, swallowing the intersection. It's gray, choking, and blinding. The air turns gray, and in that grayness, the bullets start flying. Confusion reigns supreme. The citizens can't see what they are shooting at. They hear shouting. They hear the heavy boots of the robbers sprinting on the pavement. To the car! Get to the car! They are running blind, guided only by memory. The heavy sacks of money are weighing them down, slamming against their backs with every step. Bullets zip through the smoke, snapping against the brick walls, shattering storefront windows. It's a war zone. Through the haze, they see the silhouette of their salvation. The black automobile. The driver is already there. He's been cranking the engine like a madman. The motor catches with a roar, coughing black smoke that mixes with the white diversionary smoke. The robbers dive in. They don't open doors, they vault over the sides. The money bags are thrown into the back seat, piling up like sandbags. Go, go! The driver slams the car into gear. The tires spin on the cobblestones, screeching, smelling of burnt rubber. The car fishtails violently, narrowly missing a horse-drawn delivery wagon. As they peel away, the smoke begins to clear. The sheriff runs out of his office, pistol in hand. He sees the tail end of the vehicle disappearing around the corner. He raises his gun, takes aim, and fires. But it's too late. The bullet buries itself in a wooden telephone pole. The robbers are gone. They have the money. They have the car. But they have made a critical mistake. In the chaos and the smoke, they turned south. They didn't head for the open highway. They headed straight toward the wildest, most rugged terrain in the eastern United States. They thought the mountains would hide them. In reality, the mountains were about to trap them. Have you ever driven a modern car on a gravel road? It vibrates, it's loud. Now imagine doing that in a vehicle with wooden spoke wheels, leaf spring suspension, and tires as thin as a bicycle's. And imagine doing it at 40 miles per hour. The getaway car is screaming. The engine is redlining, a constant deafening roar that drowns out the wind. Inside the car, it is violent. The robbers are bouncing off each other. They are holding onto the sides with white-knuckled grips. Every pothole feels like a bomb going off under the chassis. They are leaving the paved streets of Bluefield behind. Now, they are in the deep country. The road is just a ribbon of dirt carved into the side of a cliff. To the left, a wall of rock. To the right, a drop-off into the valley below. There are no guardrails. One wrong turn, one blown tire, and they tumble 500 feet to their deaths. The driver is fighting the wheel. There is no power steering. He has to muscle the car around every hairpin turn, sweat pouring down his face, mixing with the dust and soot. But they are moving. They are putting miles between them and the bank. They pass farmers in wagons who stare in disbelief. A car? Moving that fast? It's like seeing a spaceship. The chickens scatter. The horses rear up in terror as this black demon roars past. The robbers look back. The road behind them is empty. No flashing lights, no sirens, just the settling dust. They start to smile. The adrenaline is fading, replaced by a euphoric rush. They did it. They actually did it. They start to laugh. They slap each other on the back. They reach into the bags and pull out handfuls of cash, letting the wind whip a few bills out of the car, an offering to the gods of speed. They think they have outsmarted the law. They think the car makes them invincible. But they are forgetting something. A car needs fuel, a car needs water for the radiator, and a car needs a road. They are driving deeper into a labyrinth. The further south they go, the narrower the roads get, the steeper the hills become. And unbeknownst to them, the telegraph wires they cut back in Bluefield, they were fixed faster than they anticipated. The silence has been broken. While the robbers are celebrating in their mechanical bubble, the invisible net is already being cast. Messages are flying to the towns ahead of them. Look for a black car, heavily armed, shoot on sight. The road ahead isn't empty. It's waiting. Back in Bluefield, the shock is wearing off. The smoke is cleared. The ringing in the ears of the bank tellers is fading. Now comes the anger. The sheriff stands in the middle of the street. He is surrounded by a crowd of furious citizens. Men are running to their homes to grab rifles. This isn't just a crime, it's an insult. Strangers came into their town, threatened their women, stole their money, and drove away laughing. The sheriff knows he can't catch a car on a horse, but he knows something the robbers don't. He knows the geography. He runs to the rail yard. He doesn't need a fast car. He needs a locomotive. Within minutes, a plan is formed. They will load men and horses onto a train and send it down the line to cut off the escape route. It's a brilliant move. The train can move faster than the car on the winding mountain tracks. But the sheriff needs more than just a posse. He needs professionals. He makes a call, not to the state police, not to the FBI, which barely existed yet. He calls a number that every criminal in the coal fields feared. He calls the local office of the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency. This is the turning point. If the robbers were just dealing with a local sheriff, they might have gotten away. But by hitting Bluefield, they poked the bear. The Baldwin-Felts agents were not normal police. They were private enforcers. They were the men the coal companies called when miners went on strike. They were the men who tracked down train robbers. They were essentially mercenaries with badges. They were tough, they were ruthless, and they knew these mountains better than anyone on earth. When the call comes in, the agents don't panic. They don't rush. They simply stand up, check their weapons, and grab their hats. They bring out the heavy artillery, high-powered rifles with scopes, maps that show every deer trail and creek bed. The sheriff coordinates with them. They went south toward Graham. They're heading for the state line. The head detective nods. He looks at the map. He traces a line with his finger. They have to cross the gap at Stony Ridge, he says. If we get there first, they're finished. The hunt is on. It is no longer a chase. It is a pincer movement. On one side, the sheriff and the angry citizens. On the other, the cold, professional killers of the Baldwin-Felts Agency. And in the middle, blissfully unaware, 3 men in a car are driving straight into a bottleneck. We need to pause for a second and talk about who is chasing these robbers. Because if you don't understand the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency, you don't understand the terror of this situation. In 1913, in West Virginia, the law was flexible. The sheriff was the law, sure, but the Baldwin Felts agents were the power. Founded by William Baldwin and Thomas Felts right here in Bluefield, this agency was the Appalachian equivalent of the Pinkertons. But where the Pinkertons were famous for protecting presidents and chasing Butch Cassidy, the Baldwin Felts were famous for one thing: crushing resistance. They were hired by the coal barons to keep order in the camps, and order often meant violence. These men were not fresh-faced cadets. Many were veterans of the range wars. Some were former outlaws themselves who had switched sides. They were marksmen, trackers, men who could sleep in the mud and hunt a man for days without stopping. They didn't carry badges. They carried Winchesters. Imagine being hunted by a group of men who treat a manhunt not as a duty, but as a sport. They knew the terrain intimately. They knew which hollows were dead ends. They knew which creeks were shallow enough to cross. The robbers in the car had technology. They had the speed of the future. But the Baldwin Felts had the brutality of the past. As the agents fanned out, they used a network of informants. Every station master, every store clerk, every farmer on the party line was eyes and ears for the agency. The car was spotted near Tazewell, then near a fork in the road by the river. The reports were coming in. Black car, 3 men, moving fast. The detectives didn't chase the car from behind. That's a rookie mistake. Instead, they moved to intercept. They calculated the speed. They looked at the road ahead. They realized the car had to slow down. The mountains don't forgive speed forever. Eventually, the road would turn into a goat path. Eventually, the radiator would boil over. The detectives positioned themselves. They set up ambushes at key choke points. They weren't planning to arrest these men. In the eyes of the agency, bank robbers were no different than rabid dogs. You don't reason with them, you put them down. The sun was starting to get lower in the sky. The shadows in the valleys were getting longer. For the robbers, the joyride was about to end. For the detectives, the workday was just beginning. The geography of Appalachia is beautiful. Rolling green hills, misty valleys. But if you are on the run, it is a prison. The robbers are discovering this the hard way. The wide, packed dirt road they started on has disappeared. They are now on a narrow track, barely wide enough for the wheels. The trees are closing in, creating a tunnel of green that blocks out the sun. The car is suffering. The engine is knocking. The radiator is hissing, spitting steam onto the windshield. The driver has to downshift, crawling up steep inclines at 5 miles per hour. The speed advantage is gone. Inside the car, the mood is shifted. The laughter is dead. The silence is heavy. "Where are we?" one of them asks. "Just keep driving," the leader snaps. But he sounds unsure. They pass a landmark, a distinctive rock formation, and 20 minutes later, they pass it again. They are going in circles. The labyrinth has them. Then, the inevitable happens. The road ahead is blocked, not by a police barricade, but by nature. A fallen tree, a washed-out bridge, or maybe just a patch of mud so deep it looks like quicksand. The driver slams on the brakes. The car skids to a halt. They sit there for a moment, the engine idling roughly. The silence of the forest rushes back in. The birds are singing. The wind is rustling the leaves. But underneath those sounds, they hear something else. It's faint at first. The snap of a twig, the scuff of a boot on rock, the distant baying of a hound. They look at each other. They know. "Get out," the leader whispers. "Grab the money." They abandon the machine. The mechanical horse that saved them is now a useless anchor. They grab the heavy canvas sacks. They grab their rifles. They run into the woods. Now they are on foot. They are city men in patent leather shoes trying to navigate a vertical wilderness. They slip on wet leaves. They tear their expensive coats on briars. The money, once their prize, is now a burden. 50 pounds of silver feels like 500 pounds when you are climbing a ridge. They can hear the pursuers getting closer. The Baldwin Felts agents are not running. They are moving methodically. They are closing the net. The robbers reach a clearing. A small farmhouse stands in the distance. Maybe they can steal horses. Maybe they can barricade themselves inside. They make a break for it. But the mountains have eyes. The first shot doesn't sound like a gunshot. In the open air of the mountains, it sounds like a whip crack. Crack! Dirt sprays up near the leader's feet. He dives behind a fallen log. They're here! Suddenly, the tree line erupts. The Baldwin Felts agents have surrounded the clearing. They are firing from cover, their shots precise and rhythmic. The robbers return fire. Their automatic pistols bark rapidly, spitting brass casings into the dead leaves. They are spraying bullets, hoping to keep the heads of the pursuers down. But they are outgunned, and they are outpositioned. One of the robbers tries to flank, moving toward the farmhouse. He makes it 3 steps before a bullet catches him in the shoulder. He spins around, dropping his gun, and falls into the high grass. He screams. It's a raw, animal sound that cuts through the gunfire. The other 2 are pinned down. Splinters of wood fly from the log protecting them. They are trapped. "Surrender!" a voice booms from the trees. "Throw out your weapons and come out with your hands up!" The leader looks at his partner. He looks at the bag of money. He looks at the bleeding man in the grass. He knows there is no prison cell waiting for them. Not really. If they surrender, they might get lynched by the angry mob back in town. If they fight, they die here. He makes a choice. He rises up, firing blindly toward the trees. It's a suicide run. The response is immediate. A volley of fire from 3 different directions. The leader jerks backward as if pulled by an invisible rope. He collapses. The silence returns instantly. The 3rd robber, seeing his partners down, throws his gun away. He raises his hands, trembling violently. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" The agents emerge from the trees. They don't run. They walk slowly, weapons still raised. They check the bodies. They kick the guns away. The shootout lasted maybe 2 minutes, but for the men involved, it felt like a lifetime. The grass is stained red. The air smells of sulfur and pine. The lead detective walks over to the canvas sack lying in the dirt. He nudges it with his boot. It's heavy. He looks down at the surviving robber. The man is crying, broken, covered in mud. "Game over, son," the detective says. They drag the survivor to his feet. They collect the bodies. They pick up the money. The sun is setting now. The mountains are turning purple and black. The chase is done. The law has won. But as they load the bodies onto a wagon to take them back to town, a strange thought occurs to one of the agents. He looks at the car, abandoned back on the road. He realizes that they didn't just catch 3 thieves. They just ended an era. The procession back to Bluefield was like a Roman triumph. The sheriff, the detectives, the captured survivor, and the bodies of the fallen. When they arrived, the streets were lined with people. The anger from the morning had turned into morbid curiosity. Men held up lanterns to get a look at the bandits. Children peeked from behind their mothers' skirts. They laid the bodies out. It was a grim warning. This is what happens when you come to our town. This is what happens when you cross the Baldwin Felts. The surviving robber was thrown into the county jail. His trial would be swift. In 1913, justice didn't drag on for years. He was sentenced to a long term in the state penitentiary, a place that, at the time, was hardly better than a death sentence. But then came the counting. The bank managers, still shaking, opened the recovered canvas sacks. They stacked the bills. They counted the silver. And here's the twist. The micro hook. When the final tally was done, almost all the money was there, but not all of it. A few $1,000s, a fortune in those days, was missing. Did the robbers hide it in the woods before the shootout? Did it fall out of the car during the chase? Or perhaps did one of the detectives or a member of the posse decide to take a finder's fee before handing over the bags? We will never know. That money is likely still out there, buried in the rot of the forest floor, or spent long ago on a new farm or a gambling debt. The bank reopened the next day. They repaired the glass. They scrubbed the floor. Business went on. The coal kept moving. The trains kept running. But the psychological scar remained. The First National Bank installed new alarms. They hired armed guards. The era of the gentleman's agreement was over. The town realized that their isolation didn't protect them anymore. The automobile had shrunk the world. If a car could bring bandits in, it could bring anything in. The surviving robber eventually faded into obscurity. He became a number in a ledger. But the story of the day the Magic City turned into a battlefield became a legend. It was told on porches and in barbershops for generations. I remember the sound, old men would say. I remember the smoke. It was a victory for the law, but it was also a warning. The future was coming, and it was coming fast. When we look back at the Bluefield Bank robbery of 1913, it's easy to see it just as a crime story, a real-life action movie with guns and cars. But if you squint, you can see something more important. You can see the hinge of history turning. Think about the image of that getaway. A black automobile, smoking and roaring, speeding away from men on horseback. That is the 20th century in a nutshell. The machine was leaving the animal behind. Within a few years, horses would disappear from police work. Sheriffs would trade their Stetsons for patrol caps. The Baldwin-Felts Agency would eventually be dissolved, replaced by the FBI and modern state police forces. The wild, unregulated violence of the coalfields would be tamed, or at least hidden behind corporate lawyers and union contracts. Those three robbers were pioneers, in a twisted sense. They were the first to realize that technology was a weapon. They just weren't good enough to wield it yet. They were stuck between two worlds. They had the tools of the future, the car, the wire cutters, but they had the mindset of the past, hiding in the woods. If they had stayed on the road, if they had known the route better, if they hadn't panicked, they might have gotten away with the perfect crime. But history is written by the winners, and in this case, the winners were the men who knew the land. Today, Bluefield is quieter. The coal boom has faded. The Magic City is a shadow of its former self. The First National Bank building still stands, a silent monument to a gilded age. If you walk down Princeton Avenue now, you'll hear cars passing by every few seconds. You don't even notice them. They are just background noise. But try to imagine that sound for the first time. Try to imagine the terror of that engine roaring when silence was the norm. The world moves on. The scars heal. The money is spent. But stories like this remind us that civilization is fragile. It only takes 3 men and a machine to turn a peaceful morning into chaos. And somewhere in those mountains, maybe under a rock or in the hollow of an old oak tree, there might still be a few silver dollars resting in the dirt, waiting for someone to find them. A small piece of the Wild West that the future forgot to take with it.
There's a quiet road just south of Pittsburgh, a place of manicured lawns and peaceful homes. You'd never guess that right here, beneath this very soil, lie the scorched foundations of a war. Not a war against the British, but a war of Americans against Americans. A violent, fiery clash that tested the soul of a brand new nation. Here, where all you hear now is the wind through the Pennsylvania oaks, the silence was once shattered by gunfire and the roar of a mansion burning to the ground. These ruins have a story to tell, and we are here to listen. We're going to find out how a simple tax on whiskey almost tore the United States apart, just as it was being born. Let's turn back the clock to the 1790s. Forget the suburbs. Imagine a world walled in by the green, unforgiving Allegheny Mountains. The roads, if you could call them that, were little more than muddy ruts, choked with stumps and rocks. This was the frontier, a world away from the political salons of Philadelphia. The people who lived here were the very definition of tough. They were Scots-Irish, Germans, and English settlers, many of them veterans who had shed their blood in the Revolution to win this land. They had come here to build a life on their own terms, free from the reach of distant, powerful men. Life was a daily struggle against the wilderness. They cleared the dense forests, fought off predators, and prayed their crops would survive the harsh seasons. Their wealth grew directly from the soil, mostly in the form of grain, rye, corn, and wheat. But here was the problem that defined their existence. How do you sell it? Getting a bulky, heavy wagon load of grain over those mountains to the markets in the east was a fool's errand. The cost of transport would eat up every penny of profit, and then some. Their most valuable crop was effectively worthless if they couldn't get it to market. So they turned to a kind of mountain alchemy. Every farm of any size had a small, bubbling still. They discovered that by turning their grain into whiskey, they could concentrate its value into a form that was portable, durable, and always in demand. A single pack horse that might struggle to carry 4 bushels of rye could easily carry the equivalent of 24 bushels once it was distilled into liquid form. It was a brilliant, practical solution born from the hard logic of the mountains. But to see this as just a drink is to misunderstand everything. Whiskey wasn't a luxury for these people. It was the lifeblood of their entire economy. In a land where hard cash was scarcer than a friendly taxman, jugs of Monongahela rye were the currency. You paid the blacksmith for shoeing your horse with whiskey. You paid the storekeeper for a new axe with whiskey. You might even pay a portion of the preacher's salary with it. It was their universal medicine, used to treat everything from a snake bite to a winter fever. It was the social lubricant that sealed deals, celebrated weddings, and brought communities together in the local taverns to argue politics and trade news. To tax whiskey, from their perspective, wasn't to tax a simple beverage. It was a tax on their money, a tax on their medicine, a tax on the very fabric of their society. It was a tax on their right to survive in this wild, isolated world they had fought so hard to build. But to understand the collision that was coming, you have to do more than just listen to the whispers in the mountains. You have to look at the official documents, the words that set the whole thing in motion. I'm holding a copy of a newspaper clipping from a Philadelphia paper printed in 1791. The paper is yellowed and brittle, but the words are sharp and clear. It announces an act concerning the duties on spirits distilled within the United States. This wasn't just a law. It was the masterstroke of one of the most brilliant, ambitious, and controversial men in American history, Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. To him, this piece of paper was the solution to a national crisis. The country was drowning in debt from the Revolutionary War, and Hamilton believed that to survive, the United States needed to prove it could pay its bills. He needed a steady, reliable source of federal income, and a tax on whiskey seemed like a logical choice. It was a grand, logical machine on paper, designed to build the nation's credit and assert the power of the new central government. But this document is more than just a financial plan. This is the disconnect. To a man like Hamilton in a Philadelphia office, national credit was everything. To a farmer in a log cabin on the far side of the mountains, it was a phantom concept. This newspaper clipping, with its cold legal language, wasn't seen as a solution. It was seen as a provocation, a declaration of economic war. And its arrival in the West raises the critical question that ignites the whole conflict. What happens when a law, perfectly logical on paper, is imposed on people whose entire way of life makes that law impossible to obey? When news of Hamilton's excise tax finally trickled over the mountains, carried by weary travelers and in the pages of day-old newspapers, it landed like a lit match in a powder keg. To the farmers, this wasn't a reasonable fiscal policy. It was a deliberate attack on their way of life, orchestrated by a distant government that neither knew nor cared about them. The law, so neat and tidy on Hamilton's desk in Philadelphia, was a declaration of war on the frontier. The poison was in the details, and every detail seemed perfectly crafted to crush the small Western farmer. The tax was levied at a flat rate, which meant a farmer with a small, inefficient still, who produced maybe a few gallons a week for his family and neighbors, paid a far higher percentage of his product's value than the big commercial distilleries back east. It was a law that punished the little guy and rewarded the wealthy operator. Even worse, the tax had to be paid in hard currency, in cash. For the people of the frontier who bartered with whiskey and deerskins, who might not see a silver dollar from one month to the next, this was an impossible demand. It was like asking a man to pay you with a piece of the moon. It proved in their minds that the men who wrote this law had no concept of the world they were trying to rule. But the cruelest twist of the knife, the one that felt like a slap in the face with the ghost of King George, was the matter of justice. If you were accused of not paying the tax, you wouldn't be tried by your neighbors in a local court. No, you would be issued a federal writ, forcing you to abandon your farm and your family and travel 300 agonizing miles over the mountains to a federal courtroom in Philadelphia. There, you'd face a federal judge and a jury of city merchants who saw you as little more than a backwoods savage. This was the very tyranny they had just fought a revolution to escape. The tax collector became the new redcoat, and the whispers of resistance began to build into a roar. To truly understand the fury that was building, official records and old newspapers aren't enough. You have to listen to the stories that were never written down, the ones passed from one generation to the next around a winter fire. I found that story in a small, dusty historical society in Washington County, speaking with a local historian whose family has been in these hills since they were still a wilderness. His name is David Miller, and he is a living library of this region's memory. The air in his office smelled of old paper and leather. He didn't show me a document. Instead, he pointed to a faded map on the wall, a hand-drawn survey of old land grants. "The history books tell you this was about a tax," he said, his voice a low rumble. And it was. But that's not the whole of it. That's not the human part. He tapped his finger on a large plot of land marked Neville. John Neville, the tax inspector. He wasn't some stranger from Philadelphia. He was one of them. He was a distinguished general from the Revolution. He lived right here. His neighbors were men who had served under him in the war. David leaned forward, his eyes intense. "My great-great-grandfather used to say that the real trouble wasn't the tax itself, but the man sent to collect it. They saw Neville with his fancy mansion on the hill and his government salary as a traitor. He had fought alongside them for freedom from a distant government, and now he was taking that same government's coin to oppress his own people, his own soldiers. It wasn't just a political disagreement, it was a deep, personal betrayal. And in these mountains, a betrayal from one of your own that's a wound that doesn't heal with words." The historian's words hung in the air because they explained what happened next. The petitions sent to Philadelphia were ignored. The peaceful assemblies were dismissed as the grumblings of peasants. So, the people of the mountains decided to send a message that couldn't be ignored. It began with the arrival of the federal tax collectors, the excisemen. These were the men tasked with walking into the hornet's nest and demanding payment in a currency that didn't exist, for a law the people refused to recognize. One of the first was a man named Robert Johnson. On September 11, 1791, he was riding his route deep in the woods of Washington County. He wasn't met with arguments or petitions. He was met by a mob of 16 men, their faces grim, their eyes hard. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and veterans, and they moved with a silent, chilling purpose. They dragged Johnson from his horse, stripped him of his coat and his dignity, and shaved his head. Then they brought out the bucket. The stink of hot pine tar filled the air as they coated his bare skin, the viscous black liquid clinging to him like a second, nightmarish flesh. Then they covered him in feathers, turning him into a grotesque mockery of a man, a creature of tar and down. They abandoned him like that, alone and humiliated in the forest, a living, breathing warning to any other federal agent who dared to venture into their hills. He was the first, but he would not be the last. Other excisemen were ambushed, their horses shot out from under them, their faces branded with hot irons. This was the point of no return. Out of this organized violence, a phantom was born. A name began to be whispered in taverns and tacked to the doors of collaborators: Tom the Tinker. No one knew who he was. He was the rebellion's ghost, its enforcer. If a farmer broke ranks and paid the tax, he would find a note from Tom the Tinker on his door, warning him to stop. If he didn't, his still would be mended, riddled with bullets by shadowy figures in the night. The attack on Robert Johnson wasn't just an assault on a man, it was a declaration. For the farmers, it was a necessary act of defiance. For the government in Philadelphia, it was treason. The lines were no longer drawn on a map, they were being drawn in terror and tar. The time for talk was over. The time for guns was coming. I'm standing now on a gentle rise of land in what is today a quiet, affluent suburb. It's called Bower Hill. There are beautiful homes here, cars gliding silently down the paved streets. There's nothing to see but a small bronze historic marker on the side of the road, the kind of thing you barely notice as you drive by. But this ground, right here beneath my feet, is the most important piece of real estate in this entire story. This isn't just a hill, it's a battlefield. Right here stood the ghost of a house. It was the fortified mansion of General John Neville, the tax inspector, a place of wealth and federal authority that loomed over the surrounding countryside. It was a symbol of everything the rebels hated. Looking out over these manicured lawns, you have to peel back the layers of time and imagine it. A two-story log home, but built like a fortress, with thick walls, heavy shutters, and a commanding view of any approach. The orchard, which is now someone's backyard, was where the rebels took cover. The gentle slope leading up to the road was a killing field. This place is the Scar. It's the physical point on the map where the simmering rage of the frontier finally boiled over into open warfare. It was here, in the suffocating heat of July 1794, that hundreds of angry men, their faces set with grim purpose, marched up this very hill. They were no longer a faceless mob of tinkers in the night. They were an army, and they had come to burn down the symbol of their oppression. This is where the talking stopped for good. This quiet suburban hill is where the first real shots of this new American war were fired. The afternoon sun of July 17, 1794, beat down on 500 armed men as they marched on Bower Hill. This was no shadowy band of night riders. This was an organized militia, moving with purpose, their faces smeared with soot and grim determination. They were led by Major James McFarland, a man who had fought bravely in the Revolution, and now he found himself leading a new army against what he saw as a new tyranny. When they reached the hill, they surrounded Neville's fortified home, a wooden castle on a sea of green grass. The air grew thick with tension. The first shots were sporadic, like the opening drops of a thunderstorm. The rebels took cover behind trees and in the tall grass of the orchard, their long rifles barking at the shuttered windows of the mansion. Inside, Neville and a small detachment of 10 federal soldiers returned fire. For a time, it was a standoff, a deadly dance of smoke and noise. Then, a white flag was seen from inside the house. Or at least, the rebels thought it was a white flag, a signal for a truce. Major McFarland, a man of honor who believed in the rules of war, stepped out from behind a tree. He called for Neville to surrender. It was a fatal mistake. A single shot cracked from the mansion, sharper than the others, and McFarland crumpled to the ground. A wave of horrified silence washed over the rebels, followed by a roar of pure, unadulterated fury. They believed they had been tricked, that their leader had been murdered under a flag of truce. The battle was no longer about attacks. It was now about blood. All restraint was gone. A primal rage took hold of the militia. They screamed for vengeance, their voices a raw chorus of grief and anger. The command was given to set fire to the outbuildings. They lit torches and stormed the smaller structures first, the barns, the smokehouse, and the slave quarters. The sound of splintering wood was followed by the hungry roar of flames. Thick, black smoke began to pour across the lawn, choking the air and turning the blue sky a sickening gray. The fire was a living thing now, a monster they had unleashed. It crawled from the outbuildings to the main house, the intense heat causing the windows of the mansion to shatter. The defenders inside, gasping for air in the suffocating smoke, knew it was over. The choice was to burn alive or surrender to the mob. They chose surrender. Neville and the soldiers stumbled out of the burning fortress, their faces blackened, their hands in the air. The rebels swarmed the property, their victory absolute. They offered no cheer. They simply watched in grim silence as the flames devoured the symbol of their oppression. All through the night, the magnificent estate of Bower Hill burned, its fire a defiant beacon against the dark sky, a signal visible for miles. It was a message to Philadelphia and to the entire nation. The frontier was now in open, armed insurrection against the United States of America. After the fire and the fury comes the ink. I'm in a climate-controlled room at the National Archives, looking at digitized copies of the official correspondence from that summer of 1794. The documents are written in a crisp, elegant script, a world away from the chaos on Bower Hill. Here is the report sent by federal officials back to Philadelphia. It's a masterclass in bureaucratic language designed to be precise, clinical, and utterly bloodless. It refers to the 500 rebels not as grieving neighbors or angry veterans, but as an unlawful assembly of insurgents. It describes the death of their leader, James McFarlane, with chilling simplicity. The insurgent commander was killed during the exchange of fire. There is no mention of a white flag, no hint of the perceived treachery that turned a protest into a blaze of vengeance. The report doesn't talk about rage or fear or betrayal. It talks about logistics and casualties. The destruction of Neville's home is catalogued as a loss of property. The primary dwelling, along with all associated outbuildings, were consumed by fire. It's the kind of language an insurance adjuster might use, not a witness to the opening battle of a civil war. This is the official version of the story, the one that landed on Alexander Hamilton's desk, the one that was read aloud to President George Washington. And it paints a picture of a clear-cut, criminal insurrection against the authority of the United States. It's a picture with all the human desperation, all the years of frustration carefully erased. This piece of paper transformed a desperate, violent protest into an act of treason, and it would be answered not with negotiation, but with an army. The news of Bower Hill struck Philadelphia like a thunderclap. To President George Washington, this was more than a riot. It was the ultimate test of the new republic. He had watched Shays' rebellion nearly tear the country apart under the old, weak Articles of Confederation. He knew that if a government cannot enforce its own laws, it is no government at all. Urged on by a determined Alexander Hamilton, who saw this as the perfect moment to assert federal authority, Washington made a decision that would echo through American history. He would not just send an army, he would lead it. The hero of the Revolution, the man who had defeated the British Empire, would once again mount his horse and ride to war, this time against his own citizens. The dramatic power of this act cannot be overstated. Washington federalized a militia of nearly 13,000 men from the surrounding states, an army larger than the one he had often commanded against the Redcoats. This was to be an overwhelming, undeniable show of force, a message written not with ink, but with battalions of steel. Back in the mountains, the rebels scoffed. Hearing of the approaching force, they gave it a contemptuous nickname, the Watermelon Army. They sneered that these soft city boys and flatland farmers would never survive the brutal trek over the Alleghenies. They boasted that the mountain passes would become their Thermopylae, where a handful of frontier sharpshooters could hold off thousands. They were brave, defiant, and completely unaware of the psychological weapon marching against them, the living legend of George Washington himself. The rebellion, which had been forged in the fire of shared purpose, began to crumble as the massive federal army drew closer. Washington, in his full military uniform, rode at the head of his troops as far as Bedford, Pennsylvania. His very presence had a profound, chilling effect. This wasn't some faceless bureaucrat from the capital. This was the father of the country, and his face was set against them. The righteous certainty of the rebellion began to waver, then broke completely. When the Watermelon Army finally crested the Allegheny Mountains and descended into the western counties, they found no rebel force waiting for them. The insurrection had evaporated like mountain mist in the morning sun. The leaders, hearing of the approaching Leviathan, had fled down the Ohio River to the wild frontier. The rank-and-file rebels, faced with the overwhelming power of the federal government personified by Washington, simply hid their rifles, went back to their farms, and tried to look invisible. The army became an army of occupation. Soldiers fanned out across the countryside, rounding up suspects in a grim and humiliating manhunt. About 150 men were arrested, and 20 were selected to be made an example of. They were shackled and marched hundreds of miles back to Philadelphia for trial, a long, miserable parade of federal power through the winter cold. In the end, the government's point had been made. Only 2 men were convicted of treason, and in a final act of masterful statesmanship, President Washington pardoned them both. He had shown the nation that its new government had a sword, but it also had the wisdom to know when to keep it in its sheath. Every story, no matter how full of fire and fury, eventually ends here, in a quiet patch of earth, under a silent stone. I am in the cemetery of the Allegheny County Memorial Park, a vast and peaceful place. It took some searching, but I found the grave of Brigadier General John Neville. The stone is solid, imposing, a testament to a man of substance and authority who lived a long life after the flames of Bower Hill died down. His story ended with wealth and respect. He was the man who stood for the law, and he was rewarded for it. But just a few miles away, in a much older, humbler churchyard, is a different kind of stone. It's weathered by 2 centuries of rain and snow, the words growing faint. It marks the grave of Major James McFarlane. The inscription honors him as a hero of the Revolution, but it's what isn't written that hangs in the air, that he was killed by his own countrymen while leading a rebellion. He was the hero who died for his cause, the man who believed he was fighting the same fight for freedom all over again. Here they are, the enforcer and the rebel, the man who survived and the man who fell. They were the 2 poles of this entire conflict, and now they lie as quiet neighbors in the same Pennsylvania soil. Their personal wars are long over. But standing here, between these 2 graves, the real question emerges. What happened to the world they fought over after the army went home and the last pardon was signed? What became of the survivors? And what was the true cost of this rebellion, paid by those who had to live in its long, cold shadow? After Washington's army marched home and the pardons were signed, a sullen, bitter peace settled over the hills of western Pennsylvania. The rebellion was crushed, its leaders scattered, its followers humiliated. The federal government had proven its point with a 13,000-man fist. But it was the peace of subjugation, not reconciliation. For the farmers who remained, the world had changed forever. The federal government was no longer a distant, abstract idea in Philadelphia. It was a real and terrifying power that had marched into their homes and taken their neighbors away in chains. The whiskey tax, the hated cause of the whole affair, remained the law of the land. It was a symbol of the government's victory, a constant reminder of who was in charge. But enforcing it was another matter entirely. The spirit of defiance hadn't been extinguished. It had just learned to be quiet. Federal collectors who ventured into the hills were met not with tar and feathers, but with a wall of silent, uncooperative hostility that was just as effective. The tax was a failure, collecting very little revenue, and it was eventually repealed a few years later by President Thomas Jefferson and his new party, who had risen to power in part by championing the cause of the Western farmer. But the real legacy of the rebellion wasn't political, it was cultural. The open, proud tradition of the farmer distiller was dead. In its place, something new was born in the deep woods and secret hollows. The rebellion went underground. The still, once a common piece of farm equipment, was now hidden deep in the forest, set up in a ravine or a cave, operated by the light of the moon to hide the smoke from the law. The whiskey rebel, a soldier in an open fight, transformed into a new kind of folk hero. The moonshiner, forever locked in a cat-and-mouse game with the federal revenuers. It was the same war, just fought with different tactics. For many families, however, western Pennsylvania was now tainted ground. The dream of freedom they had sought there had been crushed by the very nation they had helped create. So they did what their ancestors had always done when faced with a power they could not defeat. They moved on. They packed their wagons, loaded up their stills, and pushed further west, over the next set of mountains and across the Ohio River into the wild territories of Kentucky and Tennessee. They took with them their whiskey-making skills, and more importantly, a deep and abiding distrust of a strong central government. The Whiskey Rebellion was over, but its ghost had just begun to haunt the American frontier. So who were the heroes of this story? And who were the villains? The truth is, the answer to that question changes depending on where you're standing. The Whiskey Rebellion didn't just leave behind scorched foundations and faded gravestones. It left behind two powerful, conflicting legacies that tell two completely different stories about the soul of America. The fighting stopped in 1794, but the argument never truly ended. If you read the official histories, the ones written from the perspective of the federal government, the story is straightforward. The rebels were traitors, a dangerous mob who threatened to drag the fragile new republic back into the chaos of anarchy. From this viewpoint, Washington and Hamilton were the saviors of the nation. They were the strong, decisive leaders who stood for law and order, proving that the United States Constitution wasn't just a piece of paper, but an unbreakable covenant. They saved the country from itself. But if you come here, to the old towns and back roads of western Pennsylvania, and you talk to the people whose ancestors lived this story, you hear a very different version. In these hills, the Whiskey Rebels are not traitors, they are patriots. They are seen as the true sons of the Revolution, men who were defending their homes and their liberty from an unjust, overreaching government, just as they had against the British. In this telling, the rebels were heroes fighting for the common man, and the Federal Army was a tool of oppression sent by Eastern elites to crush them. So which is it? A treasonous insurrection or a patriotic stand for freedom? Was Washington a statesman saving the Republic or a tyrant crushing dissent? The uncomfortable and powerful truth is that the story holds a piece of both. The rebellion was a violent and illegal uprising against the laws of the United States. And the farmers were also fighting against a cripplingly unfair tax that felt like a profound betrayal of the Revolution's promise. The real legacy of the Whiskey Rebellion is this deep moral ambiguity. It reminds us that the line between a patriot and a traitor is sometimes just a matter of who wins the war and who gets to write the history. A story as raw and bloody as this one doesn't just sit quietly in the history books, especially not in a place like Appalachia. Raw history is too sharp, too painful. So, over the decades, the community did what all communities do with their traumas. They began to transform it. The hard facts of the rebellion, the court records, the casualty lists, the political debates were ground down, smoothed over, and polished into something you could sing around a fire or tell your children as a warning. The history began to breathe again, but this time as folklore. The most powerful ghost to rise from these ashes wasn't a man, but an idea. Tom the Tinker. He was already a phantom during the rebellion, a faceless symbol of collective rage. In the years that followed, he became something more. He morphed into a folk hero, a backwoods Robin Hood who fought the rich and the powerful. And then he slipped further, into legend. Old-timers would tell you that on a quiet night, when the moon was just right over the hollows, you could still hear Tom the Tinker's hammer, no longer riddling a collaborator's still with bullets, but acting as a phantom guardian, a protective spirit for the moonshiners who carried on the tradition. Ballads were written and sung to the tune of an old fiddle, telling the sad tale of the brave Major McFarlane shot down under a flag of truce. The Watermelon Army became a cautionary tale, a story parents told their children about the awesome, terrifying power of the government in the East, a reminder to never get on the wrong side of it. This is the final stage of a story's life. It's when the sharp edges of history are worn away, and what's left is no longer just a series of events, but a legend. The rebellion was over, but its story had now become a permanent part of the mountains themselves, a ghost in the American machine. And so, we find ourselves back where we started. On this quiet rise of land south of Pittsburgh, on the place they call Bower Hill. The cars still glide by, the lawns are still green, but the place looks different now, doesn't it? It's no longer just a dot on a map with a historical marker. Beneath this peaceful suburban veneer, we can now see the battlefield. We can picture the smoke, hear the shouts, and feel the heat from the flames of that burning mansion. We have pieced together the whispers of this place, and they told us a story of a nation at war with itself. It was never just about whiskey. It was about two Americas, born at the same time but with fundamentally different souls. The orderly, centralized nation envisioned by the men in Philadelphia, and the wild, fiercely independent world of the frontier. The Whiskey Rebellion was the first time those two Americas met in open conflict, a violent collision of ideals that tested the very foundation of the new republic. It was a brutal, necessary lesson that proved the government could survive a challenge to its authority, but at the cost of blood and bitterness that would linger for generations. The next time you cross the Allegheny Mountains, or pass a small family-owned distillery, or hear a debate about the reach of the federal government, remember the farmers of western Pennsylvania. Remember the story that is buried here. The men are gone. The mansion is ash. But the story remains. Imagine the Tennessee frontier in the dead of night. A settler family huddles in their small cabin, listening to every snap of a twig outside. Suddenly the air explodes with the terrifying gobble of a Cherokee war cry. But amidst the chaos, another sound cuts through the fear, a sound so unnatural it freezes the blood. It's a voice, shouting orders to the painted warriors in perfect, unaccented English. This is a story whispered in terror around the campfires of the first American frontier. A story of a raid led not by a native, but by a man with white skin. How does a settler's son, born to fear and fight the Cherokee, become their most cunning and brutal war chief? What can happen to a man in the depths of the wilderness to turn his soul inside out, making him a monster to his own people and a legend to his sworn enemies? The newspapers called him a traitor, a turncoat. But the men and women who lived in these mountains knew the truth was something far darker, far more complex. Tonight, we will peel back the layers of rumor and time to find the real story of the man they called Nickety Jack. Before the legend of Nickety Jack was ever whispered, there was just a boy, and a world built on the knife's edge of hope and terror. To understand the man he became, you must first walk through the world he lost. This was late 18th century Appalachia, a labyrinth of misty hollows and shadow-choked forests that the settlers called Tennessee. The mountains themselves were the first great character in this story. They were ancient, indifferent, and possessed a beauty that could steal your breath one moment and your life the next. The morning fog clung to the valleys like a shroud, and the creeks whispered secrets that only the Cherokee, who had lived there for generations, could understand. The people who came to this land were a hard breed, mostly Scots-Irish, who had traded the tyranny of landlords in the old country for the freedom of this new, wild world. They were clannish, stubborn, and deeply suspicious of any authority beyond their own family and a long rifle. For them, the land was a promise from God, a thing to be wrestled from the wilderness tree by tree, rock by rock. Life was a cycle of back-breaking labor, clearing fields, splitting rails for fences, and building stout log cabins with loopholes cut into the walls, just in case. In one of these cabins lived a boy well called Jack. He was a product of this harsh Eden. Before he had a man's beard, he could track a deer for miles, skin it with a hunter's knife, and handle an axe with grim efficiency. He knew the relief of a heavy bar locking the cabin door at night, and the deep, gnawing fear that came with every owl's hoot or snapped twig from the dark woods that pressed in on all sides. His world was simple, carved in the stark black and white of the frontier. His people were the settlers, the families who gathered to raise a neighbor's barn or share a prayer on Sunday. The enemy was the Cherokee, a shadowy, terrifying presence in the forest. This was a life lived under a constant, low-burning siege. Peace was a fragile thing, an illusion that could be shattered in an instant. Every man who went to the fields carried his rifle. Every woman knew the quickest way to gather her children and bolt the door. The silence of the forest wasn't peaceful. It was watchful. It was a silence that held its breath, waiting for the single gunshot or the blood-chilling war whoop that would signal the end of everything. Yet, there were moments of grace. The scrape of a fiddle by the hearth on a cold winter night, the shared laughter over a successful harvest, the simple dream of a future where their children wouldn't have to live with a gun in their hands. They dreamed of turning this dangerous wilderness into a home, a legacy. They saw themselves not as invaders, but as pioneers, fulfilling a destiny written for them in the pages of the Bible. They were building a new world on this land they had claimed. But the land itself seemed to remember. The Cherokee called this place the Dark and Bloody Ground, and that name clung to the air like the mountain mist. The treaties signed by men in powdered wigs hundreds of miles away meant little here. There was a debt on this land, a tension in the very soil, and every settler, in the quietest corners of their heart, knew that a day of reckoning was coming. The calm they cherished was nothing more than the deep breath a predator takes before it strikes. This wasn't empty land that Jack's family and others had settled. To them, it was a wilderness to be tamed, a future to be built. But to the Cherokee, every river bend, every mountain pass, every clearing had a name, a story, and a spirit. Their claim wasn't written on a piece of parchment from a distant king. It was etched into the land itself, in the bones of their ancestors, buried in the sacred mounds that dotted the river valleys. The conflict that would swallow Jack whole wasn't born from a single act of violence. Its seeds were sown generations before in two completely different ways of seeing the world. The great fire that forged these lasting hatreds was the American Revolution. While men in the East fought for liberty from a king, the war in these mountains was a brutal, intimate affair. Most of the Cherokee, seeing the insatiable hunger of the American settlers, had sided with the British. It wasn't out of love for the crown, but from a cold, hard calculation. The British, for their own reasons, had tried to draw a line along the crest of the Appalachians, forbidding colonial expansion. To the Cherokee, the redcoats were the devil they knew. The land-hungry settlers were a plague that could never be stopped. When America won its independence, it was a death warrant for the Cherokee way of life. The line on the map was erased. The veterans of the Revolution, having bled for this new nation, felt they had earned this land as a spoil of war. They came flooding over the mountains, armed with land grants given in lieu of pay, a sense of righteous purpose, and a deep-seated hatred for the people who had sided with their former enemy. Every raid was seen as a continuation of that war. Every act of resistance by the Cherokee was seen as treachery. In these mountains, a family name was a heavy thing to carry, a story in itself. For the settlers, a name like Sevier or Shelby was a banner of leadership, of Indian fighting, of a divine mandate to push civilization westward. A boy like Jack grew up knowing these names, knowing that his own family name carried with it a duty to stand your ground, to protect your kin, and to never, ever yield to the wilderness or its people. But the Cherokee had names that carried an even older weight. Their great war chief, Tsiyugunsini, or Dragging Canoe, had a name that was a living promise. It was a vow of unending resistance, a declaration that the sale of their ancestral land was a crime that would be paid for in blood. To be a follower of Dragging Canoe meant you never forgot a broken treaty. It meant you fought until the last warrior fell. This was the world Jack was born into, a place where the lines weren't drawn in the dirt, but in the blood of a war that had never truly ended. In a world this isolated, news traveled on the wind, and it was almost always bad. The ground for the conflict that would claim Jack's identity was made fertile by a web of rumors and old, festering grudges that poisoned the very water in the creeks. The settlers were not one unified people. There were the hardliners, men who had lost family in previous raids, whose hearts were calcified with a hatred so pure they believed the only good Indian was a dead one. They were the first to grab a rifle and the last to ask questions. Then there were others, quieter families, who just wanted to farm their land in peace, who might even trade a bit of corn for a well-cured deer hide with a Cherokee hunter they knew. To the hardliners, this was treason. These small, personal interactions were a constant source of friction, but it was the bigger events that fanned the flames. Just a season before, after a few horses were stolen from a homestead, the local militia had formed up. Blind with rage, they bypassed the warrior towns of the Chickamauga and fell upon a small, peaceful Cherokee village known for trading with the whites. They burned the lodges and killed whoever they could catch, arguing later that any Cherokee was a potential enemy. To the settlers in their forts, it was a necessary act of frontier justice, but to the Cherokee, it was an unforgivable massacre of innocents. The story of that raid spread like a wildfire through the Cherokee nation. Runners carried the news from town to town, the story growing more horrific with each telling. It was the proof they needed that the white man's peace was a lie, that his true goal was not just to take the land, but to exterminate their people entirely. This one act of undisciplined vengeance became a rallying cry. It drove neutral bands into the arms of dragging canoe. It turned young men who had never held a weapon into warriors screaming for revenge. Back in the settlements, the air grew thick with paranoia. The fear of retaliation was a physical presence, sitting at the dinner table with every family. Neighbors started looking at each other with suspicion. Who among them was trading with the enemy, giving them food, or worse, gunpowder? Who was the weak link in the chain of defense? Rumors slithered from one cabin to the next like black snakes in the high grass, turning small misunderstandings into deadly accusations. This wasn't a conflict of armies meeting on a field. It was a war of the soul, fought in the whispers between neighbors and the stories told to children. Every past slight, a dispute over a hunting ground, a trade deal gone sour, a drunken insult at a horse race, was dug up from its shallow grave. These old wounds were now infected with the fresh poison of fear and hatred, and the community was rotting from the inside out. The stage was set not just for a war between settlers and Cherokee, but for a war within the hearts of the people themselves. In the weeks leading up to the tragedy, the very air in the hollows grew heavy, as if the land itself knew what was coming. The old people, those with one foot still in the superstitions of the Scottish Highlands, saw the signs and spoke of them in hushed tones. They said the cry of the painter, the Appalachian mountain lion, had been heard too close to the settlements, its scream sounding unnervingly like a woman in mourning. Flocks of crows would gather in the skeletal branches of a lightning-struck oak, sitting in unnatural silence, watching the cabins below with their black, intelligent eyes. It was a bad luck moon, they whispered, a time when the veil between the world of the living and the world of spirits was thin and torn. Then came the human omen, not a single stranger, but the news he carried. A trapper, passing through on his way back east, brought a rumor that spread faster than fire. He spoke of new talks, of another treaty being planned by the far-off government, one that would demand the Cherokee give up all the hunting grounds between the Cumberland and Tennessee rivers. To the settlers, this news was a poisoned promise, a green light to push deeper, to stake claims on land that wasn't yet theirs. But to the Cherokee, and especially to the warriors of the Chickamauga, this rumor was the final insult. It was proof that every treaty was a lie, every promise a trap. The time for talk was over. The time for war was now. And a young Jack, who knew the forest as well as he knew the lines on his own hand, felt it too. He couldn't put a name to it, but there was a change in the woods. The familiar sounds of the wilderness were off-key, strained. The deer were gone from their usual trails, and an eerie quiet had fallen over the paths he used to walk. One afternoon, while checking a trap line near the creek, he was overcome by a sudden, gut-wrenching feeling of being watched. He spun around, long rifle ready, but saw nothing but the deep, impenetrable wall of the forest. The feeling didn't pass. It was a cold dread that settled deep in his bones, a premonition that the shadows under the trees were no longer empty. Something was coming. The world he had always known was holding its breath, waiting for the first drop of blood to fall. The breaking point came not with a negotiation or a declaration, but in the grey, misty hour just before dawn. The silence of the forest didn't break. It shattered. It started with a single sharp report of a rifle, followed an instant later by the sound that every settler dreaded more than death itself, the terrifying, gobbling war cry of the Chickamauga. It erupted from all sides at once, a wave of pure, predatory sound that washed over Jack's small, isolated settlement. The attack was not a battle. It was a storm, a whirlwind of violence that descended with shocking speed and precision. For Jack, the world dissolved into a blur of smoke, muzzle flashes, and painted faces that seemed to materialize from the fog. He was on his feet in an instant, long rifle in hand, his heart hammering against his ribs. The splintering crash of the cabin door being forced inward was followed by the acrid smell of gunpowder and burning pine as torches were thrown onto the roof. There was no time for strategy. No time for anything but the primal instinct to fight for his life and the lives of his family. He fired his rifle, reloaded in a desperate, fumbling motion, and fired again into the chaos. He was young, strong, and knew how to fight, but he was one man against a tide. He saw his world coming apart in flashes of horrific violence. He swung his rifle like a club, fighting with the ferocity of a cornered animal, but he was overwhelmed. A blow from a war club sent him reeling, his vision exploding in a shower of stars. He was subdued, his arms wrenched behind his back and bound tightly with leather thongs. He was not killed. For reasons he couldn't comprehend in that moment, he was being kept alive. Forced to his knees in the dirt outside his burning home, Jack watched the end of his world. The raid was over as quickly as it had begun. The warriors, their work done, melted back into the forest, taking their captives and their spoils with them. The only sounds left were the crackle of the flames devouring his cabin and the terrible, unnatural silence that follows a slaughter. As he was hauled to his feet and dragged away into the dark woods, he took one last look back. He was leaving behind not just a smoking ruin, but the body of the boy he used to be. The line had been crossed. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and they were his own family's. The feud was no longer a distant rumor. It was now the only thing he had left. For Jack, helpless on the ground, the world became a series of horrific sounds and fractured images, a nightmare seen through a haze of smoke and terror. Time seemed to warp and stretch. Seconds felt like hours. He heard his father's voice, not in a plea for mercy, but in a defiant roar of rage, a sound of pure, untamed frontier spirit. And then he heard that roar cut short, replaced by a wet, choking gasp that was swallowed by the surrounding chaos. The sound was so final, so absolute, it felt like the whole world had tilted on its axis. He couldn't see everything. The swirling smoke and the flickering firelight played tricks on the eyes, creating monstrous shadows that danced and writhed, but he could hear. He heard a scream from the cabin, a high, sharp sound of a woman's terror that was suddenly silenced. It wasn't followed by another scream, but by the heavy, rhythmic thud of a war club against the cabin's thick wooden door, a sound of methodical, relentless destruction. Every impact was a blow against his own heart. Through a momentary clearing in the smoke, his eyes fixed on a single, heartbreaking image. His little sister's corn-husk doll, the one she took everywhere, lay on the ground, trampled into the mud. Its simple, stitched smile seemed to mock the carnage, a tiny, innocent casualty in a war it could never understand. Nearby, his mother's rocking chair lay on its side, one of its rockers split clean in two. These were the small, mundane pieces of his life, now shattered and desecrated, silent witnesses to the end of his world. The warriors moved with a terrifying efficiency. This was not a mindless rampage. It was a practiced military operation. They flowed through the settlement like a dark river, their movements economical and purposeful. One warrior emerged from the cabin not with a weapon, but with a sack of flour slung over his shoulder. Another calmly collected the long rifles that had been mounted over the fireplaces. They were not just destroying, they were erasing a life and taking its resources for their own. Then, a figure of authority emerged from the smoke. He was taller than the others, his face a mask of grim purpose, not rage. He walked over to Jack and looked down at him, not with hatred, but with a cold, appraising stare. His eyes were like dark chips of flint. He looked at the bound, terrified boy. Then his gaze shifted to the burning cabin, then back to Jack. No words were spoken, but the meaning was as clear as a rifle shot. This is what your people have earned. This is the price of the land you stole. As the warriors began to pull him away, dragging him toward the dark tree line, the main roof beam of his home finally gave way. With a great groan, it collapsed into the heart of the inferno, sending a massive plume of orange sparks spiraling up into the pre-dawn sky. It was a funeral pyre for his family, for his name, for the boy he once was. The sound of the flames was the last sound he heard from his old life. And then there was a new sound, the unnatural quiet of the forest, broken only by the soft tread of moccasins on the damp earth. As they marched him deeper into the wilderness, away from the glowing embers of his past, he felt nothing. The shock had scoured him clean, leaving a hollow, echoing void. All he could see, burned into the back of his mind, was the image of that small, mud-stained doll, its vacant eyes staring into an empty sky. To the settlers, the war chief who led this raid was a monster, a devil from the deepest hell. But in his own mind, he was a surgeon performing a painful, necessary operation. Standing on the ridge overlooking the settlement, watching the orange glow of the fires, he felt no sadistic pleasure. He felt the cold, heavy weight of a man trying to save his people from a plague. His logic was as sharp and brutal as the edge of his tomahawk. For every broken treaty, there must be a price. For every acre of stolen land, there must be a reckoning. For the massacre of his people in the peaceful village just a season ago, there must be a response so terrible it would be spoken of in whispers for generations. This wasn't about hatred for the white man as a person. He had seen their courage and their stubbornness. He hated what they were collectively. A tide of locusts that consumed the forest, drove away the game, and plowed over the sacred bones of his ancestors. They did not understand the land. They only understood how to own it. To him, every new cabin was a tombstone for the Cherokee way of life. He was not the aggressor. He was the antibody, the fever that must burn the infection before it killed the host. His violence was a form of medicine, bitter and agonizing, but in his mind, it was the only cure. The moment that changed everything for Jack was a moment of cold calculation for the chief. He had seen the boy fighting. While others screamed or fled, this one fought back with a cornered wolf's fury. He saw past the pale skin and the settler's clothes and recognized a spirit that was worth more alive than dead. Killing another settler would send a message for a day. But turning one? That was a weapon that could last for years. In his mind, the switch flipped from destruction to opportunity. He saw the boy not as a victim, but as a piece of raw material, a lump of iron to be heated in the fires of their ways, hammered into the shape of a warrior, and quenched in the cold waters of their revenge. As he and his warriors melted back into the forest with their captive, there was no feeling of triumph. There was only a grim, chilling sense of balance restored. He had answered their violence with his own. He had shown them that the dark and bloody ground would live up to its name. The raid was a success, but the war was far from over. He looked at the bound, silent boy being marched through the trees and felt not a shred of pity, but a flicker of strategic hope. He had lost warriors. His people were hungry. But in this one act of calculated cruelty, he believed he may have just forged the one weapon the settlers would never see coming. A ghost, with their own face. As the sun finally rose, its clean morning light fell upon a scene from hell. The raid was over. The warriors were gone. In their place, they left a profound, unnatural silence. The birds did not sing in the trees surrounding the clearing. The usual sounds of a frontier morning, the crow of a rooster, the lowing of a milk cow, the ring of an axe, were gone, replaced by the soft, hissing whisper of the smoldering cabin. A thick, greasy smoke, smelling of burnt pine and something else, something sickeningly sweet, hung heavy in the humid air, clinging to the valley floor. The cabin itself was no longer a home. It was a blackened skeleton, its chimney rising into the sky like a tombstone. The first to find it was a neighbor from the next ridge over, a man named Miller, who had come looking to borrow some shot. He approached cautiously, his long rifle held at the ready. He'd heard the faint echo of gunfire before dawn, but had prayed it was just a hunter. As he entered the clearing, he stopped dead. The scene before him was so absolute in its devastation that his mind couldn't immediately process it. He took in the trampled garden, the slaughtered livestock, and the gaping, fiery maw of the cabin. His breath caught in his throat. He saw the bodies then, scattered where they fell, and the hard, grim mask of the frontier fell over his face. He became a machine, his eyes scanning for any sign of life, for survivors, for tracks. The alarm was raised by hoofbeats and a hoarse voice screaming a single word: "Raid!" The news spread like a contagion of fear from one isolated homestead to the next. Barricades were dropped into place on cabin doors. Women gathered their children, their faces pale and drawn, while men took their rifles down from the mantles, their knuckles white as they checked the flint and powder. The fragile peace of the frontier had been a comforting lie, and now the brutal truth had returned. Every shadow was a warrior, every rustle of leaves a threat. The entire community was now a fortress under siege, locked in the grip of a cold, collective terror. Back at the smoking ruins, a small party of men gathered. They moved with a grim purpose, their faces set like stone. They were there to bury their dead, a task performed with a terrible, silent reverence. But as they accounted for the fallen, a chilling realization dawned on them. Jack, the family's eldest son, was not among the dead. His body was nowhere to be found. The immediate assumption was that he had been taken captive, dragged away for a fate many considered far worse than a quick death. A tiny, desperate flicker of hope was born, the hope of a rescue, but it was quickly choked by the dark possibilities of what captivity meant. This was not a crime to be solved by sheriffs and judges. This was an act of war, and it demanded a warrior's response. The local militia captain, a veteran of countless brutal skirmishes, declared an immediate pursuit. A posse of grim-faced men was formed on the spot, neighbors, relatives, and seasoned Indian fighters whose eyes burned with a cold, patient fire. There was no talk of justice, only of vengeance. A bounty was offered, not for the return of a captive, but for Cherokee scalps. It was a hard, jagged promise of revenge, a vow to repay blood with blood. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the posse rode out, their horses kicking up dust and ash, and disappeared into the same vast, silent wilderness that had swallowed the boy called Jack. In the wake of the slaughter, the community didn't come together. It clenched like a fist, tight and trembling. The open-hearted frontier spirit vanished overnight, replaced by a lockdown of suspicion and fear. Families that once shared meals and helped raise barns now looked at each other from behind barred doors and through the narrow slits of rifle loopholes. The local blockhouse, once a place for social gatherings, became a grim refuge where the air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, fear, and the bitter taste of fresh grief. It was here, in the cramped, suffocating confines of the fort, that the first cracks began to show. The lines were drawn in the dirt floor. On one side stood the militia captain and the families who had lost kin, their faces masks of cold rage. Their argument was simple and brutal. Every man who could hold a rifle needed to join the posse and ride until they had burned the Chickamauga towns to the ground. To them, any hesitation was cowardice. Any argument for caution was a betrayal of the dead. Their grief had burned away all nuance, leaving only the white-hot desire for vengeance. On the other side were the quieter folks, the families whose cabins were furthest out on the fringe of the settlement. They didn't speak up in the public meetings, but their silence was a heavy, stubborn presence. They knew a terrible truth. If every able-bodied man rode out on a quest for revenge, their own homes would be left defenseless, ripe for the picking. They were caught in an impossible choice: join the posse and risk their own families, or stay behind and be branded cowards and traitors by their neighbors. The war was no longer just outside the walls. It was inside, dividing them man from man. This division was fed by a conspiracy of silence, born not of guilt, but of pure, rational terror. Many of the settlers knew the woods. They knew there were Cherokee who wanted peace, and there were the implacable warriors of the Chickamauga who wanted war. Some may have even seen the direction the war party fled. But to speak that knowledge aloud was to paint a target on your own door. The warriors of Dragging Canoe had eyes and ears everywhere. To be seen as an informant for the militia was a death sentence, one that would be carried out in the dead of night, swift and silent. So people who knew things said nothing. They became deaf and blind, their fear a gag in their mouths. In this atmosphere of paranoia, small acts of character were magnified. A woman whose own pantry was nearly bare secretly left a small sack of cornmeal on the doorstep of a widowed neighbor. A quiet act of courage that risked angering those who believed every family should fend for itself. But there were acts of cowardice too. A man who was questioned by the posse gave them a deliberately vague direction, sending them on a wild goose chase into the swampy lowlands, simply because he wanted the trouble as far away from his own land as possible. The community was breaking under the strain, revealing the true nature of its people, not in their loud proclamations of unity, but in the quiet, desperate choices they made when they thought no one was watching. The posse that rode out from the settlement was not a disciplined army. It was an instrument of pure, hot-blooded vengeance. At its head rode the militia captain, a man whose face was a roadmap of past sorrows and old hatreds. Beside him was a grizzled tracker named Elias, a man so thin he looked like he was made of sinew and wood smoke, a man who could read a broken twig the way a preacher read scripture. Behind them came the farmers and blacksmiths, their jaws set, their eyes scanning the tree line. They were not lawmen seeking justice, they were hunters, and their prey was human. For the first day, they made good time, following the clear, brutal trail of the war party through the lowlands. But as they climbed into the tangled green maze of the mountains, the world changed. The forest deepened, the air grew cooler, and the sun became a distant, mottled light through the thick canopy of leaves. They were entering the Cherokee's domain now, and the wilderness itself seemed to rise up to protect its own. The trail became a phantom, a whisper of a moccasin print here, a displaced stone there, signs only Elias could see. The pursuit slowed from a gallop to a grim, plodding walk. Days bled into a week. The hunt became an ordeal, a war not just against the Cherokee, but against the mountains themselves. They clawed their way through rhododendron thickets so dense they called them hells, their clothes and skin torn to ribbons. A sudden, violent thunderstorm turned the ravines into raging torrents, nearly sweeping away their horses. Rations dwindled, and the men's burning rage cooled into a sullen, gnawing exhaustion. The mountain was wearing them down, sanding away their resolve, and Elias grew quieter, his eyes darting nervously. He knew this feeling. They weren't just following a trail, they were being led. The trap was sprung at a place called Cutter's Gap, a narrow pass flanked by high, rocky cliffs. Elias found the sign they were meant to find, a single discarded feather from a warrior's headdress lying in the open. It was a taunt, a dare. As the posse filed into the gap, a sudden, chilling war cry echoed from the rocks above, and the air was instantly filled with a deadly swarm of arrows and rifle balls. Chaos erupted. One man fell from his saddle with a cry, an arrow buried in his chest. Another screamed as a ball shattered his arm. The posse was caught in a perfect crossfire, unable to charge and with no cover to speak of. They fired their rifles wildly at the cliffs, but they were shooting at ghosts. They could see nothing but puffs of smoke from behind the rocks. The militia captain, his face a mask of fury and desperation, saw the truth in an instant. This wasn't a fight, it was a slaughter. "Back!" he roared. "Fall back!" The retreat was a panicked, desperate scramble. They dragged their wounded with them, firing blindly over their shoulders as they fled the gap. As quickly as it began, the attack stopped. The forest fell silent once more, the only sound the ragged gasps of the retreating men and the moans of the injured. The posse limped back into the settlement days later, a beaten and broken thing. They returned with empty saddles and hollow eyes. They had not found the war party. They had not recovered the captive boy. All they had found was the chilling, undeniable proof that out here, in the heart of the shadows, they were not the hunters. They were the prey. The hunt was over. Jack was gone for good, swallowed by a wilderness that would not give him back. And so, my friends, there was no grand trial in a courthouse. There was no judge in a black robe, no jury of 12 good men and true. The Cherokee warriors who burned the settlement and stole the boy were ghosts. You cannot put a shadow in the dock, but a trial did happen nonetheless. It took place in the dusty, crowded courtyard of the blockhouse, under the harsh glare of the afternoon sun, and the verdict handed down would poison the community for years to come. The defendants were the returning members of the posse, hollow-eyed men who walked with the stoop of the defeated. The jury was the rest of the settlement, the women, the old men, the children, who stared at them with a mixture of pity and accusation. There were no lawyers, but there was a prosecutor. He was a raw-boned farmer whose younger brother had been one of the men left behind in Cutter's Gap. He stood before the militia captain, his face contorted with grief and rage, and spoke in a voice that trembled but did not break. He accused the captain of incompetence, of pride, of leading good men into a slaughterhouse just to satisfy his own hatred. "You didn't hunt them," he spat. "You fed them our kin." The militia captain stood and took it. He didn't offer excuses. He didn't smirk with defiance. He looked like a man who had aged a decade in a week. His shoulders slumped under an invisible weight. When the farmer was finished, the captain spoke, his voice low and gravelly. He described the impossibly rugged terrain, the cleverness of the trail, the perfect, deadly precision of the ambush. He spoke not of savages, but of a masterful enemy fighting a brilliant defensive war on their own ground. He admitted his failure, but his words carried a chilling undertone. They had not simply been beaten, they had been profoundly outclassed. He had brought the law of men into the mountains, and the mountains had laughed. There was no gavel to announce the verdict. It was written in the averted eyes and the hard, unforgiving set of the jaws of the other settlers. The farmer who had spoken the accusation turned his back on the captain and walked away. Others followed. The posse, the symbol of their collective strength and law, was broken. The captain was not formally stripped of his rank, but he might as well have been. He was a leader with no one left to follow him. The community had found him guilty, not of malice, but of something worse on the frontier: weakness. He had failed to provide the only kind of justice they understood, the justice of blood for blood. And so the central burning question remained unanswered, hanging in the air like smoke. Was this justice? The system of the settlers, their organized militia, their belief in their own strength, had failed completely. The raiders were free, roaming the mountains, perhaps even watching them from the ridges. The boy was gone. The dead were in the ground. The verdict of the blockhouse trial was clear. The law of men was useless here. The only thing left was the justice of the mountains, a bitter personal code of survival and revenge, where every man was his own law and every stranger was a potential enemy. The verdict of the community trial, delivered in silence and turned backs, settled over the settlement like a permanent winter fog. Life went on, but it was a stunted, withered version of what had come before. The militia captain, the man who had led the failed posse, became a ghost at his own hearth. He still worked his fields, but he moved with the heavy, shuffling gait of a man carrying a corpse on his back. His authority was gone, his name a quiet synonym for failure. The community didn't banish him, but they didn't have to. They simply looked through him, and in doing so, they erased him. This was his curse, to live out his days among his people, but to be utterly alone. But while the settlement was turning inward, licking its wounds and slowly burying the memory of its own failure 100 miles away in the deep green shadows of the mountains, Jack was being unmade. His life after the verdict was not a curse or an atonement, it was a crucible. He was not being punished in the way the settlers imagined. He was being systematically taken apart, piece by piece, and put back together in a new and terrifying shape. The Cherokee chief who had captured him was now his teacher. The boy's old life was burned away, not with cruelty, but with a relentless, immersive education. He was forced to learn the Salagi language until his English tongue grew thick and clumsy in his mouth. He was taught to hunt, not with the loud boom of a rifle, but with the silent flight of an arrow, to move through the forest without snapping a twig, to become another shadow among the trees. This was more than just learning new skills. It was a reprogramming of his very soul. They did not just teach him how to fight, they taught him why they fought. By the light of the council fire, he heard the history of his new people. It wasn't a story of savage raids, but a long, heartbreaking litany of broken promises, of sacred lands stolen, of women and children murdered by the very people he had once called his own. The massacre that had destroyed his family, which had once been a singular, world-ending tragedy, was now presented to him as a single link in a long, unbroken chain of violence initiated by the settlers. He was being given a new truth, a new history, and it was a story that, to his broken and betrayed heart, made a terrible kind of sense. Back in the settlement, the scars were fading by force. The community, in a desperate act of self-preservation, began to forget. The burned-out ruins of Jack's cabin were slowly swallowed by the aggressive green of the wilderness, becoming a taboo place no one visited. The names of the men who died in Cutter's Gap were spoken less and less, and the name of the lost boy, Jack, was buried the deepest of all. It became a lesson whispered to children before bed, not a story of heroism, but a grim warning about the price of weakness, a ghost story to keep them close to home. They were trying to heal by cutting out the memory, but they had left the wound to fester in the dark. Years turn into decades, and decades into centuries. The official histories of Tennessee, written in neat ink in leather-bound books, rarely mention a boy named Jack or a warrior called Nicotee. The records of that time are a chaotic jumble of land deeds, militia muster rolls, and faded letters. A story this personal, this brutal, this shameful simply slips through the cracks. But it didn't vanish. It did what all powerful stories in these mountains do. It went to ground, seeping into the folklore of the region like water into limestone, whispered from one generation to the next. For the descendants of the settlers, the name Nicotee Jack became a boogeyman, a cautionary tale told to frightened children who wandered too far from the cabin. He was the ultimate horror, not the savage from without, but the traitor from within. To this day, there are places on old maps, hollows and ridges, that carry names whose dark origins are long forgotten by most. A place called Cutter's Gap still exists, a name that means nothing to the tourists who drive through it, but to a few old families, it's a place where the air still feels heavy. The story of Nicotee Jack became a part of their DNA, reinforcing a deep-seated distrust of outsiders and the ever-present fear of the wilderness's power to change a man for the worse. But there is another echo, one that is rarely heard. Among the descendants of the Cherokee, particularly those whose ancestors fought with dragging canoe, the story is different. They remember the white Indians, the captives who were adopted and became fierce defenders of their new people. In their version, a man like Jack is not a traitor, but a man whose eyes were open to the truth. His story is not one of shame, but of a spirit that was Cherokee in its heart, regardless of the skin it was born in. It is a haunting and powerful thought that somewhere today, among the members of the Cherokee Nation, there are people who carry the blood of this lost boy, a forgotten link in a chain of survival they may not even know exists. You cannot go and find a monument to Nickety Jack. There is no tombstone with his name on it, neither his settler name nor his Cherokee one. If you knew where to look, you might find a slight depression in the forest floor, a place where a cabin once stood, now marked only by a few moss-covered foundation stones and a patch of ground where the wild blackberries refused to grow. This is the only physical trace left of the world that was lost. His real monument is the story itself, the chilling echo of his name that has managed to survive the centuries. Because while people forget, and the paper they write on turns to dust, the mountains remember. The ancient silent ridges that witnessed the raid are still standing. The creek where he was taken captive still carves its path through the valley. They hold the memory of the gun smoke, the blood, and the impossible choice a young boy was forced to make. The mountains saw it all, and in their deep, enduring silence, they keep the truth of the story safe, waiting for those who are quiet enough to listen. So we return to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, like smoke from a dying fire. How does a boy become a monster to his own people? The easy answers are the ones history prefers. He was a traitor, a turncoat, a man whose mind was broken by captivity. But the truth, my friends, is far more unsettling. The wilderness didn't turn Jack into a savage. It simply burned away the boy he was and showed him the man he was always capable of becoming. His old world, built on a foundation of righteous belief, was shattered by a single act of violence. His new world, though brutal, offered him something he had lost: a family, a purpose, and a cause that felt righteous in its own terrible way. He wasn't stolen so much as he was forged anew. This is more than just the story of one man. It's the story of the Appalachian frontier itself. It is a timeless lesson that the line between civilized and savage is a fragile thing, a line drawn not on a map, but in smoke and blood. It reminds us that every story of heroism has a shadow, and every act of monstrous violence has a logic, however twisted it may seem. This is a story not just of cruelty and hatred, but of the indomitable human spirit in its most extreme form, the desperate need to belong to a tribe, and the terrifying lengths a person will go to defend it, especially when he has to choose that tribe himself. The name Nickety Jack no longer belongs to a boy or a warrior. It has become a piece of the mountain itself, a haunting whisper on the wind that reminds us of the true cost of this land. He is a ghost born of two peoples, belonging to neither, but a timeless reminder that the deepest battle lines are not drawn between forts and villages, but are carved directly through the human heart. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. On a cold autumn morning in 1927, the rising sun burned the mist off a treacherous mountain road known as Devil's Drop. It revealed a scene of brutal final silence. A Ford V8, its metal skin peppered with bullet holes, sat angled against a fallen tree. Beside it, his life staining the dark Carolina soil, lay William Bill Young, the undisputed king of the region's white lightning trade. His cargo of whiskey was gone. His life was gone. The mountains don't give up their secrets easily. The official law called it a bootlegger's quarrel and looked the other way. But this single act of violence didn't just end a man's life. It started a legend. It gave birth to a story of a love so powerful it refused to die, and a ghost that walks these hills to this very day. Today, we're going to peel back the layers of myth and memory to find the truth behind the haunting of Silver Creek Cemetery. To understand the ghost, You must first understand the man she mourned and the world he ruled. The 1920s in the Blue Ridge Mountains were a time of quiet defiance. For generations, turning corn into whiskey was a way of life, a craft that put food on the table when cash was a stranger in these parts. Prohibition wasn't a law to these people. It was a declaration of war from a distant government that neither knew nor cared about their struggles. In this world, William Bill Young was not just a criminal. He was royalty. He was the Prince of White Lightning. His stills were tucked away in rhododendron hells, so thick and tangled, no federal agent could ever hope to find them. And his product wasn't the harsh, blinding moonshine of cheap renown. It was smooth, clean, and powerful, a spirit sought by name in the fine parlors of Charlotte and Asheville. He was a folk hero, a handsome and charismatic figure who drove a Ford V8 modified to outrun any lawman on the twisting mountain roads. But Bill Young's greatest treasure wasn't his reputation or his souped-up engine. It was his wife, Eleonora. She was said to be a preacher's daughter from a neighboring valley, a woman with a gentle soul and hair the color of dark honey. Her quiet grace was the perfect counterpoint to his dangerous life. She was the calm at the center of his storm, the one person who saw the husband and the father, not the outlaw. Their love was a local legend in itself, as fierce and untamed as the landscape around them. In a life defined by risk, by late-night runs with no headlights, by the constant threat of the law and jealous rivals, Eleonora was his one safe harbor. She was the reason he came home. The small cabin they shared was a world away from the stills and the chases, a sanctuary filled with a love that felt unshakable. Yet, in those mountains, success casts a long and hungry shadow. Bill's legend grew, and so did the jealousy of other men. Whispers began to circulate about a new outfit, ruthless men from over the state line in Tennessee. They didn't follow the old codes of honor among moonshiners. They were profiteers who saw Bill's territory not as something earned, but as something to be taken. This was the unspoken vulnerability in their lives, the gathering storm on the edge of their perfect world, a threat that was closer than either of them knew. It was a local farmer on his way to market who found him, his mule stopping dead in the road, ears twitching at a scene that was deeply, horribly wrong. The unnatural silence was the first thing he noticed. No birdsong, no rustle of squirrels, just the quiet hum of a world holding its breath. Bill Young's Ford V8 was a monument to the violence. Its shattered headlights stared blindly at the sky, and its dark paint was marred by a dozen jagged holes. The driver's side door was open, swinging slightly in the morning breeze. The county sheriff, a man who knew these hills and its people, arrived an hour later. He meticulously walked the scene, his eyes missing nothing. The evidence told a story, but it was a fragmented one. The large oak tree blocking the road hadn't fallen by chance. He could see the fresh, clean cuts of an axe at its base. It was a classic ambush. He found spent rifle casings glinting in the dirt on the high bank of the road, suggesting the attackers had the advantage of cover and elevation. Bill's own pistol was clutched in his cold hand, all 6 rounds fired. He hadn't gone down without a fight. The ground itself held the most telling clues. In the damp earth, the sheriff could make out at least 3, maybe 4, distinct sets of boot prints, none of which belonged to Bill. They were heavy, purposeful tracks that spoke of men who moved with confidence. They had swarmed the car, and other tracks showed where they had hauled the heavy crates of liquor away, their trail leading to the edge of the woods before vanishing completely into the thick undergrowth. It was efficient. It was professional. But the scene was also a puzzle of contradictions. They had taken every last jar of whiskey, yet Bill's wallet, still thick with cash, remained untouched in his pocket. This wasn't a simple robbery by desperate men. This was a targeted strike, an execution designed to send a message. The chaos of the gunfire was followed by the cold, calculated logic of the theft. Who were these men who left money but took liquor? Who fought with such brutal finality? The crime scene on Devil's Drop spoke of a coordinated attack, but the wilderness offered no easy answers. The gunshots had echoed through the holler and then been swallowed by the trees. The killers had materialized from the forest and then melted back into it, leaving behind a dead man, a bullet-riddled car, and 1,000 terrifying questions that began to spread like wildfire through the tight-knit mountain community. Now, in these hills, when a man like Bill Young is found dead, the first place you look is at the man who hated him the most. And in this case, that man had a name: Jedediah "Jed" Scoggins. Jed was a moonshiner of the old school. His still was a rusty, sputtering contraption that produced a liquor so harsh it was said you could peel paint with it. He was a bitter, solitary man, with eyes as hard as creek stones and a permanent scowl etched into his face. The bad blood between Jed and Bill ran deep, a classic mountain feud born not of land or family, but of pure, corrosive jealousy. They had come up in the trade together, but where Bill was an artist, Jed was just a cook. Bill's operation grew, his reputation soared, and his pockets grew heavy with cash. Meanwhile, Jed Scoggins stayed right where he was, brewing his gut rot for a handful of locals who couldn't afford better, watching Bill's fancy Ford V8 roar past his dilapidated shack. Every success of Bill's was another bitter pill for Jed to swallow. The tension had finally boiled over just a month before the ambush. The story is told that Jed Scoggins confronted Bill in the local general store, accusing him of stealing customers. Bill, with his easy smile, just laughed it off. He clapped Jed on the shoulder and said loud enough for everyone to hear, "Now, Jed, there's a market for paint thinner and there's a market for fine whiskey. We ain't in the same business." The store erupted in laughter. For a man like Jed Scoggins, whose only currency was his pride, the public humiliation was a wound that would never heal. His face turned a deep, dangerous red, and he stormed out, muttering threats under his breath. So when the news of Bill's murder spread through the hollers, every eye turned to Jed. The sheriff paid him a visit first thing. Scoggins denied everything, of course, but his anger made him look guilty. Whispers solidified into what seemed like fact. A trapper claimed he'd seen Jed's beat-up truck parked in a thicket a mile from Devil's Drop the night of the killing. Others swore they'd heard him at the store just last week, telling anyone who'd listen that Bill Young's pride is going to get him killed. For the community, and for the lawmen looking for a quick and easy answer, Jed Scoggins was the perfect suspect. He had the motive, the means, and a heart full of poison. But a bitter old man like Jed Scoggins was a known danger, a rattlesnake that warns you before it strikes. The truly terrifying poison is the kind you welcome into your own home. As the initial shock wore off, a second, more chilling suspicion began to take root, turning from the obvious enemy to the trusted friend. Caleb Vance. Caleb was Bill Young's right-hand man, his shadow. He was a younger cousin who Bill had taken under his wing years ago, teaching him every secret of the trade. Caleb knew the location of the stills, he knew the delivery schedules, and he knew the hidden compartments in the Ford V8. He was the one man on earth Bill trusted with his business, his life, and the safety of his wife, Eleonora. He was treated like a brother. No one suspected him, not at first. But loyalty, when starved of recognition, can curdle into ambition. Caleb was the one doing the back-breaking work in the humid hollows, while Bill was the one collecting the profits and the praise. He saw the life Bill had built, the respect, the fear he commanded, the money, and began to see it not as something to admire, but as something he deserved. More than that, people began to recall the way Caleb looked at Eleonora when Bill wasn't around. It wasn't the gaze of a protective cousin. It was the quiet, hungry stare of a man coveting something he could never have. With this new suspicion in mind, people's memories began to shift. His grief at the funeral, which had seemed so profound, now looked theatrical and hollow. He had been the one to help Bill load the car that fateful night, and folks remembered him arguing with Bill a week earlier, insisting that the old road was getting too much attention from the law and that the route through Devil's Drop was safer. Was it a helpful suggestion, or was he leading the lamb to the slaughter? The community was now faced with a far more terrifying possibility than a simple feud. Was Bill Young's death the result of a snake he had nurtured at his own hearth? But there was a third shadow lurking at the edges of this tragedy, a threat far bigger and more impersonal than a bitter old man or a jealous cousin. The world of bootlegging was changing. Big city money and organized crime were beginning to see the potential in the mountains, not as a place of tradition, but as an untapped resource. A different breed of predator was slipping through the gaps in the hills, men who didn't live by any mountain code. They were known only as the Tennessee outfit. They weren't moonshiners, they were businessmen, and their business was violence and consolidation. Their goal was simple: to control the entire flow of illegal whiskey from the mountains to the cities, cutting out the independent operators who had worked these stills for generations. In this new, brutal landscape, Bill Young wasn't just a competitor. He was an empire of one, an obstacle that had to be removed. Their motive was the coldest and cleanest of all: pure profit. They coveted Bill's pristine product, his well-established roots, and his list of wealthy clients. Taking him out wasn't an act of passion. It was a corporate takeover executed with rifles instead of contracts. They didn't want to just beat him. They wanted to absorb his entire operation, from the hidden stills to the last drop of whiskey. For weeks leading up to the murder, their presence had been felt like a change in the weather. Strangers had been seen in town, men in city hats with hard, watchful eyes, asking quiet questions about Bill Young's schedule. Cars with Tennessee plates were spotted on lonely back roads where they had no business being. The story circulated that one of these men had approached Bill with an offer: work for them or get out of the way. Bill, proud and fiercely independent, would have laughed in his face. It was a laugh that signed his own death warrant. This third possibility was, in many ways, the most frightening. Jed Scoggins and Caleb Vance were known devils. The Tennessee outfit was a faceless, nameless force, a killing machine that operated on the cold arithmetic of profit and loss. The sheriff, a man who trusted his gut, put all his energy into the clearest path. All signs pointed to the bitter, jealous heart of Jedediah Scoggins. A posse was formed, a dozen grim-faced men with shotguns and a cold sense of mountain justice in their eyes. For 3 days, they combed the unforgiving slopes of Scoggins' territory, fueled by the trapper's claim of seeing Jed's truck near the ambush site. They navigated briar-choked ravines and followed cold tracks through mist-filled hollows, certain that every step brought them closer to their man. They finally cornered him at his ramshackle cabin, expecting a desperate shootout. But what they found was anticlimax and confusion. Jed Scoggins wasn't armed and ready for a fight. He was laid up in a filthy cot, his leg crudely splintered and swollen to twice its normal size. He spat tobacco juice onto the floor and cursed them for fools. His alibi was ironclad and delivered by the one man in the county whose word was beyond question: the old doctor. The doctor confirmed he'd been at Jed's cabin the entire night of the murder, setting a nasty break after a tree-felling accident. Jed Scoggins, for all his venom, hadn't been anywhere near Devil's Drop. The most promising lead had evaporated into thin air. The sheriff then turned his attention to Caleb Vance. He questioned Bill's cousin for hours, but it was like trying to hold on to water. Caleb's story was seamless, his grief a perfect shield against any probing question. He expressed shock and sorrow that anyone could suspect him. Without a single piece of hard evidence, the whispers against him remained just that, powerless whispers. And as for the Tennessee outfit, they were smoke. The sheriff sent inquiries across the state line, but the men in city hats were ghosts. They had no names, no faces anyone could clearly recall, and had vanished as quickly as they had appeared. The investigation had hit a wall. Every trail had grown cold. Every promising clue turned to dust in the sheriff's hands. The initial roar for justice in the community faded to a nervous, fearful murmur. The killer, it seemed, had gotten away clean. And if a man as powerful as Bill Young could be struck down so easily, then nobody was safe. In the days that followed the failed investigation, a new kind of quiet fell over the mountains. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of an autumn evening. It was a cold, heavy silence, the kind that suffocates truth. The initial outrage over Bill's murder had curdled into something else. Doors that were once open were now bolted. Eyes that once met yours in greeting now slid away, finding a sudden interest in the dirt on the road. A curtain of unspoken agreement had been drawn across the community. This wasn't the silence of ignorance, it was the silence of fear. Raw, palpable fear. The logic was simple and brutal. If a man as powerful, as respected, and as feared as Bill Young could be gunned down on a public road, what chance did a simple farmer or a store clerk have? The killers hadn't just murdered a man, they had murdered the community's sense of security. They were still out there, unseen, their identities a terrifying mystery. To speak a name, to repeat a rumor, was to risk drawing their attention, and no one wanted to be next. But it was more than just fear. It was the code. For generations, these mountain folk had lived by their own laws, born of a deep and abiding distrust for any authority that came from outside their hills. Talking to a man with a badge, even a local one, was a violation of that code. It was inviting an outside world of courts and lawyers into their own business. The unspoken rule was clear. You see nothing, you hear nothing, and you know nothing. You handle your own affairs, and you let your neighbors handle theirs. The few who were thought to know something learned the power of this code very quickly. A man who had been seen talking to Bill just hours before the ambush suddenly became a pariah. His neighbors, men he'd known his whole life, suddenly had urgent chores to do when he approached. No threat was ever spoken aloud, none needed to be. The cold shoulders and the averted gazes were a message clearer than any gunshot. Stay quiet, or you're on your own. And so, the sheriff's investigation died, not from a lack of leads, but from a lack of voices. He would ask questions and be met with blank stares, polite deflections, and shrugged shoulders. The people of the valley had made a collective choice. They would bury the truth under the weight of their silence, hoping that if they didn't speak of the devil, he might just pass them by. The murder of Bill Young was now a closed book, locked tight by the fear of an entire community. Years slid by like water over stone. The murder of Bill Young became a cold case, then a local legend, a story to tell children to keep them from wandering too far into the woods after dark. The wall of silence held firm, and every single evening, Eleonora kept her vigil, her black-clad form becoming as much a part of the landscape as the ancient oaks in the cemetery. Her grief was a silent, unchanging monument. Nearly a decade after Bill's death, Eleonora's vigil finally ended. She passed away in her sleep one cold winter morning and was buried beside her husband, their story seemingly concluded. It fell to a distant niece, a young woman who barely remembered her famous uncle, to clear out the small Spartan cabin where Eleonora had lived out her last lonely years. While packing away old linens in a cedar chest, her fingers brushed against something hard tucked beneath a false bottom, a small, leather-bound journal. This was the clue that had been forgotten because no one knew it existed. It wasn't a diary of daily life. It was a testament of silent suffering, a record of the truth Eleonora was too terrified to speak aloud. The niece's hands trembled as she read the elegant, spidery script, the entries beginning the day after Bill's body was found. The journal revealed everything. It described how Caleb Vance, Bill's trusted cousin, had come to the cabin late on the night of the murder, hours before the body was officially discovered. He had told Eleonora that Bill was delayed on a run, but his story was a lie, and Eleonora had seen it. His boots were caked in the distinctive red clay found only on the road up Devil's Drop. There was a fresh, angry scratch on his cheek, and his hands, she wrote, would not stop trembling. He couldn't meet her eyes. When the news came the next morning, the terrible truth clicked into place in her heart. The journal laid it all bare, her agonizing suspicion that Caleb, driven by a poisonous mix of greed and ambition, had been the inside man. He had made a deal with the Tennessee outfit, giving them the route, the time, and the assurance that Bill would be alone. He had led his own cousin, his own blood, into a fatal trap. The discovery of that journal, a quiet voice from beyond the grave, didn't just point to a new suspect. It shattered the entire foundation of the mystery and screamed out the name of the true betrayer. The case of Bill Young was suddenly, violently alive again. The sheriff, now a much older man with the weight of years in his eyes, took the small leather journal from the nervous young woman. He opened it with a sense of weary duty, expecting the rambling thoughts of a grieving widow. But as he read Eleanora's precise, heartbreaking prose, the years fell away. He wasn't an old sheriff in a quiet office. He was back on Devil's Drop, smelling the gunpowder and the cold morning air. The words on the page were a voice from the grave, a testimony that time had not been able to silence. There, in Eleanora's own hand, was the key. Caleb Vance's visit, the red clay on his boots, the lie in his eyes. Armed with the truth that had been buried for a decade, the sheriff walked out of his office and down the main street. He found Caleb Vance where he always was, overseeing a small timber business he'd built on the ashes of Bill Young's empire. Caleb was heavier now, a respected man in the community, his past betrayal hidden behind a facade of quiet competence. The sheriff didn't raise his voice. He simply held out the open journal. "Eleanora kept a record, Caleb," he said, his voice low and steady. "She wrote it all down." At the sight of that familiar script, the mask that Caleb Vance had worn for 10 long years shattered. The color drained from his face. It wasn't the law that broke him. It was the ghost of the woman whose love he had craved and whose husband he had betrayed. In a torrent of words, the confession poured out of him, a decade of guilt and resentment. He had been the engine, and Bill had been the face. He had sweated over the stills while Bill collected the glory. He had watched Bill with Eleanora, a love so complete it left no room for anyone else, and the poison of jealousy had festered into a murderous ambition. His confession finally gave a name to the faceless external threat. He admitted to meeting with the Tennessee outfit, giving them everything they needed. He drew them a map of Devil's Drop. He told them the exact time Bill's Ford would round the tight bend. He assured them Bill would be alone and that the local law wouldn't look too hard into a bootlegger's death. It was the perfect crime, a partnership between inside knowledge and outside muscle. The full, horrifying truth was finally laid bare for all to see. It wasn't a feud with Jed Scoggins. It wasn't a random attack by outsiders. It was a cold-blooded pact, a conspiracy born in the heart of Bill Young's own family. Caleb Vance, the trusted cousin, had been the serpent in the garden. He had opened the gate and let the wolves in, all for a share of the profits and the empty hope that with Bill gone, Eleanora might finally see him. The central mystery was solved, and the answer was a betrayal so profound it was almost unthinkable. The man who had mourned the loudest at the funeral had been the one who orchestrated the killing. Now, with Caleb's confession echoing across a decade of silence, we can finally see the events of that night as they truly happened. We can go back to Devil's Drop and bear witness to the full, heartbreaking story. On that moonless autumn night, the engine of the Ford V8 was a low, confident rumble, the only sound in the sleeping hollow. Behind the wheel, Bill Young was in his element. The road was treacherous, the car was heavy with its precious cargo, but this was a dance he knew by heart. He was thinking of home, of the warmth of the fire, of Eleanora waiting. As he rounded the tight bend, his headlights caught the dark, solid line of the fallen oak. He slowed to a stop, his mind already working on the problem, a flicker of annoyance but not yet alarm. The alarm came a second later. It wasn't a sound, it was a feeling. A subtle shift in the shadows on the high bank to his left, a glint of moonlight on something that shouldn't have been there. In that split second of cold realization, the night exploded. The silence was torn apart by a sound like 100 dry branches snapping at once. It wasn't just a gunshot, it was a volley, a deafening crackle of coordinated rifle fire. The passenger side window dissolved into a spiderweb of frosted glass. The sturdy metal of the Ford's door dimpled and tore as if struck by a violent, invisible hail. The world outside the car became a chaotic storm of noise and muzzle flashes, a hell of his cousin's making. Bill's hand instinctively went to the pistol he always kept by his side. Its single defiant bark was a lonely protest, a single note against a symphony of destruction. And then there was a sharp grunt, a sudden stillness behind the wheel. The last sound from him was the heavy thud of his body slumping against the driver's side door. His fight was over. The gunfire stopped. A profound, ringing silence descended, thicker and heavier than before. Shadows detached themselves from the tree line, solidifying into the shapes of men. They moved with a cold, detached efficiency. They didn't even glance at the figure in the car. Their focus was on the cargo. The back doors were pried open, and crate after crate of mason jars were hauled into the darkness. Their movements were swift, practiced, leaving no trace but their boot prints in the mud. When the last crate was gone, the men melted back into the woods as silently as they had appeared. They left behind a scene of chilling stillness. The shattered headlights cast jagged, broken beams into the darkness, like the eyes of a great beast that had been blinded. The air, once crisp with the scent of pine, now hung heavy with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder. The only movement was a thin trickle of whiskey from a single shattered jar, its clear liquid mixing with the dark, damp earth in a final, wasted offering. The trial of Caleb Vance was more than a legal proceeding. It was a public reckoning, a final, painful chapter in a story that had haunted the community for a decade. The small county courthouse was packed to the rafters. Old men who had known Bill Young personally sat beside young people who had only ever heard his name whispered in ghost stories. The air was thick with the weight of unspoken history. Every person in that room, a silent juror in a trial that had been held in the court of public opinion for years. In the defendant's chair, Caleb Vance was a ghost of a man. The facade he had maintained for 10 years had crumbled, leaving behind a hollow shell. He wasn't defiant. He didn't rage or deny. He simply sat there, his eyes fixed on the worn floorboards, as if he could see the faces of Bill and Eleonora in the grain of the wood. When the charges were read, conspiracy and murder, he showed no reaction, offering a quiet plea of guilty. His confession had been a dam breaking, and now there was nothing left inside him to fight with. The prosecutor, armed with Eleonora's journal, painted a devastating picture of betrayal. He read passages aloud, and the sound of the dead woman's words, filled with sorrow and suspicion, silenced the entire courtroom. He presented Caleb as a modern-day Cain, a man who had sold his own kin into a bloody ambush for a handful of silver and a sliver of power. The evidence was overwhelming, the confession absolute. The prosecution demanded the harshest penalty the law would allow. But this was Appalachia, and justice here has always been a complicated, tangled thing. Caleb's lawyer didn't argue his client's innocence. Instead, he argued his weakness. He portrayed Caleb not as the architect of the crime, but as a foolish, resentful young man who was manipulated and threatened by the faceless, ruthless Tennessee outfit. He argued that Caleb never fired a shot, that his guilt was in his silence and his cowardice, not in a direct act of murder. He was a pawn, the lawyer claimed, who had been sacrificed by the true kings of the bloody game. The verdict, when it came, felt both inevitable and unsatisfying. The jury found Caleb Vance guilty, but not of first-degree murder. They convicted him on charges of conspiracy and accessory to the crime. The judge sentenced him to 20 years in the state penitentiary. He was led from the courtroom in chains, his head still bowed, a man condemned to live with his ghosts in a cell of his own making. The community was torn. For some, it wasn't enough. 20 years felt like a pittance for the life of a man like Bill Young and the decade of sorrow that followed. But for others, there was a quiet, reluctant sense of pity. They saw Caleb not as a monster, but as another victim of the violent world they all inhabited. Justice, it seemed, had been served, but it brought no peace. The trial was over, but the arguments over its verdict would echo through those hills for another generation, a final, ambiguous chord in the tragic ballad of Bill Young. Caleb Vance's 20-year sentence was, in the end, a life sentence. He walked into the state penitentiary, and the mountains never saw him again. He was a quiet, broken prisoner, haunted not by the guards or the high stone walls, but by the ghosts he had carried with him from Devil's Drop. He died of pneumonia 12 years into his sentence, a man who had traded a kingdom of his own making for a 6-by-9-foot cell. His betrayal had gained him nothing but a lonely death far from the hills that he had stained with his cousin's blood. For Jedediah Scoggins, the verdict was a hollow victory. The law had cleared his name, but the whispers of the community were a judgment from which there was no appeal. He would forever be the man who was accused of killing Bill Young. The suspicion clung to him like a shroud, deepening the bitter lines around his mouth. He retreated further into his solitude, his only companions the bubbling of his still and the corrosive memory of being judged for a crime he didn't commit. He lived out his days as an outcast, a testament to how an accusation, even when proven false, can leave a wound that never truly heals. And what of the Tennessee outfit, the faceless men who pulled the triggers? The law never touched them. But the mountains have a long memory and their own way of settling scores. Over the years, stories drifted back across the state line, whispered from one bootlegger to another. One of the ringleaders, it was said, drove his own car off a cliff on a road just as treacherous as Devil's Drop, his body found in a wreck of twisted metal. Another died in a suspicious fire at his speakeasy, consumed by the very enterprise he had killed for. And the last one, the man who had given the final order, was said to have gone mad, dying in an asylum, haunted to his last breath by the face of a man he'd murdered in the dark Carolina hills. The young niece who found the journal, the unwitting key to unlocking the truth, could no longer bear the weight of her family's history. She sold the small cabin and the land and moved away, seeking a life in a place where the name Young didn't carry the echo of gunfire and betrayal. She had given the dead a voice, but in doing so had silenced her own future in the mountains. The crime left a permanent scar on the community itself. The wall of silence had been shattered, replaced by a quiet, collective shame. The story of Caleb's betrayal became a cautionary tale, a dark lesson passed down through generations about how greed and jealousy could poison a man's soul and turn brother against brother. The events on Devil's Drop were no longer a mystery, but a wound in the valley's memory, a stark reminder that the deepest betrayals often come from those who stand closest to the fire. If you travel those winding Carolina roads today, you can still find the echoes of this story etched into the landscape and the memory of its people. The world has changed. The era of Prohibition is a dusty chapter in a history book, and the dirt track of Devil's Drop is now a paved county road. But the curves are just as sharp, the drop is just as steep, and the locals will tell you that on a moonless night, you drive it with your heart in your throat. The true heart of the legend, however, rests on a quiet hill overlooking the valley. Silver Creek Cemetery is still there, a peaceful, somber place. And in a quiet corner, you will find two simple, weathered granite stones standing side by side for nearly a century. William Young and Eleanora Young. Their names are faded, softened by years of wind and rain, but they remain. Sometimes, even today, you might find a single wild rhododendron blossom left on Bill's grave, a quiet offering from someone who knows the story and respects the vigil. But the facts of the case, the trial, the betrayal, the confession, have all faded into the background. What has survived, what has grown stronger with each passing year, is the ghost story. The memory of Bill and Eleanora is kept alive not in court records, but in the legend of the woman in black. To this day, people claim to see her. Teenagers on a dare will come home pale and shaken, swearing they saw a dark figure standing over the Youngs' graves, a figure that vanished when a flashlight beam touched it. Travelers on the road below still report hearing the faint sound of weeping carried on the wind when there is no wind to carry it. The story has become a part of the local folklore, as real as the mountains themselves. It's whispered around campfires, a ballad of love and loss that has transcended its violent origins. Old-timers say the mountains themselves hold the memory. The whisper of the wind through the pines is Eleonora's sigh. The sudden chill you feel near the cemetery is her sorrow. The world might forget the names and the dates, but the land does not. The story of the moonshiner and his eternally faithful wife is no longer just history. It is a permanent feature of this place, a ghost that walks these hills forever. We began this journey on a cold stretch of road with a bullet-riddled car and a question: what really happened on Devil's Drop? We found the answer, not in a heroic shootout, but in a sordid, quiet act of betrayal. A story of greed and jealousy, as old as the hills themselves. The law eventually found its man, and a measure of justice was served in a dusty courtroom. But that ugly human truth is not the story that has survived. This is the ultimate lesson of the woman in black. It is a story not about the brutal end of a man's life, but about the unending love of his wife. The community, bound by fear and a code of silence, allowed the facts of a murder to be buried. But through their whispers, their awe, and their respect for Eleonora's vigil, they resurrected a different kind of truth. They chose to remember the loyalty, not the betrayal. They chose to honor the love, not the violence. In the end, this is a ghost story that teaches us that some bonds are too strong to be broken by gunfire or the grave. It shows us how a deep and abiding love can become a legend, a story told to remind us that even in the darkest of times, loyalty is a light that can echo through generations. The law may have closed the case on Bill Young, but it was Eleonora's heart that wrote the final, enduring chapter. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. They say, if you walk the old McCoy lands on a cold January night, when the wind moans through the bare sycamores, you can still hear her. A woman's voice, thin and full of sorrow, whispering two names into the darkness. Alifair Calvin. It's the ghost of Sarah McCoy, they say, the living curse of the great feud, a mother forever searching for the children who were murdered right before her eyes. But how does a person become a ghost while they're still breathing? How does a tough, resilient mountain matriarch, the very heart of a family, get broken so completely that her grief itself becomes a local legend? Hers is not a story of bullets and bravado. It's the story of what happens after the guns fall silent, and of a sorrow so deep it haunts the hills to this very day. Today, we separate the woman from the haint and trace the path that led Sarah McCoy into that long, lonely darkness. To understand the woman, you first have to understand the mountains that made her. Sarah Mullins was born in 1829 into a world of sharp ridges and deep, isolated hollows along the Kentucky side of the Tug Fork. This wasn't a land of easy living. It was a place that demanded everything from you: your strength, your sweat, your resilience. The seasons were harsh, the soil was rocky, and the outside world with its formal laws and governments was a distant rumor. Life was governed by a different set of rules: the turning of the seasons, the needs of the family, and the unwritten code of the hills. She was a Mullins before she was a McCoy, and like all mountain families, they lived by a simple, powerful creed: you take care of your own. Sarah's childhood wouldn't have been one of play and schooling. Her education came at her mother's side, learning the hard-won lessons of survival. She learned how to birth a child and how to bury one. She learned which roots could break a fever and which berries were poison. She learned to mend clothes, cure meat, and stretch a handful of cornmeal to feed a hungry family through the dead of winter. It was a life that forged a quiet, unbreakable strength into the very marrow of her bones. There are no documents that tell us of a single, defining moment in her youth. but the life of every mountain girl was filled with them. You can imagine a winter so fierce it threatened to starve the family out, and a young Sarah, not yet a woman, helping her mother keep a dying fire alive. You can picture her nursing a younger sibling through a sickness, learning for the first time that hollow-eyed fear that comes when a loved one's life hangs by a thread. These small, forgotten battles were her forge, tempering her into a woman who could endure hardship without complaint, because complaining was a luxury the mountains never afforded. In 1849, that quiet strength was joined with the formidable pride of Randolph McCoy. Randall, as he was known, was a stubborn, unbending man, quick to see a slight and slow to forgive a debt. When Sarah married him, she wasn't just becoming a wife, she was becoming the bedrock of a new dynasty. Her life's work would now be to build a family, to raise sons and daughters who carried the McCoy name. He was the stone wall facing the world. She was the mortar holding it all together, the quiet force that turned a rough log cabin into a home. Her code was not the code of the gunman or the feudist, not yet. Her code was the ancient, unspoken law of the Appalachian matriarch. It was a law written in the rhythm of a rocking chair, the smell of baking bread, and the fierce protective glare she'd give anyone who threatened her children. Her honor wasn't tied to land disputes or stolen hogs. It was tied to the well-being of the 13 souls she brought into this world. Her domain was the hearth. Her ambition was a full pantry, and her loyalty was absolute, not to a cause, but to the lives she had created. Before the first shots of the feud echoed in her memory, Sarah McCoy's world was one of simple, profound purpose. Her domain wasn't the courthouse or the battlefield. It was a rough-hewn log cabin on a Kentucky hillside, a home that was overflowing with the noise and chaos of life. While Randall was out wrestling a living from the rocky soil or nursing a grievance with a neighbor, Sarah was the quiet gravity that held their chaotic world in orbit. The cabin wasn't just a shelter, it was her life's work, a testament to her endurance, filled with the smell of wood smoke and stew and the constant hum of her children's lives. And what a life it was. She was the mother of 13. Imagine that. 13 times she went through the trial of childbirth, and 13 times she held a new life in her arms. Her days weren't measured in hours, but in the tasks required to keep that many souls alive and well. It was an endless cycle of mending torn shirts, calming fevers with cool rags, breaking up squabbles between brothers, and singing the youngest ones to sleep. Her hands were never still. They were either kneading dough, churning butter, snapping beans, or gently brushing the hair from a sleeping child's face. She wasn't a woman given to grand pronouncements. Her strength was in her presence. When a child fell and scraped a knee, it was Sarah's lap they sought. When a son came home angry over some dispute, it was her steady gaze that could soothe the heat of his pride. She was the keeper of their stories, the witness to their growth. She saw the stubborn set of Randall's jaw in her son Tolbert, and the quiet kindness in her daughter Alifair. She knew their fears, their dreams, and the secret hurts they hid from the world. For 2 decades, that world, while never easy, was whole. The rhythm of their lives was tied to the land. There was the hard work of planting in the spring, the relief of the summer harvest, and the huddling together for warmth and stories in the long, dark winters. This was the world Sarah McCoy had built and fought to protect. It wasn't a kingdom of wealth or power, but it was rich in what mattered most to her, the sight of her family, gathered and safe, under one roof. Her treasure wasn't a plot of land. It was the sound of her children's laughter echoing through the hollow. This was what was at stake. Not honor, not a family name, not the ownership of a stray pig. For Sarah, the escalating tensions with the Hatfields across the river were a terrifying threat to the only thing she held sacred. Every angry word Randall brought home, every dark rumor that drifted over the tug fork was like a tremor beneath the foundation of her home. She was a mother standing guard over a precious, fragile peace, and she could feel a storm gathering on the horizon that threatened to wash it all away. Every great tragedy is driven by a fatal flaw, a crack in an otherwise strong foundation. For Randall McCoy, it was his unbending pride. For his sons, it was their quick, violent temper. But Sarah's flaw was something far more subtle and heartbreaking. It wasn't a sin, but a virtue taken to a terrible extreme. Her absolute, unconditional love for her family. Her love was so powerful, so all-consuming, that it blinded her to any path that required her to stand against her husband or her sons. She saw her duty not as guiding them, but as enduring with them, no matter the cost. We see this flaw in sharp relief after the tragedy of 1882. The Hatfields had captured 3 of her sons, Talbot, Farmer, and Randolph Jr., and, in an act of brutal frontier justice, tied them to pawpaw trees and executed them. The grief that fell upon Sarah's house was a physical thing, a suffocating shroud. This was the moment where a different kind of woman might have broken. She might have screamed at Randall, "Your pride has already cost me 3 sons. Are you waiting for it to take the rest?" She could have begged him to leave the valley, to sell the land, to save what was left of their family from the fire of his feud. But she didn't. Her love and her grief fused into a kind of hardened, silent resolve. To suggest leaving would have felt like a betrayal of her murdered boy's memory. To question her husband's path would have been to break the sacred code of a mountain wife. And so, she stood by him. While the men spoke of honor and revenge, Sarah's world was one of empty chairs at the dinner table and ghosts in every corner of the cabin. Her loyalty, once the family's greatest source of strength and comfort, now became the quiet engine of its destruction. She would support their fight, even if it led them all to the grave. This unwavering devotion was, for most of her life, her greatest strength. It's what allowed her to raise 13 children in the harshest of conditions. It was the bedrock on which the McCoy family was built. But in the face of a blood feud, that same strength became a profound weakness. It made her a passive participant in her own family's annihilation. She couldn't see that sometimes the most loving act is to say no more. She couldn't imagine a world where her family was separated or their honor was compromised, and that inability to envision a different future trapped them all on the path to ruin. And so, she supported Randall's stubborn refusal to back down. She nursed the anger of her remaining sons and tended to the family's wounds, all while the storm gathered closer. Her flaw was not malice or pride. It was a love so deep it couldn't admit the possibility of defeat or retreat. She was the heart of the family, and she would continue to beat in rhythm with it, even as that rhythm became a death march. Her love had built their home. Now that same love would inadvertently help burn it to the ground. For 5 long years after the pawpaw tree executions, the feud had become a war of whispers and shadows. The grief in Sarah's home was a constant, cold presence, but the open bloodshed had ceased. A fragile, unspoken truce held the valley in its grip, the kind of quiet that feels heavier than noise. But in the winter of 1887, the McCoy clan, led by their kinsman and lawyer Perry Cline, made a fateful decision. They decided to fight the Hatfields, not with rifles in the hollers, but with warrants in the courts. This was the spark that would ignite an inferno. Cline, who held a deep personal grudge against the Hatfields, used his influence to have old murder warrants from 1882 reissued in Kentucky. He then deputized a rough, fearless man named Bad Frank Phillips to hunt down the Hatfields responsible for killing Sarah's sons. To the outside world, this was the law taking its course. But in the mountains, this was a profound and unforgivable insult. It was seen as a coward's move, an attempt to use outside authority to settle a family matter. You didn't send a lawman to do a man's work. It was a direct challenge to the sovereignty of the Hatfield clan and their patriarch, Devil Anse. The affront became an invasion when Frank Phillips and his posse crossed the Tug Fork into West Virginia. They were armed, they had the law on their side, and they began to hunt Hatfields on their own soil. They captured several men, and in the process, a Hatfield ally was killed. The news of this invasion, this violation of their territory by a McCoy-led force, reached Devil Ants like a declaration of war. The fragile truce was shattered. The Hatfields' response would not be in a courtroom. It would be swift, total, and merciless. For Sarah, this news was not a victory. It was a death sentence. When she learned that the law was being used as a weapon, a cold dread must have settled deep in her bones. She, more than anyone, knew the nature of the men they were provoking. She had seen their brand of justice firsthand at the base of 3 pawpaw trees. While the men in her family may have felt a surge of righteous power, Sarah would have felt the earth begin to tremble beneath her feet. The point of no return had been crossed. The men had kicked the hornet's nest with the lawyer's boot, and she knew the swarm would be coming for her home. Her immediate visceral reaction wouldn't have been one of anger or pride, but of a mother's paralyzing fear. She would look at her daughter Alifair and her son Calvin, the 2 children who remained with her in that isolated cabin, and see them with new, terrified eyes. They were no longer just her children. They were the targets. Her fatal flaw, that unwavering loyalty, now chained her to this reckless course. She couldn't protest. She could only pray. The men had lit the fuse, and Sarah was left to do nothing but watch it burn closer and closer to her door. For the first time in 5 years, a dangerous kind of hope flickered in the McCoy men. With Frank Phillips and his posse raiding West Virginia, they felt the tide turning. Justice, or at least their version of it, seemed within reach. But the whispers that drifted back across the Tug Fork were as cold and dark as a winter creek. Friends and neighbors, men who knew the Hatfields not as names on a warrant, but as flesh and blood forces of nature, brought warnings to Randall. They spoke in low, urgent tones of men gathering at Devil Ants's command, of the cold fire they'd seen in Jim Vance's eyes. These weren't formal offers of peace. The time for that had long passed. These were the desperate pleas of a community that could feel the ground getting ready to shake. "Take your family and go, Randall," one might have said. "Go to Pikeville, anywhere, just until this blows over. A piece of paper won't stop a bullet." They were warnings born of experience, a deep mountain wisdom that understood that provoking a man like Jim Vance was like cornering a rattlesnake. You might have the right to do it, but you'd be a fool to expect to walk away unharmed. But Randall McCoy, his pride now buttressed by the authority of the law, was deaf to these pleas. To him, leaving would be running. It would be an admission of defeat, a betrayal of the sons already in the ground. "We have the law on our side now," he'd retort, his jaw set like stone. He mistook the warrants in his pocket for a shield, believing the outside world's rules now applied to this ancient, personal war. He and his remaining sons walked with a newfound confidence, blind to the fact that they were marching their families straight towards an open grave. Sarah saw it, though. She saw the truth not in Randall's defiant words, but in the silence that followed them. She saw it in the way neighbors averted their eyes, in the sudden quiet that fell over a room when she entered. She could feel her family being walled off, isolated by her husband's stubborn pride. The warnings the men ignored, she heard as a deafening roar. She knew the Hatfields. She knew what they had done to her boys at the pawpaw trees, and she knew they had done it without the pretext of a legal invasion. What would they do now, with their homes raided and their kinfolk dragged away in irons? Her path of no compromise was one of silent, terrified endurance. Every day that passed was another missed opportunity to flee. Every sunset that painted the winter sky felt like a final act. The cabin, once her sanctuary, began to feel like a trap made of logs and pride. While her husband saw their stand as a matter of honor, Sarah saw only the shrinking circle of safety around her children. The men were too busy listening to the lawyers and the deputies to hear the sound that Sarah heard every night in her sleep, the sound of approaching footsteps in the snow. And so, with every warning ignored, with every chance for escape dismissed, the certainty of a violent end grew. The feud was no longer a simmering conflict. It was a runaway wagon careening downhill, and the McCoy family was tied to the driver's seat. Their isolation was now complete. They were alone in their holler, surrounded by a world that was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable crash. The only question left was how terrible the wreckage would be. The final chance for peace didn't come with a white flag or a parley at the river's edge. It came in the dead of night, on New Year's Eve, 1887, inside the four walls of the McCoy cabin. It came not as a negotiation, but as a wife's desperate plea to her husband. The children were asleep, their breathing soft and even in the cold air. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire in the hearth and the low moan of the wind outside, a sound that seemed to be whispering a warning. Sarah sat watching the fire, but she wasn't seeing the flames. She was seeing the faces of her sleeping children, Calvin and Alifair, and the image of them was superimposed over the memory of her 3 dead sons. The fear she had been swallowing for weeks finally rose in her throat, too powerful to be contained. She turned to Randall, who sat cleaning a rifle, his face a grim mask in the flickering light. Her voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. "Randall, let's leave this place." He stopped his work, the sound of the oiled rag on steel falling silent. He didn't look at her. "Leave? And go where? This is our home, woman." But Sarah pressed on, her words tumbling out in a torrent of a mother's terror. "To Pikeville, just for a while. Let the lawmen do their work. The land will be here when we come back, Randall. The house will be here. But the children, I can't lose any more children." This was her one and only act of defiance, a desperate attempt to place the lives of her family above the honor of their name. For a brief, flickering moment, the iron in Randall McCoy's gaze seemed to soften. He looked over at his son Calvin, a young man now, asleep by the fire. He looked at his daughter Alifair, her face peaceful in her dreams. He saw the genuine, heart-stopping fear in his wife's eyes. This was the crossroads. He could choose his family, or he could choose his feud. He could choose life, or he could choose the dirt his ancestors were buried in. The entire weight of the McCoy family's future rested on the next words to leave his mouth. He shook his head, slowly at first, then with a final, terrible certainty. "And let them say I ran? Let Jim Vance and his murdering kin tell their children that Randall McCoy was a coward who abandoned his home and the graves of his sons." He stood up, his voice low and hard. "No, Sally. We are McCoys. We don't run." With that, the final door slammed shut. He had made his choice. He had chosen pride. Sarah said nothing more. She simply stared into the fire as the last ember of hope died, turning to cold, grey ash. The silence that filled the cabin now was the silence of a tomb waiting for its occupants. It started not with a shout, but with the sound of the world breaking. A splintering crash from the door, and then the night outside the McCoy cabin exploded. The family's dogs, which had been barking frantically, fell suddenly, horribly silent. The air turned to thunder. Flashes of orange light punched through the thin wooden walls, each one a deafening crack that seemed to rip the fabric of the cold January night. For Sarah, the world shrank to the terrified faces of her children, illuminated in strobing, violent bursts of light. The cabin was no longer a shelter, it was a cage. Then came a new smell, sharp and hungry: kerosene. A sudden, whooshing bloom of light appeared at the windows and beneath the doors, painting the inside of the cabin in a ghastly, dancing orange. The dry roof caught with a hungry roar, and the heat became a living thing, a monster breathing down on them, driving them out into the open. Smoke, thick and acrid, filled their lungs, turning every breath into a choking gasp. The home Sarah had built with her own 2 hands was now a furnace, an altar for a terrible sacrifice. Her son Calvin, now a man, grabbed a rifle, his face a mask of desperate courage. He lunged for the main doorway, a silhouette against the rising flames, trying to give his family a chance to escape out the back. From the darkness came a single sharp report, a sound louder and more final than all the others. The argument that had been Calvin's young life was suddenly, permanently over. He simply crumpled and was gone from the doorway, leaving a void where her son had stood just a heartbeat before. A new sound cut through the chaos, Alifair's scream, raw with terror and grief. "Stop it! Please, stop!" She bolted from the smoke-filled room into the freezing yard, a desperate prayer on her lips, her hands outstretched as if she could physically push back the violence. Outside, in the hellish, flickering firelight, another shot rang out across the holler. The screaming stopped, just like that. In the snow, her daughter's frantic motion ceased, and a terrible, unnatural stillness took its place. Instinct, the purest and most primal force a mother knows, took over. Sarah scrambled out into the freezing air, her world narrowing to the still shape in the yard. She fell to her knees beside Alifair, a mother's wail tearing from her throat, a sound of absolute ruin. A dark shape loomed over her, a man's form silhouetted against her burning home. There was a swift, dark movement in the air above her. Not a sound, not a pain, just a blinding flash of white light behind her eyes. The world tilted on its axis. The roar of the fire and the crackle of gunfire faded to a distant, muffled hum. The cold, soft snow rose up to meet her, and the night, which had been so full of fire and noise, went utterly and completely black. The first thing she felt was the cold. Not the bracing cold of a winter night, but a deep, seeping cold that seemed to be coming from inside her own bones. Consciousness returned not as a gentle dawn, but as a slow, agonizing crawl out of a black, silent pit. There was a ringing in her ears, and the ground was wet beneath her cheek. The sharp, bitter smell of wet ash and burnt pine filled the air. For a moment, there was nothing else, just cold, silence, and the smell of ruin. Slowly, she pushed herself up. A crushing weight of pain exploded in her skull, a blinding agony that made the world swim. Her hand went to her head and came away slick and dark, with something that wasn't melted snow. Her eyes focused. Above her, the stars were still glittering, cold and indifferent. But where her home should have been, there was only a jagged black skeleton, its ribs smoldering faintly against the night sky. And then, she remembered, fire, gunshots, screaming. Her gaze fell upon a shape in the snow nearby, a dark bundle, unnaturally still. Alifair. The name was a thought, not a sound. Sarah crawled towards her, the pain in her head forgotten, her body moving with a will of its own. The snow beneath her daughter was stained a dark, impossible color. She reached out a trembling hand and touched her child's face. It was as cold as the frozen earth. A great, silent bell had been struck inside her soul, and the ringing had shattered everything. There was no scream, no cry. The sound was trapped somewhere deep inside her, unable to escape. Her eyes lifted toward the charred remains of the doorway. She saw him then. Calvin. What was left of him? The sight did not add to the horror. It simply confirmed it. The world had ended. This was what came after. She was no longer a wife or a mother. She was a witness, a survivor left behind in the graveyard of her own life. There was no triumph, no shock, no regret. There was only a vast, hollow emptiness where a heart had once been. She didn't flee into the mountains. She didn't stand her ground. She simply knelt there in the blood-soaked snow, a frozen statue between her two dead children, staring at the smoldering corpse of her home. Hours later, when the first grey light of dawn threatened the sky, Randall and the others who had escaped crept back out of the woods. They found her there. She looked at them, but her eyes were vacant, seeing something far away, or perhaps nothing at all. Randall had survived the night, but the woman he found in the ashes was not the wife he had left behind. The Sarah McCoy, who had raised 13 children and anchored a family, was gone forever, and in her place was only a ghost. The fire that consumed the McCoy cabin sent shockwaves of a different kind across the mountains. The immediate wreckage wasn't just timber and ash, it was human. Randall McCoy, a man whose pride had forbidden him from leaving his home, was now forced to lead a ragged procession of ghosts away from the Tug Fork. They were homeless, landless, and carrying with them a grief so heavy it was a physical burden. Their destination was Pikeville, a town that offered safety, but also the quiet shame of exile. They were refugees from a war they had helped start, driven from their ancestral land not by an army, but by the hatred of their neighbors. But the most profound piece of wreckage was Sarah herself. They had managed to save her body from the flames, but her spirit had been left behind in the snow with Alifair and Calvin. She was now a walking wound, a constant silent testament to the horror of that night. For her surviving children, the burden was twofold. They had to mourn the siblings they had lost, while simultaneously caring for a mother who no longer recognized them, who looked through them as if they were made of glass. Every meal they prepared for her, every time they led her gently back indoors from a wandering daze, was a fresh reminder of how much had been stolen from them. They hadn't just lost a home, they had lost the heart of their family. News of the New Year's massacre spread through the hollers, not like a rumor, but like a pestilence. This wasn't another chapter in the feud. This was something different, something darker. Ambushing armed men on a trail was one thing. Executing prisoners by a pawpaw tree was brutal, but it followed a certain grim frontier logic. But setting fire to a family's home in the dead of night and shooting down an unarmed woman and a boy in their own yard, that violated even the most primitive mountain codes. The attack shattered any local sympathy the Hatfields might have had. It transformed them from proud patriarchs defending their territory into a pack of midnight murderers. This singular act of brutality, intended to end the McCoy line for good, instead sealed the Hatfields' own doom. The story of the massacre and of Sarah's tragic state lit a fire under the authorities in Kentucky. The feud was no longer a local squabble. It was now a manhunt, sanctioned and funded by the state. Bad Frank Phillips's posse was no longer just a band of McCoy allies. It was the arm of the law, and its hunt for Jim Vance and the others became a relentless crusade. The fire didn't end the war. It escalated it into a final bloody chapter that would lead to pitched battles, arrests, and ultimately, the gallows. The tragedy, in the end, belonged to everyone. The ashes of the McCoy cabin were the funeral pyre not just for Alifair and Calvin, but for any hope of a peaceful resolution. It left a permanent scar on the community, deepening the lines of hatred and distrust that would poison the valley for another generation. The true wreckage wasn't a burned-out foundation on a Kentucky hillside. It was the countless broken lives, both Hatfield and McCoy, left behind in the wake of a single night of unimaginable violence. The New Year's massacre didn't just burn down a cabin, it set fire to the unwritten rules of the feud. The law didn't just cross the Tug Fork anymore, it kicked down the door. Frank Phillips and his posse, now acting with the full fury of the Kentucky government behind them, hunted the raiders with a vengeance. Several Hatfields and their allies were captured, bound, and dragged across the river to stand trial in Pikeville. To the state of Kentucky, this was the legitimate capture of fugitive murderers. To West Virginia, it was an armed invasion and a kidnapping. The clash was no longer just between two families, it was between two states. The case went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. Imagine that. A blood feud born of stolen pigs and mountain pride was now being debated by the highest legal minds in the nation. In a landmark decision, the court sided with Kentucky, ruling that they had the right to prosecute the captured men. It was a stunning moment. For the first time, the formal black-robed law of the outside world had officially superseded the ancient, bloody code of the mountains. The federal government had declared that the Tug Fork was not a border between two kingdoms, but simply a line on a map, that justice could cross at will. The Pikeville courthouse became a theater for this culture clash. On one side stood the machinery of the law, prosecutors in starched collars, law books filled with complex language, and a judge who represented a power far greater than any clan patriarch. On the other side stood the accused, men like Ellison Cottontop Mounts. He was a rough-hewn product of the mountains, a man who lived by a code of loyalty to his kin and whose understanding of justice was likely settled with a fist or a firearm. He sat in the courtroom, a bewildered and defiant figure, as his fate was debated in a language he barely understood. The community was torn in two. For the McCoys and their sympathizers, who packed the Kentucky side of the courtroom, this was divine retribution. They didn't see Cottontop Mounts the man. They saw the embodiment of the Hatfield clan, the face of the evil that had burned down Sarah's home and murdered her children. Every word of the prosecution was a vindication of their suffering. But across the river and among the Hatfield allies, the trial was seen as a sham, a legal lynching. They saw Cottontop not as a criminal, but as a political prisoner, a scapegoat being sacrificed to satisfy a Kentucky vendetta. He was their martyr. The verdict, when it came, was as swift and certain as a Hatfield bullet. Guilty. The sentence was even more final. Death by hanging. The law, which had for so long been a distant and irrelevant concept, had finally bared its teeth. Its judgment was absolute, and it promised a public, orderly, and legal end to a man's life, a stark contrast to the chaotic, passionate violence that had defined the feud for decades. But was it true justice? That's the question that still hangs over the valley. Cottontop Mounts was just a follower, rumored to be simple-minded, a man caught up in the powerful currents of clan loyalty. The masterminds of the raid, Jim Vance and Cap Hatfield, had escaped the noose. Vance was already dead, shot by Frank Phillips, and Cap would eventually be pardoned. The law had claimed its pound of flesh, and the hanging of Cottontop Mounts officially marked the end of the feud. But for many, it felt less like a resolution and more like a final bitter irony. A war started by powerful men had ended with the execution of one of their weakest soldiers. So, what became of the men who brought hell to Sarah McCoy's doorstep? Did they face a reckoning of their own? The answer, like everything in this story, is a tangled mess of violence, irony, and unsatisfying justice. The fates of the Hatfield leaders show that in the mountains, the ledger of right and wrong is rarely balanced so neatly. Jim Vance, the old wolf of the clan, the man widely believed to have delivered the crippling blow to Sarah's head, met a fittingly violent end. He was hunted relentlessly by Frank Phillips, who pursued him not with a warrant, but with the cold fury of an avenger. In January 1888, just weeks after the massacre, Phillips cornered Vance in the woods. There was no trial, no judge. There was only a final, brutal shootout. Jim Vance, who had lived his life by the gun, died by the gun, his body left in the frozen wilderness. For the McCoys, this was the only kind of justice they could truly understand. But for the others, the law's judgment was far more elusive. Cap Hatfield, Devil Anse's hot-headed son and another leader of the raid, was a ghost to the law. He dodged posses and hid in the mountains until the political winds shifted. Thanks to the bitter jurisdictional disputes between Kentucky and West Virginia, Cap was eventually granted a pardon. He never spent a day in jail for the New Year's raid. In a twist of staggering irony, the man who had acted as judge, jury, and executioner in Sarah's yard went on to become a lawyer and land agent, living a long and prosperous life. He died an old man, a respected member of his community, the blood of that night, a distant, unpunished memory. And what of the patriarch himself, Devil Anse Hatfield? He was the man in whose name it was all done, yet he never faced a single legal consequence for the feud. He outlived Randall McCoy by a decade, transitioning from a feared clan leader to a successful timber baron. The Hatfields, far from being destroyed, became a powerful and influential family in West Virginia politics. On the surface, it seems Devil Anse won. But a strange thing happened in his old age. In 1911, this man who had seemed to fear neither God nor the law waded into the waters of Island Creek and was baptized. The image of the old feudist, his hands now trembling with age, seeking to wash away a lifetime of sin, suggests a man who was, in the end, haunted. He may have escaped man's law, but it seems he was making a final, desperate peace before facing a higher judgment. For the surviving McCoys, life in Pikeville was a long, quiet epilogue written in the ink of grief and exile. Randall, the proud patriarch who had refused to abandon his home, now lived out his days as a ferryman, a humbled and broken man. His children grew up under a long shadow, forever known as the Feud McCoys. They couldn't escape the name. It was whispered in the general store, it followed them to school, it clung to them like the smell of wood smoke. Some tried to build new lives to distance themselves from the bloody history, but the story was a brand on their family name, a legacy of loss they would carry to their own graves. Back in the Tugfork Valley, a strange and heavy silence descended. The hanging of cotton-top mounts had drawn a formal line under the conflict, and the community, exhausted by years of violence and fear, collectively decided to bury the memory. Neighbors who had once aimed rifles at each other from opposite sides of the river now had to pass on the same dusty roads, trade at the same stores. The only way to survive was to not speak of it. The feud became the great unspeakable trauma, a ghost in the attic that everyone knew was there, but no one dared acknowledge. The healing was not a process of reconciliation, but of willed amnesia, a fragile peace built on a foundation of unspoken horror. The power dynamics of the region had been permanently redrawn. The fall of the McCoys from the Tugfork was absolute. Their land was gone, their influence shattered, their name reduced to a cautionary tale. But for the Hatfields, the feud had the opposite effect. It cemented their legend and consolidated their power in West Virginia. They transformed their notoriety into political and economic capital. Devil Anse's sons became sheriffs, lawyers, and businessmen. The Hatfields, far from being destroyed by the conflict, had emerged as a formidable Appalachian dynasty, their success built, quite literally, upon the ashes of the McCoy homestead. And in the middle of this silent, shifting landscape was the memory of Sarah. While the men's names became synonymous with the fighting, her story endured as the symbol of its true cost. She was the ghost that haunted the community's silence. The men's legacy was one of pride, violence, and shifting power. Hers was a legacy of pure, inconsolable sorrow. Long after the last shot was fired and the last grave was dug, it was the image of the broken mother, wandering the hills and calling for her lost children, that served as the feud's most chilling and enduring epitaph. If you travel to the Tugfork Valley today, you can find the place where it all happened. The state has put up a historical marker, a neat metal sign that tries to tame the wildness of the story with dates and official language. But the sign isn't what holds the power of that place. A little farther in, you can still see the foundation stones of the cabin, half buried in the earth. And you can see the old well, its stone ring, a silent, hollow mouth in the ground. To stand there is an eerie experience. The air is heavy with a profound and unsettling quiet, and you can't help but feel you are trespassing on sacred, sorrowful ground. A few miles away, in a small cemetery, you can find their names carved into weathered stone. Randall lies there, and Sarah is beside him. Their graves are simple, unadorned, the final factual statements in a story that has since become a legend. People come from all over the country now, tracing the feud's bloody map from one site to another. They take pictures of the tombstones, treating them like relics of a distant, almost mythical past. But the names etched there, McCoy, Alifair, Calvin, are a stark reminder that these were real people, with real lives that were violently, tragically cut short. The story of Sarah, however, did not get buried in that cemetery. It seeped into the soil and became part of the folklore of the hills. Long after she died, people kept telling the stories. They weren't talking about Crazy Sally anymore. They were talking about a true spirit, a haint bound to the land by the force of her grief. Hunters moving through the woods at dusk would swear they heard a woman's voice carried on the wind, whispering those two names. Travelers would tell of a sudden, bone-deep cold that would settle over them near the old cabin site, the kind of cold that has nothing to do with the weather. Her tragedy has been transformed. It's now a key chapter in the American saga of the Hatfields and McCoys, a cautionary tale told to children about the poison of hatred. It has been written into books, acted out on television, and even sung about in mournful mountain ballads. The raw, private agony of one woman has become a public ghost story, a piece of our shared dark heritage. The world remembers the feud as a story of stubborn, violent men, but it is the ghost of Sarah McCoy that gives the legend its soul-chilling power. And so, she endures. Devil Anse, Randall McCoy, Frank Phillips, they are figures of history, their actions debated and analyzed. But Sarah is a figure of pure, human tragedy. She is the mother who lost everything, the woman whose mind was broken by a sorrow too great to bear. The men's spirits may rest in the ground, their battles long over. But her spirit, the spirit of a mother's eternal, inconsolable grief, that is the one that still truly haunts these mountains. So we come back to the question we asked at the beginning. How does a person become a ghost while they are still breathing? The life of Sarah McCoy gives us the terrible answer. She was neither a hero nor a villain in this legendary war. She was the battlefield itself. The men fought over honor, land, and pride, but it was on the terrain of her heart that the true cost was tallied. Her story strips away any romance from the feud and shows us the raw, ugly truth. The deepest wounds aren't made by bullets, but by the memories they leave behind. In the end, this is a story about the terrible math of hatred. It shows that in a conflict fueled by pride, the price is always paid by the innocent. It is a brutal lesson that a mother's love, the most powerful force in the human world, cannot shield her children from the consequences of the foolishness of men. The curse of Sarah McCoy wasn't supernatural. It was the simple, horrifying curse of survival, of being the one left behind to count the graves and remember the screams. The names Hatfield and McCoy are now written in history books, symbols of a uniquely American conflict. But while their war is long over, her sorrow endures. And that, my friends, is the true ballad of the Tugfork Valley. A story not of the men who fired the guns, but of the mother whose unending grief became the feud's most haunting ghost. The sound came first. Not a single shot, but a roar. A sudden, deafening crack of rifle fire that shattered the afternoon quiet and the courthouse windows all at once. Glass rained down on the wooden floor like hail. For a half second, there was just stunned silence. The kind of silence where you can hear your own heart hammering against your ribs. Then came the screaming. Splinters of wood exploded from the pews where men had been sitting just moments before. The air, thick with the smell of old paper and dust, was suddenly choked with the bitter metallic fog of gunpowder. More shots rang out, a chaotic cannonade from shotguns and pistols. Men dove for cover, crawling over one another, their faces masks of disbelief and terror. The judge's gavel lay useless on its stand, a forgotten relic from a time of order that had ended precisely 90 seconds ago. This wasn't a battlefield in some far-off war. This was Stagtonville, Georgia, the Eccles County Courthouse, a place of law, a place where disputes were meant to be settled with words and reason. But on that day, reason had fled. And you have to understand, this wasn't a robbery. It wasn't a lone madman. This was an ambush, a coordinated military-style assault planned with cold-blooded precision. It was one family executing a sentence on another. This was a private war, one that had been simmering in the shadows of the Georgia pines for years, that had suddenly, violently, burst into the open. It was a war that would ultimately claim more than a dozen lives, tear a community apart, and leave behind a legacy of ghosts and whispered warnings. And the most shocking part? The fact that a conflict so bloody, so total, could be born from something so trivial, it borders on the absurd. The Lord died that day in a hail of gunfire in a small Georgia courthouse that was supposed to be a symbol of order. But this wasn't the beginning of the story. To understand how neighbors came to slaughter each other over wooden pews, we have to go back. Back to a time before the blood. Back to a place of suffocating heat, endless pine forests, and the sound of barking dogs. South Georgia, in the late 1800s, was a world unto itself. It was a land just one generation removed from the Civil War, a place of immense beauty and unforgiving hardship. The sun beat down with a physical weight, and the air was so thick with humidity you could almost drink it. Life was governed by the seasons, the crops, and a code of honor as rigid and unyielding as the ancient oaks that dotted the landscape. This was the wiregrass region, named for the tough, wiry grass that grew beneath the vast canopies of longleaf pine. It was a place of isolation. The nearest town was a day's ride away, and the law was a distant, often irrelevant concept. Here, a man's reputation was his most valuable possession. His word was his bond, and an insult, no matter how small, was a debt that had to be paid. In this world lived two families, two clans really. On one side, you had the Joneses. Headed by Captain James Jones, they were a family of some means and considerable influence. They were seen as leaders, as men of property and standing in the community. They had land, they had businesses, and they had a deep, unshakable sense of their own importance. They were the kind of people who believed they were the bedrock of the county. On the other side, just a few miles down a dusty, rutted road, were the Lees. The Lees were different. They were frontiersmen, through and through. Led by their patriarch, Needham Lee, they lived closer to the earth. They were hunters, woodsmen, men who knew the swamps and forests like the backs of their hands. They didn't have the Joneses' money or their social standing, but they possessed a fierce, almost feral independence. They bowed to no one. They were proud, hard, and utterly self-reliant. For years, the two families coexisted. They weren't friends, but they were neighbors, bound by the unwritten rules of the rural South. They might cross paths at the general store or see each other at church on a Sunday. A polite nod, a tip of the hat, a quiet understanding. But beneath the surface, there was a difference in philosophy, a subtle friction. The Joneses saw the world as something to be owned and organized. The Lees saw it as something to be survived and conquered. They were men forged by the same hard land, living by the same codes of honor and self-reliance. And that was the problem. Because when two immovable objects are set side by side, it doesn't take a shove to create an earthquake. It only takes a spark. It only takes something small, something personal, to turn that friction into a fire. In this forgotten corner of Georgia, the Joneses and the Lees were like two sticks of dynamite lying dormant in the suffocating heat. All that was missing was the fuse. And in the fall of 1888, that spark was struck. It wasn't over land or money or politics. It was over something far more primal, the loyalty of an animal and the pride of its master. It started, as these things so often do, with a simple trespass. In the world of South Georgia hunting, a man's dogs were more than pets. They were his partners. They were his livelihood. A good pack of hunting dogs was the product of years of careful breeding and training, an asset as valuable as a herd of cattle or a plot of fertile land. And every hunter knew the cardinal rule: You do not interfere with another man's dogs. One autumn afternoon, Needham Lee and his sons were out hunting, their pack of prized hounds hot on a trail. The hunt was good. The dogs were in their element, their baying echoing through the pines. But the trail led them across an invisible line. It led them onto property owned by the Jones family. For the Lees, this was simply part of the hunt. The dogs go where the scent leads. That was the nature of the chase. But for the Joneses, it was a violation. Their land, their territory. Soon, a confrontation erupted. It wasn't Captain Jones himself, but one of his sons or farmhands who challenged the Lees. Imagine the scene. Two groups of men, armed, flushed with the adrenaline of the hunt. The air is tense. The dogs are whining, confused. The Jones party claims the Lees are poaching, that their dogs have no right to be there. The Lees, proud and defensive, fire back that no man can tell a dog where to run when it's on a scent. The argument grew heated. Voices were raised. It became less about the law and more about respect. To the Joneses, the Lees were acting like lawless vagabonds, ignoring the sanctity of private property. To the Lees, the Joneses were arrogant landowners, trying to impose rules on the ancient freedom of the hunt. It was a clash of worldviews played out on a patch of dusty ground. This is where the story could have ended. A shouting match, a few bruised egos, and an uneasy ride home. It should have ended there. But pride is a powerful poison. The Joneses, feeling their authority had been challenged, reportedly captured one of the Lees' dogs, holding it as a kind of collateral. This was a grave insult. Taking a man's dog was like taking a piece of his identity. When the Lees demanded the dog back, the Joneses allegedly set a price. A few dollars, maybe for a stray chicken the dog had killed, or perhaps just as a fine for the trespass. The amount was trivial, but the principle was everything. To Needham Lee, paying that fee was an admission of guilt. It was bowing down. It was admitting that the Joneses had the right to seize his property and dictate terms. His pride, his very identity as a free man of the woods, would not allow it. He refused to pay. Words were exchanged. Threats were made, half serious at first. But in this world, a man's word was his bond, and a threat was a promise waiting to be kept. A line had been drawn in the Georgia dirt, and someone was about to cross it. The days that followed were filled with a heavy, watchful silence. The kind of quiet that isn't peaceful, but pregnant with unspoken threats. The two families avoided each other, but the conflict simmered just beneath the surface, a pot of water slowly heating to a boil. The captured dog remained with the Joneses, a living symbol of the stalemate. For the Lees, every day it was gone was a fresh wound to their honor. Then, the Joneses made their next move. It wasn't loud or public. It was a quiet, deliberate act of cruelty designed to send an unmistakable message. One evening, the Lee family heard a familiar sound, the whining of their dog. It had been returned, but not as a peace offering. The animal had been brutalized. Some accounts say it had been beaten. Others, more chillingly, claim its ears were cropped or its paws were intentionally injured, ruining it for future hunts. The most extreme versions of the story say the dog was killed and its body left as a gruesome trophy for the Lees to find. Whatever the specific act, the intent was the same: to maim, to humiliate, to escalate. This was the true first shot of the war. Not with a gun, but with a calculated act of violence against a creature the Lees cherished. It was an attack on their pride, their livelihood, and their family identity all at once. The line that had been drawn in the dirt was now drenched in blood. Imagine Needham Lee and his sons standing over their wounded or dead animal, the setting sun casting long, dark shadows through the pines. There's no shouting now, no heated argument, just a cold, hardening resolve. The time for words was over. This was no longer a dispute. It was a blood debt. The Joneses had taken something from them, and the unwritten law of the wiregrass demanded that the scales be balanced. You have to understand, killing a man's dog in this part of the country wasn't just destroying property. It was a message. It was a profound act of disrespect aimed directly at the heart of a family's honor. It was a formal declaration, more binding than any letter written on paper. It was an invitation to war, and the Lees were about to RSVP. The response from the Lees wasn't immediate. It was quiet, calculated. They didn't ride over to the Joneses' farmstead with guns blazing. That wasn't their way. They were woodsmen, hunters. They knew the value of patience, of watching from the shadows. They let the Joneses think the matter was settled, that their brutal message had been received, and that the Lees were too cowed to respond. But they were simply choosing their moment and their target. The target was Berry Jones. He wasn't the patriarch, Captain Jones, nor was he necessarily the most aggressive of the family. But he was a Jones. And in a blood feud, the name is all that matters. He became a symbol, a piece to be taken off the board. The Lees, masters of the swamp and forest, began to watch him. They learned his routines, his paths, the times he would be alone. One day, Berry Jones was tasked with repairing a fence on a remote part of his family's property. It was a mundane, solitary job. The kind of work you do on 1,000 other days, your mind wandering, the rhythm of the labor taking over. The only sounds were the buzz of insects in the humid air, the thud of the post driver, and the creak of old wire. He was exposed, isolated, and completely unaware that he was being hunted. From the dense cover of the Georgia pines, at least 2 figures watched him. They were patient. They waited for the perfect moment, when his back was turned, when his focus was entirely on the fence post in front of him. For the Lees, this wasn't murder in the heat of passion. This was an execution. It was the balancing of a scale, an eye for an eye, a life for a life. There was no warning, no final words exchanged, just the sudden, sharp report of a rifle shot that ripped through the quiet afternoon. The bullet struck Berry Jones, and the world dissolved into a universe of shock and pain. He likely never even saw his attackers. One moment, he was mending a fence under the Georgia sun. The next, the earth was rushing up to meet him. The shooters didn't linger. They melted back into the woods from which they came, leaving behind nothing but a wisp of smoke and a dead man lying in the wiregrass. Their message had been delivered. The debt in their eyes was paid. The discovery of Berry Jones's body sent a shockwave through the community. This was no longer a squabble over dogs. This was no longer about insults or property lines. A man was dead. A husband, a son, a brother, gone. The abstract concepts of honor and pride had now taken on the cold, hard reality of a corpse and a freshly dug hole in the ground. You can picture the scene at the Jones family homestead. The grief, raw and sharp, quickly curdling into a white-hot rage. Their blood had been spilled. Their family had been violated. Any chance of de-escalation, any hope for a peaceful resolution, died with Berry Jones. The first grave was dug. It would not be the last. The murder of Berry Jones was a clear signal that the unwritten rules of community had been burned to the ground. Now, both sides would turn to the official law, but they would soon discover that the law was a hollow shield. In the immediate aftermath of Berry Jones's murder, there was a brief, flickering hope that the official instruments of justice might put a stop to the escalating violence. Warrants were issued. An investigation, such as it was in those days, was launched. Suspicion immediately fell upon the Lee family. It was no secret what had happened to their dog, and in a community this small, secrets were a luxury no one could afford. Needham Lee and several of his sons were arrested and charged with the murder. For the Jones family, this must have felt like a validation. The system was working. The wheels of justice were turning. They would present their case in the Eccles County Courthouse, that same building that would later become a war zone, and the law would punish the guilty. But the American frontier, and the rural South in particular, had a complicated relationship with formal law. Justice was often a matter of who you knew, who you were related to, and who the jury feared more. The trial of the Lees was less a search for truth and more a public test of power. The courtroom was packed. On one side sat the Joneses and their supporters, confident and expecting a conviction. On the other, the Lees, stone-faced and defiant, surrounded by their own network of kin and allies. The air was thick with tension. Witnesses were called to the stand, but their testimony was vague, contradictory. People who might have seen something suddenly couldn't remember. People who might have heard something had been conveniently out of earshot. This wasn't just forgetfulness, it was fear. To testify against the Lees was to paint a target on your own back. In a place where the sheriff was a day's ride away and your nearest neighbor was a mile down the road, you thought very carefully about whose enemy you wanted to become. The Lees' reputation as tough, unforgiving woodsmen served as its own form of witness intimidation. No threat needed to be spoken aloud, it was simply understood. The prosecution's case, built on circumstantial evidence and wavering testimony, began to crumble. The defense argued that there was no hard proof, no one who actually saw a Lee pull the trigger. They painted the Joneses as the aggressors, the ones who had instigated the whole affair by brutalizing a dog. In the end, the jury was faced with a choice: convict a dangerous family on flimsy evidence, or let them walk and keep the peace. They chose to keep the peace. The verdict came back: not guilty. All charges dismissed. The Jones family walked out of the courthouse not with a guilty verdict, but with a realization. There was no one coming to help them. No cavalry, no justice. The system they had put their faith in had failed them completely. If they wanted vengeance for Berry Jones, they would have to claim it themselves. And as they planned their next move, the Lees made a fatal miscalculation. Believing the acquittal had settled the score, Wiregrass Lee and his family tried to return to a normal life. They planned for the holidays. They bought presents. They didn't realize that for the Joneses, the war was just beginning. December 24th, 1889. Christmas Eve. A day that, even in the harshest corners of the world, carries a sense of peace, a promise of goodwill. For the Lee family, the acquittal at the courthouse felt like a closing chapter. They had faced the law and won. They believed the blood debt for their dog had been paid with the life of Berry Jones, and the scales were now balanced. One of the Lee sons, known as Wiregrass Lee, traveled to a nearby town that day with his own young boy, Hamp. They were on a festive errand, buying Christmas supplies, perhaps some candy or a small toy for the children. Imagine the scene. A father and son, their wagon loaded with provisions for the holiday, making their way home as the winter sun began to set. The air is getting crisp. They're likely talking about the morning to come, about family and food, and a rare day of rest. They were less than a mile from their own home, on a familiar stretch of road bordered by dense woods. It was a place they had passed 1,000 times without a second thought. But on this evening, the woods were not empty. The woods were watching. Members of the Jones clan and their allies had set up an ambush. They lay in wait, hidden in the brush, their patience cold and absolute. This wasn't a crime of passion. It was a strategic operation. They had chosen the time and place with chilling precision. They knew that on Christmas Eve, their target's guard would be down. They knew this act would inflict the maximum amount of pain, not just physically, but emotionally. As Wiregrass Lee's wagon creaked into the kill zone, the quiet evening was torn apart by a volley of gunfire. It was sudden, overwhelming, and utterly merciless. Lee was hit multiple times, killed instantly. The horses, terrified, bolted. The wagon crashed, but the shooters weren't finished. They emerged from the woods and approached the wreckage. There they found the boy, Hamp. He was wounded, terrified, a child caught in a nightmare he couldn't possibly understand. What happened next is a testament to how far the feud had descended into pure, nihilistic hatred. There was no mercy. The boy was executed. The Jones party left the bodies of the father and son lying in the road next to their spilled Christmas supplies. A final, grotesque statement. Killing a man was one thing. Killing a man and his boy on the eve of Christmas, that was something else entirely. It was an act of annihilation. The news of the massacre spread not like a fire, but like a frost, chilling the entire county to the bone. This act erased any remaining lines of morality or conduct. There were no more rules. There were no innocents. The Lees were now fighting not just for honor, but for survival. The Christmas Eve massacre plunged the Lee family into a state of grief and terror. They were being hunted. Their enemies were not just willing to kill them, but to exterminate them, children and all. In this desperate new chapter of the war, the Joneses unveiled their most terrifying weapon. And it wasn't a new rifle or a hired gun. It was a man of medicine, Dr. Jim Jones. He was a cousin to the main Jones family, a respected physician in the area. Imagine the trust a doctor commands in a small, isolated community in the 19th century. He was a man of education, of science. His hands were meant to set bones, to stitch wounds, to deliver babies, to comfort the dying. His home was a sanctuary, a place where the sick and injured could go for help, regardless of their name or their allegiances. But beneath the professional veneer of the country, Doctor beat a heart as cold and calculating as any killer. Dr. Jones was deeply loyal to his clan, and he brought his formidable intellect and his intimate knowledge of the human body into the service of the feud. He became its strategist, its chief executioner. He was a different kind of threat than a hot-headed farmer with a shotgun. His violence was methodical, patient, and chillingly precise. He understood anatomy. He knew exactly where to shoot to make a death quick, and perhaps where to shoot to make it slow. His involvement transformed the Joneses' campaign from a series of vengeful outbursts into a systematic war of eradication. He was a man sworn to preserve life, but he would become the feud's most efficient angel of death. And he would use his sacred knowledge not to heal, but to hunt. His first target was a wounded man who thought he was coming to the doctor for help. Following a skirmish, one of the Lee allies, a man named Will Anderson, was shot and wounded. He was in desperate need of medical attention. In a moment of tragic miscalculation, his family decided to take him to the nearest physician, Dr. Jim Jones. Perhaps they believed his oath as a doctor transcended the blood feud. Perhaps they had no other choice. They brought the wounded man to the doctor's home, laying him on his porch, and pleaded for help. Dr. Jones came out. He looked at the bleeding man, his supposed patient. And according to the story passed down through generations, he made a simple, chilling statement. He said he would give him a pill. He then stepped back inside his house, emerged not with a medical bag, but with a shotgun, and ended Will Anderson's life right there on the porch. Dr. Jones's betrayal represented a new, depraved chapter in the feud. The lines between right and wrong, between healer and killer, had completely dissolved. Now, the war would descend into a dark period of paranoia and shadow warfare. After the murder on the doctor's porch, the war went underground. It entered a new phase, a grim period of paranoia and attrition known as the Shadow War. The grand, shocking acts of violence gave way to a daily, grinding terror that infected every aspect of life in South Georgia. Imagine what it was like to live in this world. You don't travel the roads alone, ever. You don't go to work in your own fields without a rifle slung over your shoulder. Every time you step out of your door, you scan the tree line, looking for the glint of a gun barrel, for a shadow that seems out of place. The family homes transformed into armed fortresses. Windows were boarded up at night. Doors were barred. Men took turns standing watch, sleeping in shifts, their ears trained to catch the sound of a twig snapping outside or the nervous whinny of a horse. Children were taught to play indoors, their world shrinking to the four walls of a besieged house. This wasn't a war of battles anymore. It was a war of nerves. It was fought in whispers, with threats passed through third parties, with rumors designed to spread fear. It was a poison that seeped into the community. Neighbors were forced to choose sides, and neutrality was seen as a betrayal. Friendships that had lasted a lifetime were shattered by the question, are you with the Joneses or the Lees? The attacks became more insidious. A barn might mysteriously catch fire in the dead of night. A family's well might be fouled, their livestock sickened. These were acts that couldn't be proven, that left no witnesses, but everyone knew who was responsible. It was a way of bleeding the enemy, of wearing them down, of making their lives a living hell, day by day, inch by inch. There were still ambushes, of course. Sudden, frantic exchanges of gunfire on a remote logging trail that left men wounded, but not always dead. A lone rider taking a shot from the woods, the bullet tearing through his hat, a warning that could have just as easily been a death sentence. Each incident was another log on the fire, another reason to hate, another reason to keep fighting. Living like this takes a toll that is hard to comprehend. The constant stress, the lack of sleep, the ever-present fear, it grinds a person down, hollowing them out until nothing is left but the exhaustion and the hatred. The feud was no longer about a dog or even about the men who had been killed. It had become a self-sustaining engine of violence. It had a momentum of its own. This was no longer a series of duels. It was a campaign of extermination fought in whispers and shadows. Both families were bleeding men, money, and sanity. The pressure was building towards another public, explosive confrontation. It was time to return to the courthouse. And so we returned to that hot, violent afternoon in Statenville. We returned to the sound of shattering glass and the roar of gunfire inside the Eccles County Courthouse. But now, we see it not as a chaotic, random event, but as the inevitable, violent eruption of a pressure that had been building for years. The official occasion was a court hearing, another attempt by the state to intervene, to impose order on a conflict that had long since spiraled beyond the law's control. Members of both families were present, not just as defendants or witnesses, but as armed combatants waiting for a spark. They had come to court, but they had not come seeking justice. They had come seeking an opportunity. The Jones clan, led by the calculating Dr. Jim Jones, had a plan. They weren't there to win a legal argument. They were there to finish the war, right in the symbolic heart of their enemy's previous victory. They smuggled weapons into the courthouse, positioning their men in strategic locations. This was not a trial, it was a trap. When the shooting started, it was the Joneses who fired first. It was a coordinated, disciplined volley aimed at the Lee family and their key allies. Now, the screams and the splintering wood from the opening of our story make a terrifying kind of sense. We understand the hunted look in the eyes of the Lee men as they dive for cover. We understand the cold determination of the Joneses as they methodically fire, reload, and fire again. Joe Lee, a pivotal figure in the Lee clan, was one of the first to be hit. He was gunned down in a hail of bullets, his death a major blow to the family's morale and its ability to fight. Another Lee ally fell beside him. The courtroom, a place of order, had become an abattoir. But the Lees were not men who would die without a fight. Those who were still alive, still able, returned fire. Pistols were drawn, and a frantic close-quarters gunfight broke out among the pews and aisles. For several minutes, the courthouse was a scene of utter pandemonium. It was a microcosm of the entire feud, brutal, personal, and fought with a desperate, savage intensity. When the smoke finally began to clear, the cost was laid bare. Joe Lee and another of his faction were dead or dying. Several of the Jones clan were wounded, including one of the family's patriarchs, Captain Jones, who was shot in the fighting. The lawmen present were either hiding or completely overwhelmed. The judge had fled. The scales of justice lay shattered on the floor. The battle in the courthouse left bodies on both sides, but it settled nothing. It only proved that no place was sacred. The Joneses, having asserted their dominance in the very seat of law, now made a final chilling decision. This would not end until every last Lee son was in the ground. The final phase of the war began. It wasn't a feud anymore, it was a hunt. The courthouse shootout broke the back of the Lee family's resistance. They had lost key fighters, their morale was shattered, and their enemies, the Joneses, were now operating with a terrifying sense of impunity. They had committed murder in a hall of justice and had essentially gotten away with it. There was no one left to stop them. What followed was a grim and methodical purge. The Jones clan, likely orchestrated by the cold mind of Dr. Jim Jones, began to actively hunt down the remaining Lee sons. The pretense of a feud between two equal sides was gone. This was now a predator stalking its wounded prey. The Lees scattered. They went into hiding, seeking refuge with distant relatives or disappearing into the deep wilderness of the Okefenokee swamp. But the Joneses had informants, they had resources, and they had an unquenchable thirst for a final, absolute victory. One by one, they were found. The stories of each death are clouded by time and legend, but the pattern is clear. One Lee son was reportedly tracked to a logging camp where he was ambushed while working. Another was said to have been gunned down on the road while trying to flee the state. Each killing was a deliberate act of erasure. The Joneses were not just eliminating threats, they were eliminating a bloodline. Imagine the psychological torment for the Lees who were still alive. They were fugitives in their own homeland. Every stranger's face was a potential threat. Every knock on the door could be their last. They were cut off from their families, living in constant fear, knowing that a network of hunters was patiently, relentlessly searching for them. The community, once a neutral battleground, was now largely under the Joneses' control. Fear had silenced any opposition. People who might have helped the Lees now turned a blind eye, terrified of becoming the next target. The Lees were utterly alone, picked off one by one in the dark corners of the county. This was not a war fought for honor anymore. It was beyond vengeance. It had become a grim, obsessive task, like felling the last trees in a forest. The Joneses were driven by a need to finish the story, to ensure that no Lee son would be left to carry on the fight, to seek revenge in a future generation. They were salting the earth. One by one, the Lee boys fell. Each death was another nail in the coffin of a family name. Soon, only one was left standing. The youngest, Hardy Lee. He knew they were coming for him, and he knew he was the end of the line. Hardy Lee knew he was a dead man walking. His brothers were gone. His father and uncles were in the ground. The entire weight of the Joneses' victory machine was now bearing down on him, the last remaining son of his family's line. He was no longer fighting for honor or for vengeance. He was a survivor, moving through the shadows of a world that no longer had a place for him. He was cornered, taking refuge at a relative small, isolated farm. He had been there for days, starting at every sound, the weight of the gun in his hands a constant cold reminder of his fate. He must have known it was only a matter of time. And one afternoon, time ran out. A posse of Jones' men and their allies surrounded the farmhouse. They didn't storm it. There was no rush. They were methodical, taking up positions, cutting off any chance of escape. Imagine Hardy Lee inside, peering through a crack in the wall, seeing the figures moving in the tree line. The final, terrifying checkmate. There were no negotiations, no calls for surrender. The first shot came from the house, a desperate, defiant act from a man with nothing left to lose. He had chosen to die on his feet, not on his knees. The response was overwhelming. A fusillade of rifle and shotgun fire tore into the small wooden farmhouse, the air filled with the sounds of splintering wood and shattering glass. It wasn't a battle, it was an eradication. Hardie returned fire, a lone gunman against an army, his shots becoming more sporadic as the Joneses' volley continued relentlessly. And then, after a few frantic, violent minutes, it stopped. A single final shot echoed across the fields. Then, silence. The posse advanced cautiously on the bullet-riddled house. Inside, they found him. Hardie Lee, the last of the fighting Lee men, was dead. The war was over. The Joneses stood over the body of their final enemy, but there were no cheers, no celebration, just the ringing in their ears and the smell of gunpowder. They had done it. They had won. They had avenged their dead and erased their rivals from the earth. They had achieved everything they had set out to do. With the death of the last Lee brother, a silence fell over the pine forests of South Georgia. The Joneses had won. They had achieved total victory. So why didn't it feel like a victory at all? The shooting stopped. The ambushes ended. The war was over. But what happens the morning after? What do you do when the enemy you have dedicated your life to destroying is finally gone? Victory is supposed to feel like something. Relief, triumph, justification. But for the Jones family, in the quiet days that followed the death of Hardie Lee, there was only a profound and unsettling emptiness. The silence they had fought so hard to create was not peaceful. It was deafening. They had won the war, but they had lost the world. The feud had demanded a total commitment of their resources, both material and moral. Their farms had been neglected, fields left fallow as the men focused on ambushes instead of harvests. Their businesses had withered. The money that should have been spent on building a legacy for their children was instead poured into ammunition, legal fees, and the currency of violence. They were financially ruined, but the social cost was even greater. They were not celebrated as victors. They were feared. They were pariahs. In the nearby towns, people would fall silent when they entered a room. Old friends would cross the street to avoid making eye contact. They had made themselves the monsters in their own community's story. They had power, yes, but it was the power of a rattlesnake, something to be avoided, never embraced. And what of the men themselves? What does it do to a person to dedicate years of his life to the systematic destruction of another family? The hatred that had fueled them for so long was a fire that had burned away everything else inside them. Now that the fire was out, they were left charred and hollow. Think of Dr. Jim Jones, a man of science and healing. How does a man like that reconcile the lives he took with the oath he once swore? Does he wash his hands and see only blood? Does he lie awake at night, the faces of the men he killed replaying in his mind? The war might have ended on the outside, but for the men who did the killing, it would rage on within them for the rest of their days. Their singular purpose, the all-consuming goal of destroying the Lees, was gone. And in its place was a void. They had defined themselves by their enemy, and now, without that enemy, they had to face who they had become in the process. They were no longer just farmers or doctors or community leaders. They were killers. And that is a title that can never be unwritten. The men who fought were dead or broken. But what about the women? The mothers, wives, and daughters who watched their world burn? Their story is the unspoken tragedy of the feud. The story of a war is always written by the men who fight it, but the cost of a war is paid by everyone. For every man who fell in the Georgia pines, there was a woman who received the news, a wife who became a widow, a mother who buried her son. For the men, the war was fought in ambushes and courtrooms. For the women, it was fought in the kitchen, in the nursery, and in the long, dark hours before dawn, waiting for the sound of footsteps that might never return. Their battle was one of survival. They were the ones who had to quiet the crying children when the gunshots echoed in the distance. They were the ones who had to stretch the dwindling food supplies, trying to maintain a sliver of normalcy in a world gone mad. Imagine being one of the Lee women after the Christmas Eve massacre. One moment, you are preparing for a holiday. The next, Your husband and your son are brought home, their bodies wrapped in bloody blankets. There is no trial. There is no justice. There is only the overwhelming physical work of grief, washing the bodies, preparing them for burial, and finding the words to explain to the other children what has happened. They became experts in the alchemy of grief, turning raw anguish into the quiet resolve needed to get through another day. They did this over and over again with each new death. While the men were consumed with taking lives, the women were desperately trying to nurture them, shielding their children from a hatred they were too young to understand. But the children saw. They heard the whispers. They felt the tension that hung in the air like smoke. They learned to live with fear as a constant companion. The feud stole their innocence, replacing it with a hard, premature understanding of violence and loss. A boy who should have been learning to farm from his father was instead learning how to load a shotgun. A girl who should have been playing in the yard was instead learning how to be invisible. After the final shot was fired and the last grave was filled, the men who survived were ghosts. But the women had to go on living. They were left to manage the broken pieces of their families, to raise fatherless sons and daughters in the shadow of a devastating legacy. They ran the ruined farms, faced the creditors, and held the family name together, whether it was one of victory or defeat. They couldn't fight, but they could remember. They became the keepers of the graves and the storytellers of the tragedy. The official history might be found in dusty court records, but the true history, the human history, was passed down from mother to daughter in hushed tones as a warning. And in their memories, the feud never truly ended. Decades passed. The grass grew over the unmarked graves. The story of the Jones-Lee feud began to fade from history into local legend, a ghost story whispered to children. But what can this forgotten war teach us now? Today, if you travel to Eccles County, Georgia, you will not find any monuments to the Jones-Lee feud. There are no plaques, no statues, no tour guides pointing out the key locations. The war has been mostly reclaimed by the land and by the silence of time. You can drive down the old roads where the ambushes took place. They are paved now. The dense, threatening woods have been thinned by logging and development. The sun shines through the pines onto a peaceful, rural landscape. It is almost impossible to imagine these quiet roads as the site of so much bloodshed and terror. The screams have long since faded, absorbed by the earth. The courthouse in Statenville still stands, though it has been rebuilt and remodeled over the generations. It's just a small, unassuming county building now. People go there to pay taxes, to get a marriage license, to conduct the mundane business of an orderly society. The bullet holes are gone. The bloodstains were washed away more than a century ago. But if you stand there long enough, you can't help but feel the weight of what happened within those walls. The old homesteads are mostly gone too. The original houses have rotted away or burned down, their foundations now just overgrown clearings in the woods. You can still find old family cemeteries, small plots of land dotted with weathered, tilting headstones. The names are there, carved in stone: Jones, Lee. The dates tell a story of lives cut short. These small, forgotten graveyards are the only true memorials to the feud. But the story itself persists, not in the history books, but in the local memory. It has become a piece of folklore, a cautionary tale. Older residents might tell you stories their grandparents told them, stories of the Doctor of Death or the Christmas Massacre. The details get blurred, the facts embellished, but the core of the tragedy remains. It's a ghost that still walks these woods. Visiting these places is a strange experience. You are standing in two worlds at once. There is the peaceful, modern world you can see, and then there is the violent, desperate world of the past, which you can only feel. An echo, a cold spot in the warm Georgia air. The physical evidence is almost gone, but the story remains, preserved in brittle newspaper clippings and the quiet archives of Georgia history. And when you piece it all together, a terrifyingly simple pattern emerges. When you strip away the names, the dates, and the romanticism of the Old South, the Jones-Lee feud reveals itself to be a terrifyingly simple machine. It's a case study in the mechanics of human conflict, a blueprint for how ordinary men can be driven to commit extraordinary evil. There are three key components that made it all possible. First, there was pride. This was the spark, an almost pathological pride that was so rigid it could not bend, and so brittle it was bound to shatter. For both the Joneses and the Lees, backing down from the initial dispute over a dog was seen as a fate worse than death. It was a public admission of weakness, an unbearable stain on their honor and their family name. This pride created a debt that could only be paid in humiliation or in blood, and they chose blood every single time. Second, there was isolation. This was the fuel. The feud took place in a world where formal institutions were weak and distant. The law was not a reliable protector, as the failed murder trial proved. There was no trusted authority to mediate the dispute. The families were left to their own devices, in a closed-off environment where grudges could fester without interruption. This isolation created a vacuum, and into that vacuum rushed the primal law of vengeance. And third, and most importantly, there was escalation. This was the engine of the machine. Each act of violence demanded a response that was equal or greater in severity. A trespass led to a threat. A threat led to the killing of a dog. The dead dog led to the murder of a man. The murder led to a massacre. The massacre led to a campaign of extermination. It's a feedback loop. Each act of revenge, which feels justified in the moment, becomes the unforgivable crime that fuels the next round of violence from the other side. Once this engine starts, it is almost impossible to stop. Pride, isolation, and escalation. These three forces working together created a perfect storm of violence. They took a trivial argument and methodically, predictably, turned it into a multi-generational war that ended in total annihilation for one side and moral ruin for the other. It's easy to look back at these men as simple, violent figures from a bygone era, but the truth is far more uncomfortable. The seeds of the Jones-Lee feud exist in all of us. In the end, what was it all for? It started with the sound of barking dogs echoing through the Georgia pines. It ended in the silence of a graveyard. A feud born from a trivial dispute over a hunting trespass grew into a monster that consumed everything it touched. More than a dozen men were killed. Families were shattered. A community was left permanently scarred by the memory of neighbors hunting neighbors. The Jones family won. By any military definition, they achieved total victory. They eliminated their enemies, silenced their rivals, and stood alone on the field at the end. But what was their prize? They inherited a legacy of blood and fear. They won a kingdom of ashes, ruling over a territory haunted by the ghosts of the men they had killed. They fought for their family's honor, and in the process, destroyed it completely. The story of the Jones-Lee feud is not just a strange, violent tale from a distant past. It's a parable. It is a timeless and brutal reminder of where the path of pride leads. The same stubborn pride that refused to yield over a hunting dog is the same pride that fuels road rage incidents, that turns family arguments into bitter estrangements, and that drives nations to war over a patch of worthless ground. The feud shows us how shockingly easy it is to lose everything simply because we refuse to lose an argument. It's a testament to the terrifying momentum of revenge and the profound empty silence that waits at the end of that road. And it leaves us with one final, uncomfortable question. How much are we willing to lose just to prove we are right? The last gunshot echoed through the Hillsville courthouse and then a silence fell, a silence heavier and more terrible than any sound before it. Through the thick grey smoke of black powder, the afternoon light struggled to reveal a scene of absolute carnage. The judge, the sheriff, the prosecutor, the very pillars of the law lay bleeding onto the floorboards. The assassins, the notorious Allen clan, had already vanished back into the mists of the Blue Ridge Mountains. This wasn't just murder. It was a declaration of war against the 20th century itself. What could possess men to commit such a brazen act in broad daylight? What unwritten code could be so powerful that it demanded a bloodbath in a hall of justice? To find the answer, we must look past the men who fired the guns, to the woman who forged their iron will in the heart of the mountains. Today, we uncover the story of Barbara Allen, the matriarch of a clan that answered to no law but her own. Hillsville, Virginia, in the spring of 1912, was a town caught between two worlds. Down its muddy main street, you could see the slow, inexorable march of the 20th century in the form of new storefronts and the occasional motor car. But looking up at the surrounding Blue Ridge, you could feel the pull of the old world, a world of isolated hollows, deep-rooted clans, and unwritten laws that had governed these mountains for generations. The brick courthouse stood as the very symbol of this struggle, a place where the new rule of law was meant to replace the old code of blood and honor. At the heart of this new order was Judge Thornton Massey. He wasn't a local man, not born of the same mountain soil as the families he presided over. He was an outsider, an educated man of principle who believed that justice should be blind. To him, a man's last name shouldn't matter, whether it was Allen or Smith. The law was the law, a universal standard that was meant to tame the wildness of the frontier and bring civilization to the hills. He was a stern but fair-minded man, tasked with the impossible job of imposing a foreign authority on a people who had never recognized any authority but their own kin. Sheriff Lewis Webb, on the other hand, was a man of the county. He had to walk a delicate line every single day. He wore a badge representing the government in the state capital, but he lived and worked among neighbors who settled their disputes with fists or a hunting rifle. He knew the Allens. He understood their pride, their temper, and their profound contempt for his office. Every time he served a warrant in a remote holler, he was stepping into a world where his badge meant less than nothing. He was the local embodiment of a law that many saw as an occupying force. Alongside them stood William Foster, the Commonwealth's attorney. He was the voice of the system, the man who used words and legal precedent to fight battles that were more often settled with threats and intimidation. He believed in due process, in evidence, in the power of a logical argument to uncover the truth. In that Hillsville courtroom, he was preparing to argue a case against Floyd Allen, not realizing he was bringing a book of rules to a gunfight. These men were not just public officials. They were pioneers of a new way of life. They were husbands, fathers, and respected members of a community trying to build a future based on order and reason. But a shadow was gathering over them, a tension that was palpable in the cold March air. The upcoming trial of Floyd Allen wasn't just another case on the docket. It was a test of will. It was a direct challenge to the Allen clan's belief that they were a law unto themselves. The world these men were trying to build was one where disagreements were settled by juries, not ambushes. A world where a judge's gavel was more powerful than a patriarch's command. They woke up on the morning of March the 14th, believing in that world, in the safety of their courthouse, and in the strength of the laws they had sworn to uphold. They had no idea that by day's end, their world would be left in ruins, and their bodies would be the final, bloody evidence of a war that had been brewing for centuries. The Hillsville courthouse was no longer a place of law. It was a slaughterhouse. As the acrid fog of gunpowder began to settle, it revealed a scene of pure pandemonium. Men and women who moments before had been calm spectators scrambled for the exits, their screams echoing in the suddenly cavernous room. Those who remained were frozen in shock, staring at the carnage with wide, uncomprehending eyes. The air, thick with the smell of sulfur and fear, hummed with a terrible ringing silence where the rule of law had just been executed. The first people to rush in found Judge Massey slumped behind his bench, the symbol of his authority, now his deathbed. His gavel lay on the floor beside him, a useless piece of wood in a world where steel and lead had spoken the final word. Near the main door, Sheriff Lewis Webb lay fallen, a testament to his final futile attempt to restore order. Across the room, Commonwealth's attorney William Foster was also down, his legal arguments silenced forever. It was a systematic dismantling of the county's legal system carried out in less than 2 minutes. The evidence of the ambush was everywhere. The floor was littered with spent shell casings, glinting like deadly seeds sown on the hardwood. Bullet holes peppered the walls, the witness stand, and the judge's bench, silent witnesses to the storm of violence. Investigators would later count dozens of impacts, a clear sign of multiple shooters firing with reckless abandon. The Allens' chairs were empty. They had simply stood up, unleashed hell, and melted back into the mountains that had raised them, leaving only chaos and death in their wake. The scene offered no mystery as to who was responsible. Every terrified whisper from the survivors confirmed it: the Allens. But the how and the why were a far darker puzzle. How could a family bring a private army into a courtroom? Was this a spontaneous explosion of mountain temper or a cold, calculated assassination? The contradictory accounts from traumatized witnesses only deepened the confusion. The crime scene itself was a brutal message, written in blood and gunpowder. In these mountains, some lines of kinship were thicker than any law, and the price for crossing them was absolute. If you were to search for the man at the eye of this hurricane, all fingers would have pointed to one person, Floyd Allen. He wasn't just a participant, he was the cause. Floyd was the patriarch, a man carved from the hard granite of the Blue Ridge who had amassed wealth, land, and a fearsome reputation. In his corner of Carroll County, his word was law, and his will was absolute. He moved through the world with the unshakable confidence of a king in his own kingdom, a place where the official law was an irritation, a suggestion from a distant world that he was free to ignore. His motive was as clear and cold as a mountain spring. It was pride, a fierce, unyielding pride that defined the very soul of the Appalachian clan system. The initial charge against him, interfering with an officer, was an insult. But the verdict, a year of hard time in the state penitentiary, was an intolerable humiliation. For a man like Floyd, a year in a prison uniform was not a punishment. It was an execution of his honor. It was the state declaring that he, Floyd Allen, was no better than any other man, that his power and his name meant nothing within the walls of their courthouse. The evidence was immediate and overwhelming. The shooting began the very second after Judge Massey pronounced the sentence. Witnesses recounted Floyd standing up, his face a mask of cold fury, and uttering the words that became the spark in the powder room, "I ain't a-goin'." That phrase, spoken with the full weight of his authority, was not a plea or a protest. It was a command. It was the signal to his kin that the time for talking was over. The community didn't need a detective to solve this mystery. They had all seen the simmering rage in Floyd Allen's eyes. He wasn't just a suspect. He was the epicenter of the earthquake that had just leveled the rule of law in Carroll County. But in the shadow of the patriarch stood a figure arguably more dangerous, Claude Allen, Floyd's son and heir apparent to this kingdom of defiance. Where Floyd's rage was born from a lifetime of power and a sudden public challenge to it, Claude's was something different. It was the pure, distilled poison of the Allen creed, passed down from one generation to the next. He was a true believer, a young man who had been taught from the cradle that the only response to an outside threat was overwhelming violence. The twist here is not one of greed or jealousy, but of ideology. Claude's motive was not simply to protect his father, it was to prove himself the worthy inheritor of the Allen legacy. For him, his father's conviction was a stain on his own honor. A year in prison for Floyd meant a lifetime of shame for Claude. He couldn't allow the world to see the Allens as a clan that could be tamed, caged, and broken by Flatlander laws. He was there not just to prevent a sentence, but to make a statement that would echo through the mountains for 100 years. When we re-examine the chaos of that day, one terrible detail rises to the surface. Most historical accounts and eyewitness testimonies agree. Claude Allen fired the first shot. He didn't wait for his father's signal. He didn't hesitate. As the judge pronounced the sentence, Claude drew his pistol and shot Judge Massey point blank. This was not the act of a man caught up in the heat of the moment. It was the act of an executioner. He didn't just join the fight, he started the war. In that single irrevocable moment, he betrayed any possibility of a non-violent outcome and sealed the fate of everyone in that room, turning a family's defiance into a public massacre. But to truly understand the firestorm at Hillsville, you have to look beyond the men and their motives to the larger war being waged. The true external threat wasn't a single person, but an entire century. The 20th century was coming for the Blue Ridge Mountains, not with a friendly handshake, but with the cold, calculating ambition of industry and centralized government. Railroads were cutting through ancient hills, timber barons were eyeing the vast virgin forests, and land speculators were using complex laws to divest mountain families of the very ground their ancestors had settled. This encroaching world saw the old ways of the mountains, the clan loyalty, the self-reliance, the deep suspicion of outsiders as a barrier to progress and profit. And the local instrument of this new world was the courthouse. Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, and Prosecutor Foster were not just men doing their jobs, they were the local agents of this powerful external force. They represented a system that valued deeds and statutes over blood loyalty and tradition, a system that sought to replace the unwritten code of the mountains with the codified law of the state capital. From the Allens' perspective, this wasn't justice, it was a hostile takeover. Every new law, every tax, every court summons was another tightening of a noose around their way of life and their sovereignty. Floyd Allen's trial was the flashpoint. For the state, it was a necessary act to prove that no man was above the law. But for the Allens, it was the final, arrogant push of an invading army trying to break the back of the strongest clan in the county. The massacre, seen through this lens, becomes something more than a family's rage. It was a brutal, desperate act of rebellion against a future they did not want and a system they refused to recognize. In the immediate aftermath of the massacre, the state of Virginia responded with a fury it had never before unleashed. Governor William Hodges Mann called it a blot on the name of the Commonwealth and vowed that the Allens would be hunted down like animals. He dispatched the state militia and, more importantly, hired the infamous Baldwin Felts Detective Agency, a private army of detectives known for their brutal and effective methods in breaking Union strikes. A massive manhunt, one of the largest in Virginia's history, was underway. But the lawmen and detectives quickly discovered they were not fighting men. They were fighting a legend, and their enemy was the land itself. The Blue Ridge Mountains, so beautiful from a distance, became a labyrinthine fortress for the fugitives. Every holler, every creek bed, every rhododendron thicket was a potential hiding place. The Allens knew the secret trails, the hidden caves, the sympathizers' cabins where a door would always be open. The detectives, with their city boots and their organized grid searches, were like children lost in an ancient, hostile forest. The pursuit became a frustrating and humiliating chase after phantoms. A tip would come in that the Allens had been spotted crossing into North Carolina, and a posse would ride for days, only to find the trail was cold, the rumor baseless. Another report would place them in a remote mining camp, but by the time the law arrived, the camp was deserted, with only the faint warmth of a recent fire as proof that anyone had been there at all. The Allens were a mist, dissolving whenever the law drew near, leaving the authorities grasping at nothing but fog and rumors. Back in Hillsville, the investigation into the crime itself was just as tangled. While everyone knew the Allens were guilty, The chaos of the shootout had created a dozen conflicting narratives. Who fired the first shot? Eyewitnesses, still reeling from the trauma, gave contradictory accounts. Some swore it was Claude Allen, others pointed to his cousin, Sidney Allen. The sheer number of guns fired made ballistic evidence a nightmare to sort through. For a brief moment, the state even pursued the theory that this was a wider conspiracy, a planned uprising against the government. But these trails led nowhere, circling back to the same frustrating truth. The Allens had acted as one, a single entity moved by a singular, violent purpose. The law was looking for a single mastermind, failing to understand they were fighting the spirit of an entire clan. The Baldwin Felts detectives soon learned a chilling lesson. The mountains were a fortress of rock and shadow, but the people who lived in them were a fortress of silence. As the manhunt dragged on, the lawmen came down from the cold, empty hillsides and tried to gather intelligence in the small communities and isolated farmhouses. What they encountered was a wall, as solid and impenetrable as a cliff face. Doors that had been opened to strangers were now bolted shut. Faces that were once friendly turned to stone. When asked about the Allens, the answer was always the same. Saw nothing, heard nothing, know nothing. This wasn't just a lack of cooperation, it was a deeply ingrained code of omerta, the unwritten law of the mountains. The first pillar of this code was fear, and it was a fear well earned. The Allens had ruled their corner of the county for decades through a mixture of influence and raw intimidation. To speak against them was to invite ruin. A farmer whose land bordered the Allens might find his best cow missing one morning, or his fence cut in the dead of night. A whisper to the sheriff could mean finding your barn burned to the ground a week later, with no one to blame but the shadows. The community knew the Allens' justice was swifter and more certain than any verdict from a distant court. But it was more than just fear. It was kinship. In the tangled genealogy of the Appalachian hollows, the Allen family tree had roots in every direction. They were connected by blood and marriage to half the families in the county. Asking someone to turn on the Allens was often asking them to betray a cousin, a brother-in-law, or a childhood friend. To these people, the lawmen from the city were the true outsiders, the invaders. The Allens, for all their violence, were their own. Loyalty to blood was a sacred duty that trumped any law written in a book. This wall of silence drove the detectives to the edge of madness. They were in a foreign country, surrounded by people who looked and spoke like them, but who lived by an ancient, invisible set of rules. The truth of the massacre wasn't a secret buried in the ground. It was a story being actively protected behind every locked door and every pair of cold, watchful eyes. The community had closed ranks, forming a silent army that was just as effective as the Allens' own guns at keeping the law at bay. Weeks turned into a month, and the mountains held their secret. The manhunt, for all its resources and manpower, was a spectacular failure. The Allens had been swallowed by the wilderness, and the wall of silence held firm. The detectives were frustrated, the governor was furious, and it began to look as if the Allen clan might have truly committed the perfect crime, disappearing into folklore as ghosts of the Blue Ridge. But the men from the Baldwin Felts Agency were not mountain men. They were masters of human weakness, and they knew that every fortress has a crack. They shifted their strategy. They couldn't out-hike the Allens, so they decided to buy them. Massive reward notices were posted on every courthouse door, every general store window, every fence post from Virginia to Tennessee. The price on the Allens' heads grew to a small fortune, enough money to change a poor dirt farmer's life forever. They were no longer just hunting men with guns, they were hunting them with greed, planting a seed of temptation in the heart of the community. And then, it happened. The turning point came not with a shout, but with a whisper. A secret message, passed through a trusted intermediary, reached the detectives. It wasn't a grand confession, and it didn't come from a core member of the clan. It came from the periphery, from someone whose loyalty was weaker than their desire for the reward money, or perhaps someone who was simply tired of the chaos the Allens had brought down upon them all. The message contained the one thing the law had been missing: a specific location, a small farmhouse, a known sympathizer's home where Floyd and Claude Allen were believed to be hiding. This was the forgotten clue they had been searching for. It wasn't an overlooked piece of evidence on the courthouse floor. It was a piece of human intelligence, pried loose from the wall of silence by the relentless pressure and the lure of cash. Suddenly, the vast, intimidating wilderness shrank to a single point on a map. The hunt was no longer a blind chase through an endless forest. It was a focused, surgical strike. The momentum had shifted. The Allens' greatest shield, the loyalty of their people, had finally been breached, and the lawmen now knew exactly where to find their prey. Under the cover of a moonless night, the law closed its iron fist around the farmhouse. The Baldwin-Felts detectives, moving with the cold professionalism of seasoned hunters, took their positions, their rifles and shotguns aimed at every door and window. There would be no escape this time. The tip from their secret informant had been good. Inside that small wooden building were the two most wanted men in Virginia, Floyd and Claude Allen, the patriarch and the instigator. The air was thick with a silence that felt heavier than any sound, the calm before a final bloody storm. As the first light of dawn began to bleed over the mountain ridges, the call for surrender was issued. It was met not with words, but with the bright orange flash of a rifle from a darkened window, the sharp crack echoing across the valley. The farmhouse erupted in a blaze of gunfire. The Allens were not surrendering. They were making their last stand, turning a simple farmhouse into a fort and choosing to die in a blaze of glory rather than be taken alive. For hours, the siege raged, a furious exchange of lead that tore the small building to splinters. But the fight was hopeless. Surrounded and outgunned, the end came swiftly. In a final desperate rush, the detectives stormed the house. And then the legends were made of flesh and blood. Floyd Allen, the powerful patriarch, was found wounded. His fight bled out of him. The aura of invincibility shattered. He was no longer the king of Carroll County, but a captured, bleeding old man. His son Claude, the young firebrand who had started the massacre with a single shot, was also taken, his youthful fury finally extinguished by the overwhelming force of the law. As they were led out of the ruined farmhouse in chains, the full, horrifying truth of their motive was finally unmasked. It wasn't written in a hidden diary or a forgotten letter. It was written in the blood they had spilled and the defiance they had shown to the very end. This was never just about a minor charge or a one-year sentence. This was a battle for a way of life. They were soldiers in a war against a future that had no place for them, fighting for a code of honor that demanded violence against shame. The true culprit, the force that had driven them, was the unwritten law of the mountains, the creed that had been hammered into them since birth. The men who walked out of that farmhouse were the living, breathing products of Barbara Allen's terrible gospel. And Allen does not go to jail. In their capture, they had failed their code, but their final, desperate stand proved just how deeply they believed it. The chase was over, and the men behind the myth were finally exposed. Now, with the benefit of history, we can finally step back into that courtroom and witness the terrible harvest of the Allen creed. Picture the scene. The room is packed, the air thick with tension. Judge Thornton Massey, a man of the law, looks down from his bench. Below him stands Floyd Allen, a man of the mountains, surrounded by his kin. It is a standoff between two worlds, and the wooden walls of the courthouse have become the frontier. The judge's voice cuts through the silence, clear and firm, as he delivers the sentence, 1 year in the state penitentiary. The words hang in the air for a heartbeat, an intolerable insult. Floyd Allen draws himself up to his full height, his face like carved stone. He looks not at the judge, but at his own clan, and makes his declaration, a phrase that will become his epitaph. I ain't a-goin'. Before the last syllable has faded, the room explodes. The first shot cracks like a whip, a sound so sharp and final it seems to suck all the air from the room. Judge Massey jerks backward, a look of stunned disbelief on his face, and then slumps forward over his bench. His gavel, the symbol of his authority, slides from his hand and clatters onto the floor below. That single sound breaks the spell, and hell is unleashed. The courtroom becomes a roaring, blinding vortex of chaos. Muzzle flashes from the Allen's pistols create strobing, hellish images in the suddenly dark, smoke-filled room. The noise is deafening, a continuous thunder that rattles the windows and shakes the floorboards. Men and women scream and dive for cover, crawling under heavy wooden benches as bullets splinter the wood just above their heads. Papers from the prosecutor's table are thrown into the air by the concussions, fluttering down through the haze like pale, terrified birds. Sheriff Webb, reacting on pure instinct, draws his revolver. He takes but a single step towards the Allens before he is thrown backward, falling near the doorway he was sworn to protect. Across the room, Commonwealth's Attorney Foster rises from his chair, his mouth open as if to object, but his argument is silenced forever as he too collapses to the floor. It is not a gunfight, it is an execution. Then, as suddenly as it began, the shooting stops. An unnatural ringing silence descends, broken only by the choked sobs of the survivors. The thick, acrid smoke of black powder hangs in the air, a suffocating fog that obscures everything. As it slowly begins to clear, the full horror is revealed. The chairs where the Allens had been sitting are empty, and on the walls, on the judge's bench, on the witness stand, are dozens of dark, round marks, the 57 silent witnesses to 90 seconds of absolute carnage. The Allen clan was gone, leaving behind only blood, smoke, and the shattered ruins of the law. The trial of Floyd and Claude Allen was not a legal proceeding, it was a public reckoning. The state of Virginia, its authority profoundly wounded, put the full weight of its power on display. The small town of Wytheville, where the trial was moved to ensure a less biased jury, became the center of a national media circus. Reporters from as far away as New York and Chicago descended, eager to capture every detail of what they called the Savage Mountain Feud. For the state, this was a show trial in the truest sense, a chance to prove, once and for all, that the law of the Commonwealth was stronger than any clan's code of honor. In the defendant's box, Floyd and Claude Allen were not broken men begging for mercy. They were defiant to the last. Floyd sat with the stoic, quiet dignity of a fallen king, his gaze steady, his contempt for the proceedings clear in every line of his weathered face. He listened to the testimony against him not as a criminal, but as a captured enemy general forced to endure the rituals of his conquerors. Beside him, his son Claude was a caged wolf, his eyes burning with an unrepentant fire. They offered no apologies, no explanations. They had lived by their code, and they would die by it. The prosecution's case was simple and brutal. This was a premeditated assassination of the law itself. They painted the Allens as a lawless tribe, a cancerous growth on the body of civilized society that had to be cut out. The defense, in a nearly impossible task, tried to argue that this was a tragedy of culture, a spontaneous eruption of violence born from the unique and volatile honor code of the mountains. They weren't trying to prove innocence. They were trying to explain a worldview that the jury box, filled with merchants and flatland farmers, could never possibly comprehend. The verdict was a foregone conclusion. When the jury foreman stood and pronounced both Floyd and Claude Allen guilty of murder in the first degree, a wave of relief and grim satisfaction washed over the courtroom. But the Allens themselves did not flinch. They had expected no quarter from this foreign court, and they were given none. The sentence followed swiftly: death in the state's electric chair. This final judgment was perhaps the ultimate symbol of the clash of worlds. The Allens had dealt in the hot, personal violence of the pistol. The state would answer with the cold, impersonal, technological power of electricity. In March of 1913, almost a year to the day after the massacre, father and son were executed. For the newspapers and the world outside, justice had been served. But back in the hollows of Carroll County, the story was far from over. The executions didn't end the legend, they cemented it. Floyd and Claude became martyrs, their deaths a final, terrible proof to many that the government's justice was just a more organized form of killing, a verdict that still sparks arguments in these hills to this day. The executions of Floyd and Claude Allen were not an end, but the beginning of a long, painful reckoning. The Allen clan, once a formidable power in the Blue Ridge, was shattered. Their name, once spoken with a mixture of respect and fear, now became a synonym for senseless murder. The clan's other key figures were systematically hunted down and brought to justice. Sidney Allen, Barbara's own son, was wounded in a shootout and captured. He, along with his uncle Sidney Allen, was sentenced to decades in the state penitentiary, a fate that, for men raised on a doctrine of absolute freedom, was a kind of living death. The Allens' land holdings diminished, their political influence evaporated, and their aura of invincibility was gone forever, replaced by a legacy of infamy. At the heart of this ruin sat Barbara Graham Allen, the matriarch who had planted the seeds of this destruction. She lived to see the catastrophic harvest of her teachings. She saw her brother-in-law and nephew sent to the electric chair. She saw her own son, Sidney, locked away in a cage. The central commandment of her life, Allen's "don't go to jail," had become a bitter, ironic prophecy. Her family had either been sent to their graves or to a prison cell, the ultimate humiliation she had raised them to avoid. She died in 1920, a lonely, unyielding woman surrounded by the ghosts of the men she had forged, her final years spent in the quiet desolation of a kingdom turned to ash. The scars on the community of Hillsville ran just as deep. The families of Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, William Foster, and the others were left with an unfillable void. They were not just statistics in a famous crime, they were husbands, fathers, and brothers whose absence left a permanent wound on the town. For decades, the massacre was a shadow that hung over Carroll County, a topic spoken of in hushed tones. The event divided neighbors and created a legacy of bitterness and distrust that would take generations to heal. Hillsville was no longer just a quiet mountain town. It was now a landmark of American violence. The men who escaped the electric chair still paid a heavy price. Sidney and Sidney Allen served long years behind the bleak walls of the Virginia State Penitentiary. Sidney, in a final act of Allen defiance, managed a daring escape but was eventually recaptured. Both were eventually paroled, returning as old, broken men to a world that had moved on without them. They were relics of a bygone era, their lives a long, slow postscript to the 90 seconds of chaos that had defined them. The fire of their youth had been extinguished by the slow, grinding reality of prison life. The tragedy of Hillsville didn't just end with the trials or the prison sentences, it echoed down through the generations. The descendants of the Allen clan had to navigate a world where their last name was a mark of shame. The children of the victims grew up without fathers, their lives forever defined by the violence of that day. The fates of everyone touched by the massacre, perpetrator and victim, lawman and outlaw, remained forever intertwined, bound together by the blood that was spilled on the courthouse floor. The world may have moved on, but in the Blue Ridge Mountains, the past is never truly past. If you travel to Hillsville today, you will not find the brick courthouse where the massacre took place. It was tragically lost to a fire in the 1990s. But for 85 years, that building stood as the most tangible monument to the tragedy. Its exterior walls held the scars of that day, the dark, round pockmarks left by the Allens' guns. For generations, people made a kind of pilgrimage to that courthouse, not just to conduct business, but to run their fingers over those bullet holes, to touch the physical evidence of a day when the law was shot dead in its own home. The echoes of the story are etched in stone in the quiet cemeteries scattered throughout the county. In the Hillsville Cemetery, you can find the graves of Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, and William Foster, their tombstones speaking of duty and a life cut short in service to the law. Miles away, in a family plot, lie the bodies of Floyd and Claude Allen, executed and buried back in the mountain soil that they fought and died for. Their graves, too, draw visitors, those who see them not as murderers, but as symbols of a fierce bygone independence. But the story's most enduring life is in the telling. The Hillsville Massacre seeped into the very soil of Appalachia and grew into folklore. For 100 years, it has been a cautionary tale told on front porches, a ghost story whispered around campfires. Local bards and balladeers captured the tragedy in song, and if you listen closely in the old-time music circles of the Blue Ridge, you might still hear the mournful tune of the Ballad of Floyd Allen, a song that turns the bloody tale into a timeless legend of pride and rebellion. More than anything, the mountains themselves remember. They were the silent witnesses to the Allens' flight, to the manhunt, and to the final, desperate siege. The wind that whispers through the pines on a cold night seems to carry the echoes of the gunshots. The old roads that twist through the hollows still feel as though they carry the memory of the posse's hoofbeats. History in these hills isn't just written in books or carved on monuments. It's a living presence in the landscape, a story the mountains will never let go of. So we return to the question that hung in the gunpowder smoke of that Hillsville courtroom. What could possess men to commit such an act? The easy answer is pride, or anger, or a primitive sense of justice. But the truth is that the most dangerous force in that room was not a man with a gun, but an idea. The idea that a family's honor was worth more than the law, worth more than another man's life, worth more than their own. This was the gospel according to Barbara Allen, a creed so powerful that it turned sons and nephews into soldiers in a war only they believed they were fighting. This is a story not just of a crime, but of a collision between two worlds. The Hillsville Massacre was the sound of an old world breaking against the shores of a new one. It is a brutal lesson in how a code of honor, once necessary for survival in a lawless frontier, can become a death sentence when the world changes. The Allens' fierce loyalty and unyielding pride were the very virtues that had made their ancestors strong. But in the 20th century, those same virtues led directly to the electric chair and the prison cell. Their story is a chilling reminder that the deadliest prisons are not always made of stone and steel, but are sometimes built from the unshakable beliefs passed down from one generation to the next. In the end, this is the tragedy of Barbara Allen. She was the unindicted architect of the massacre, a matriarch whose fierce love for her family's pride was so absolute that it demanded its utter ruin. She was not in the courtroom that day, but her spirit pulled every trigger. She won her battle. Floyd Allen never wore prison stripes, but in doing so, she lost everything. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up.